The room I'd rented in an old part of Natchez seemed more reflective of New Orleans than a river town in Mississippi. The ventilated storm shutters were slatted with a pink glow, as soft and filtered and cool in color as the spring sunrise can be in the Garden District. The courtyard outside touched with mist off the river. The pastel walls deep in shadow and stained with lichen above the flower beds. The brick walkways smelling of damp stone, and the wild spearmint that grew in green clusters between the bricks. I could see the shadows of banana trees moving on the window screens, the humidity condensing and threading along the fronds like veins in living tissue. I could hear a ship's horn blowing somewhere out on the river, a long hooting sound that was absorbed and muted inside the mist, thwarting its own purpose. A wood-bladed fan revolved slowly above my bed, the incandescence of the light bulbs attached to it reduced to a dim yellow smudge inside frosted glass shades that were fluted to resemble flowers. The wood floor and the garish wallpaper and the rain spots on the ceiling belonged to another era, one that was outside of time and unheedful of the demands of commerce. Perhaps as a reminder of that fact, the only clock in the room was a round, wind-up mechanism that possessed neither a glass cover nor hands on its face. There are moments in the Deep South when one wonders if he has not wakened to a sunrise in the spring of 1862. And in that moment, maybe, one realizes with a guilty pang that he would not find such an event entirely unwelcome. At mid-morning, inside a pine-wooded depression not far from the Mississippi, I found the man I was looking for. His name was Jimmy Darrell Thigpen, and the diminutive or boy-like image his name suggested, as with many Southern names, was egregiously misleading. He was a gun-bull of the old school, the kind of man who was neither good nor bad, in the way that a firearm is neither good nor bad. He was the kind of man whom you treat with discretion and whose private frame of reference you do not probe. In some ways, Jimmy Darrell Thigpen was the lawman all of us fear we might one day become. He sat atop a quarter horse that was at least 16 hands high, his back erect, a cut-down double-barrel 12-gauge propped on his thigh, the saddle creaking under his weight. He wore a long-sleeved cotton shirt to protect his arms from mosquitoes, and a beat-up tall crown cowboy hat in the apparent belief that he could prevent a return of the skin cancer that had shriveled one side of his face. To my knowledge, in various stages of his 40-year career, he had killed 5 men, some inside the prison system, some outside, one in an argument over a woman in a bar. His charges were all black men, each wearing big striped green and white convict jumpers and baggy pants, some wearing leather-cuffed ankle restraints. They were felling trees, chopping off the limbs for burning, stacking the trunks on a flatbed truck, the heat from the fire so intense it gave off no smoke. When he saw me park on the road, he dismounted and broke open the breech of his shotgun, cradling it over his left forearm, exposing the 2 shells in the chambers, effectively disarming his weapon. But in spite of his show of deference for my safety, there was no pleasure in his expression when he shook hands, and his eyes never left his charges. "We appreciate your calling us, Cap," I said. "It looks like you're still running a tight ship." Then I thought about what I'd just said. There are moments when the exigencies of your life or profession require that you ingratiate yourself with people who make you uncomfortable, not because of what they are, but because you fear their approval and the possibility you are more like them than you are willing to accept. I kept believing that age would one day free me of that burden, but it never has. My introspection was of no relevance. He seemed uncertain about the purpose of my visit to Mississippi, even though it was he who had contacted me about one of his charges. "It's about those hookers that was killed over in your area?" he asked. "I wouldn't necessarily call him that." "You're right. I shouldn't be speaking unkindly of the dead. The boy I was telling you about is over yonder, the one with the gold teeth." "Thanks for your help, Cap." Maybe my friend the gun bull wasn't all bad, I told myself. But sometimes when you think you're almost home free, that indeed redemption is working incrementally in all of us, you find you have set yourself up for another disappointment. His nickname is Get It and Go, Thigpen said. Sir? Don't be feeling sorry for him. He could steal a stink-off shit and not get the smell on his hand. If he don't give you what you want, let me know and I'll slap a knot on his head. Jimmy Darrell Thigpen opened a pouch of string tobacco and filled his jaw with it. He chewed slowly, his eyes hazy with a private thought, or perhaps the pleasure the tobacco gave him. Then he realized I was watching him, and he grinned at the corner of his mouth to indicate he and I were members of the same club. The convict's name was Elmore Lacholet. He came from a rural slum 60 miles northeast of New Iberia, where I was employed as a detective with the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department. His facial features were negroid, but his skin was the color of paste, covered with large moles as thick and irregular in shape as drops of mud. His wiry hair peroxided a bright gold. He was one of those recidivists whose lives are a testimony to institutional failure and the fact that for some people and situations there are no solutions. We sat on a log in the shade, 30 yards from where his crew was working. The air was breathless and superheated inside the clearing, the trash fire red hot at the center, the freshly cut pine limbs snapping instantly alight when they hit the flames. Elmore Lacholet was sweating heavily, his body wrapped in an odor that was like mildew and soapy water that had dried in his clothes. "What we got to talk here, man?" he said. "I'm sorry I didn't bring an air-conditioned office with me," I replied. "They gonna make me for a snitch. I drove a long way to talk with you, partner. Would you rather I leave?" His eyes searched in space. His alternatives, his agenda, the pitiful issues of his life probably swimming like dots in the heat waves warping off the fire. "My sister was Bernadette, one of them 7 girls that's been killed that don't nobody care about," he said. Captain Thigpen explained that. "My grandmother sent me the news article. It was from November of last year. My grandmother says ain't nothing been written about them since. The article says my sister and all them others was prostitutes." "Not exactly. But yeah, the article suggests that. What are you trying to tell me?" "It ain't fair." "Not fair?" "That's right. Calling my sister a prostitute. Nobody interested in the truth. All them girls just thrown away like they were sacks of garbage." He wiped his nose with the heel of his hand. "You know who's behind their deaths?" "Herman Stanger." "What do you base that on?" "Herman Stanger tried to have me juged when I was in Angola." "Herman Stanger is a pimp." "That's right." "You telling me a pimp is mixed up with your sister's death, but your sister was not a prostitute? Does that seem like a reasonable conclusion to you?" He turned his face to mine. "Where you been, man?" I propped my hands on my knees, stiffening my arms, my expression blank, waiting for the balloon of anger in my chest to pass. "You asked Captain Thigpen to call me. Why me and not somebody else?" "My cousin told me you was axing around about the girls, but I think you got your head stuffed up your hole." Forgive me if I'm losing patience with this conversation. "There's no money in selling coups no more. Herman Stanger is into meth. You got to come to Mississippi and interview somebody on a road gang to find that out?" I stood up, my gaze focused on neutral space. "I have several photographs here I'd like you to look at. Tell me if you know any of these women." There were 7 photos in my shirt pocket. I removed only 6 of them. He remained seated on the log and went through them one by one. None of the photos was a mugshot. They had been taken by friends or family members using cheap cameras and 1-hour development service. The backdrops were in poor neighborhoods where the residents parked their cars in the yards and the litter in the rain ditches disappeared inside the weeds during the summer and was exposed again during the winter. 2 of the victims were white, 4 were black. Some of them were pretty. All of them were young. None of them looked unhappy. None of them probably had any idea of the fate that awaited them. "They all lived south of the tracks, didn't they?" he said. "That's right. Do you recognize them?" "No, I ain't seen none of them. You ain't shown me my sister's picture." I removed the 7th photo from my pocket and handed it to him. The girl in it had been 17 when she died. She was last seen leaving a dollar store at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. She had a sweet, round face and was smiling in the photograph. Elmore Lacholet cupped the photo in his palm. He stared at it for a long time, then shielded his eyes as though avoiding the sun's glare. "Can I keep it?" he said. "Sorry," I replied. He nodded and returned the photo to me, his eyes moist, his gold Brillo pad of a haircut popping with sweat. "You said you hadn't seen any of the other victims. How did you know they lived south of the tracks?" I said. "That's what I mean when I say you got your head up your ass. If they lived north of the railroad track, y'all would be tearing the state of Louisiana apart to get the man who killed them." Elmore Lacholet was not a likable man. In all probability, he had committed crimes that were worse in nature than those for which he had been punished. But the fact he considered Herman Stanger a cancer indicated, at least to me, that Elmore was still held together by the same glue as the rest of us. Herman Stanger was another matter. Herman Stanger was a man I hated. Maybe less for what he was personally than what he represented, but I hated him just the same, to the degree that I did not want to be armed and alone with him. I said goodbye to Elmore Lacholet. "You ain't going to help out?" he said. "You haven't told me anything that could be considered of investigative value." "Investigative value? Yeah, I like them kind of words. Herman killed a cousin of mine 10 years back. He give her a hot shot and blew her heart out. When he knowed I was on to him, he paid a guy to juke me. Y'all wasn't interested then? Y'all ain't interested now." "I'm sorry for your loss," I replied. "Yeah," he said. Herman was one of those singular individuals for whom there is no adequate categorical description. He had the face of a pixie, his mustache trimmed into tiny black wings on his upper lip, his eyes bright with innocent mischief, the harmless satyr peeking out of the bushes. His physique was hard and lean, his skin stretched tight on his bones and tendons like a meth addict's, though he used drugs rarely and only for recreational purposes. He liked to kick off his clothes by the poolside down to his white silk boxer shorts and sunbathe on a floating air mattress in the middle of his swimming pool, wrap around Ray-Bans on his face, a frozen daiquiri balanced on his stomach, his sunblock trailing off the ends of his fingers, his phallus as pronounced as the wood figure on a sailing ship's prow. The neighbors complained because of the exposure to the children, but Herman literally gave them the finger, hiking it in the air whenever he saw them gazing at him from their windows. Herman Stanger was above convention. Herman Stanger was the iconoclast whose irreverence had made him rich, while the assets of his neighbors drained through a sinkhole called the Recession of 2009. He had acquired his home on Bayou Teche, a faux antebellum 2-story brick structure with twin chimneys, from a black physician who signed over the property for a minimal sum and left town with his wife and children and was never heard from again. Maintenance of the house and grounds ended the day Herman moved in. The hollow wood pillars were eaten by termites. The ventilated green storm shutters hung askew on their hinges. The rain gutters were clogged with pine needles and bled rust down the window frames. The manicured St. Augustine lawn was destroyed by mold and weed infestation and chains of red ant mounds. Herman's Dobermans dug holes in the flower beds and downloaded piles of dog shit on every square inch of dirt they could squat on. I rang the chimes, but no one answered. When I walked around back, I saw him cleaning leaves and pine needles out of the pool with a long pole, wearing Speedos that exposed his crack and his pubic hair. He had the most peculiar coloration I'd ever seen in a human being. It was like black ivory that someone had poured liquefied gold inside. The afternoon sun had already dipped behind the oak trees on the bayou, and his wet hair and the oily glaze on his skin seemed touched with fire. A chicken was turning on a rotisserie over a bed of charcoals, next to a glass-topped table that was inset with an umbrella. In the shade of the umbrella was a cooler, packed with crushed ice and bottles of Mexican and German beer. "It's my man RoboCop," he said. "Sit yourself down, my brother, and open yourself a beer." A striped robe like a Bedouin would wear hung over the back of a canvas chair. I picked it up and threw it at him. "Put it on." "What for?" "Your neighbor's kids are looking through the gate." "You're right. It's starting to cool off," he said. He wrapped the robe around his midriff and tied it like a sarong, his chin tilted up into the breeze. The late sun's yellow glare on the bayou was like a match flame flaring just under the current. "Won't take a swim? I got a suit might fit you." "I need you to look at some photos, Herman." "Them girls over in Jeff Davis Parish that got themselves killed?" "Why would you think that?" "'Cause you always looking for a way to jam me up. 'Cause y'all ain't got nobody else to put it on." "Nobody else has talked to you?" "There ain't been no ink on those girls in 4 months. What's that tell you?" "You have to explain it to me. I'm not that smart." "Give me them pictures," he said, ignoring my statement, his hand upturned. This time it was I who ignored Herman. I laid the photos one by one on a glass tabletop. He waited patiently, an amused light playing in his face. "Do I know them? No. Have I ever seen them? No. Would they be of interest to me? No. Why's that, you ask? 'Cause they're country girls with a serious case of ugly. Don't look at me like that." "Who do you think might have murdered them?" "It ain't a pimp. A pimp don't murder his stable. Check out their families. They probably been killing each other." He glanced at his watch. He was gold and had a black face inset with tiny red stones. "I got people coming over. We true with this?" I lived with my wife Molly, who was a former Catholic nun, in a modest frame house with a peaked tin roof, among live oaks and pecan trees and slash pines and windmill palms on East Main, a half-block from the famous plantation home known as the Shadows. There was rust on the roof and in the rain gutters, and it turned orange and purple in the late afternoon sunset. Our lot was 1 acre in size and part of a historical alluvial floodplain that sloped down to Bayou Teche. Alifair, our adopted daughter, had graduated from Reed College with a degree in psychology, and now had taken off 1 semester from Stanford Law School to rewrite a novel she had been working on for 3 years. I had no doubts about the level of professional success that awaited her, regardless of the field she entered. My concern for Alifair's well-being was much more immediate and without any solution that I could see. In this case, the specific name of the concern was Kermit Abelard, the first man I believed Alifair was actually serious about. "He's coming over here." "Now?" I said. I had just come home from work and had parked my pickup under the porte cochere. She was sitting in the rocker on the veranda wearing a flowery sundress and white shoes, her skin dark with tan, her Indian black hair burned brown on the tips. "What do you have against him, Dave?" "He's too old for you." "He's 33. He calls it his crucifixion year." "I forgot he's also grandiose." "Give it a rest, big guy." "Is the convict coming with him?" She made a face that feigned exasperation. Kermit Abelard, whose family at one time had owned almost half of St. Mary Parish, could not be accused of decadence or living on his family name. He had gone to acting school in New York and had published 3 novels, one of which had been adapted as a film. He had worked in the oil field when he could have been playing tennis and fishing for marlin in the Keys. Unfortunately, his egalitarian attitude sometimes required others to pay a price, as was the case when he encouraged the entire crew on his drilling rig to join the union and got them and himself fired. 2 years past, he had managed to work a parole from the Texas State Penitentiary at Huntsville for a celebrity convict author, a man who had been in and out of reformatories and jails since he was 16. "Have you read The Green Cage?" Alifair asked. "I have. I got it from the library. I didn't buy it." "You don't think it's a brilliant piece of writing?" "Yeah, it is, for reasons the author and his admirers don't seem to understand." She wasn't taking the bait, so I slogged on. "It's a great look inside the mind of a sociopath and narcissist and manipulator. Count the number of times the pronouns I, me, mine, and myself appear in each paragraph." "Somebody must have liked it. Robbie was a finalist in the National Book Awards." "Robbie?" "Argue with someone else, Dave." I looked out at the evening traffic, at the birds gathering in the trees against a mauve-colored sunset. "Want to go for a run?" I said. "I'm going to the park with Kermit. He's reading the revision I did on the last chapter in my novel." I went inside the house. Molly had left a note on the kitchen table to the effect she was in Lafayette and would bring supper home. I changed into my gym shorts and a T-shirt and my running shoes, and in the backyard under the supervision of our warrior cat Snugs and our elderly raccoon Tripod, I did 50 push-ups with my feet propped on a picnic bench, 5 reps of 60-pound curls, 3 reps of military presses, and 100 stomach crunches. It was cool and warm at the same time inside the shade of the trees, and the wind was blowing through the bamboo that separated our property from the next-door neighbors, and wisteria was blooming in big blue and lavender clumps on the side of her garage. I had almost forgotten my worries regarding Alifair and her willingness to trust people she shouldn't. Then I heard Kermit Abelard's black Saab convertible pull into the driveway and a car door open and close. I did not hear it open and close and then open and close again, which meant Kermit Abelard did not get out of his vehicle and approach the gallery and walk Alifair back to the car and open the car door for her. In my view, no one could accuse Kermit Abelard of going out of his way to be a gentleman. I walked to the edge of the backyard so I could see through the porte cochere into the front. Kermit was backing into the street, the top down on his convertible, the dappled shade sliding off the hand-waxed surfaces as though the cooling of the day and the attenuation of the light had been arranged especially for him. Alifair sat next to him on the rolled leather seat. In back was a man whose face I'd seen only on the flap of a book jacket. I jogged for 4 miles, circling twice through the park. At the end of the second lap, I hit it hard toward home, my blood oxygenated now, my breath coming regular, my heart strong, the sweaty glaze on my skin a reminder that once in a while you're allowed to reclaim a libidinal moment or two from your youth. Then I saw Kermit Abelard's Saab parked by the tin pavilion, checkered cloth and newspapers spread on a table, a mound of boiled crawfish and artichokes and corn on the cob piled in the center. I didn't want to stop, but Alifair and her friends Kermit Abelard and the convict author whose name was Robert Weingart had seen me, and now Alifair was waving, her face full of joy and pride. I tried to shine her on, to pretend I was committed to my run and couldn't stop, but under what circumstances do you embarrass your daughter in front of her companions or indulge your enmity toward them at her expense? Or pass her by when perhaps she needs your presence for reasons she may not be able to acknowledge even to herself? I slowed to a walk, wiping my face with the towel I carried. Kermit was a stocky man of medium height, with vascular, short arms and a cleft in his chin. He was built more like a dockhand than a descendant of local aristocracy. The top of his shirt was unbuttoned, his tanned, smooth skin exposed for others to look at. He had wide, square hands and fingers that were blunt on the tips. They were the hands of a working man, but incongruously, the red stone of a Kappa Sigma ring twinkled on his finger. "Come meet Robert, Mr. Robichaud," he said. "I'm pretty overheated. I better not get too close to you guys," I said. Robert Weingart was sitting on top of the wood table, smiling good-naturedly, his alpine-booted feet planted solidly on the bench. He had fine cheekbones, a small mouth, and dark hair that was clipped neatly and wet-combed with a part that created a straight gray line through the scalp. His eyes were hazel and elongated, his cheeks slightly sunken. His hands were relaxed on his knees, his fingers tapered like a pianist's. He conveyed the sense that he was a man with no hidden agenda, with no repressed tensions or problems of conscience. He seemed to be a man at peace with the world. But it was the lack of balance or uniformity in his physiognomy that bothered me. He didn't blink, the way screen actors never blink. His mouth was too small, too quick to smile, his jaw too thin for the size of his cranium. His eyes stayed fastened brightly on mine. I kept waiting for him to blink, but he didn't. "Looks like you've been pouring it on," he said. "Not really. I thought your speed was pretty impressive." "Have I seen you in the movies?" "I don't think so." "You remind me of an actor. I can't call his name to mind." "No, I'm just a scribbler." He got up from the table, extending his hand. "Rob Weingart. It's a pleasure to meet you." "It's not Robbie?" "Just call me Rob if you like." His handshake was boneless, unthreatening, cool and dry to the touch. There was a white shine on his teeth. He picked up a peeled crawfish and put it in his mouth, his cheekbones working slowly, his gaze never leaving my face. He touched at his lips with a paper napkin, his expression as benign as the weather was temperate, a bit like a man thinking of a private joke. "Is there something on your mind I can help you with?" he asked. "I got it. It wasn't an actor. You remind me of Chet Baker," I said. "The musician?" "That's right. A tragic one at that. His addictions ate him alive. You like jazz, Mr. Weingart? Have you done any professional performing? I'm sure I've seen you in a professional capacity." "Let me fix you a plate, Mr. Robichaud," Kermit said. "No, I never was a performer," Robert Weingart said. "Why would you think that?" "I just admire people who can teach themselves not to blink. When a person doesn't blink, you can't read his thoughts. All you see is one undecipherable expression. It's like staring into electrified silk." Alifair's face was burning. "Is my plate ready? I could eat a whale," Robert Weingart said, looking around, suppressing his amusement at the situation that swirled about him. "I can't believe you. Why didn't you punch him in the face while you were at it?" Alifair said to me after she returned home. "That's a possibility," I replied. "What did he do? The man was just sitting there." "He's a mainline recidivist, Alf. Don't be taken in." "Don't call me that stupid name. How can you know somebody 5 seconds and make judgments like that?" "Anybody who's con-wise can spot a dude like that 5 blocks away." "The real problem is you always want to control other people. Instead of being honest about your own self-centered agenda, you go after Kermit's friend." "You're right. I don't know him." "Why do you blame Kermit for what his family may have done? It's not fair to him, Dave, and it's not fair to me." "There's no may have done about it. The Abelards are dictators. If they had their way, we'd all be doing their grunt work for minimum wage, if that." "So what? That doesn't mean Kermit is like the rest of his family. John and Robert Kennedy weren't like their father." "What's with you two? I could hear you all the way out in the driveway," Molly said, coming through the back door, both arms loaded with groceries. "Ask Dave if you can get him to pull his head out of his ass," Alifair said. "That's the second time someone has said that to me today. The other person was a meltdown on a road gang in Mississippi." Molly tried to make it to the counter with the grocery bags, but it was too late. One of them caved and most of our delicatessen supper splattered on the linoleum. That's when Cleet Purcell tapped on the back screen. "Am I interrupting anything?" he said. It was through Cleet Purcell that I had been over in Jeff Davis Parish asking about the 7 girls and young women whose bodies had been found in ditches and swamp areas since 2005. 2 weeks ago, the remains of one of his bale skips were found in the bottom of a recently drained canal, her decomposed features webbed with dried algae, as though she had been wrapped in a sheet of dirty plastic. The pathologist said she had died of massive physical trauma. Perhaps she had been struck by a hit-and-run driver. Perhaps not. Cleet operated a private investigative service out of 2 offices, one on St. Anne in the French Quarter and the other on Main Street, here in New Iberia. At one time, Cleet had been the best cop I ever knew, both as a patrolman and as a detective-grade investigator with the NOPD. But booze and pills and his predilection for damaged women had been his undoing, and he'd been forced to blow the country on a murder beef and hide out in El Salvador and Guatemala, where as a mercenary he got to see the murder of civilians on a scale that was greater than he had seen in Vietnam. Insatiability seemed to have been wired into his metabolism. He fought his hangovers with uppers and vodka and tomato juice and a celery stick and a tumbler of crushed ice, convinced himself that 4 fingers of scotch sheathed in a glass of milk would not harm his liver, and clanked iron daily to compensate for the deep-fried, soft-shell crabs and oyster po' boy sandwiches and gallons of gumbo he consumed on a weekly basis. His courage and his patriotism and his sense of personal honor and his loyalty to his friends had no peer. I never knew a better and braver man. But threaded through all of his virtues was his abiding conviction that he was not worthy of a good woman's love, and that somehow his father, the milkman who had made his son kneel on grains of rice, always stood somewhere close by, his face knotted with disapproval. I walked outside with him, into the coolness of the evening and the wind blowing through the bamboo that grew along the driveway. His skin was inflamed with fresh sunburn, and he was wearing a tropical shirt and mirrored shades that reflected the trees and clouds, and his restored maroon caddy with a starch-white top. He put his arm inside the driver's window and lifted an open can of beer off the dashboard. "What was going on in your kitchen?" "I had some words with a convict writer who hangs out with Alifair's new boyfriend." "This guy, Weingart?" "You know him?" "Not personally. He knocked up a black girl who waits tables at Ruby Tuesday." "How do you know?" "She told me. He's a famous guy. She was impressed. I think he hunts on the game reserve. When they're 19 and haven't been farther away than Lake Charles, it doesn't take a lot to get them to kick off their panties." He drank from his beer. "Why'd you come by?" "My bail skip was 21 years old. She'd had tracks on her arm since she was 13. She deserved something more out of life than being left in a rain ditch with all her bones broken." When I didn't reply, he took off his shades and stared at me. The skin around his eyes looked unnaturally white. "Say it." "Only 3 of 7 dead girls and women are certifiable homicides, Cleet. There's no telling how the others died. Drug overdoses, hit-and-run accidents, suicide, God only knows." "Only 3, huh?" "You know what I meant." "Right," he said. He put his shades back on and got in his caddy, twisting the key hard in the ignition. "Don't leave like this." "Go back inside and fight with your family, Streak. Sometimes you really put me in the dumps." He backed into the street, lighting a cigarette with a Zippo simultaneously, an oncoming vehicle swerving around him, blowing its horn. Cleet started his search for Herman Stanger in New Iberia's old red light district, down Railroad Avenue, where the white girls used to go for $5 and the black girls on Hopkins went for $3. He cruised past the corner hangouts and the old cribs, their windows nailed over with plywood, a drive-by daiquiri store, and rows of unoccupied houses in front of which bagged garbage and junked furniture and split mattresses were stacked 3 feet high. Cleet parked on a corner in front of a paint-peeling shotgun house and waited. It didn't take long to learn that Herman Stanger hung out at the Gatemouth Club in St. Martinsville. Cleet had never seen Herman Stanger, but had heard him described and had no difficulty singling him out. Stanger was sitting with a woman in the shadows at a table under a live oak that was not wrapped with lights. Both ends of the tabletop were covered with burning candles, guttering deep inside their votive containers. The woman was over 30, heavy in the shoulders and arms, her blouse and dress those of a country woman rather than a regular at a juke. Stanger tapped a small amount of white powder from a vial on the web of skin between his thumb and forefinger, then held it up to the woman's nose. She bent forward, closing one nostril, and sniffed it up as quickly as an anteater, her face lighting with the rush. Cleet walked closer. "See, baby, you ain't no cleaning girl I brung up from the quarters in Laurelville. You're a mature woman, done been around and know how the world work. Ain't no man gonna make you do anything you don't want to." The woman's eyes, which had seemed sleepy and amused by Stanger's monologue, wandered off his face to a presence that was now standing behind him. Stanger twisted his head around, the light from the candles flickering on his face, his tiny black mustache flattening under his nostrils. He laughed. "The American Legion Hall down the road," he said. "Couple of your girls stiffed Nig Rosewater and Wee Willie Bimstein for the bail," Cleet said. "I thought you might want to do a righteous deed and direct me to their whereabouts." "Number one, I ain't got no girls. Number two, I ain't no human Google service. Number three—" "Yeah, I got it." Cleet removed his cell phone from his trouser pocket and opened it with his thumb. He looked at the screen as though waiting for it to come into focus. "A state narc friend of mine is sitting out front in my caddy. He's off the clock right now, but for you he might make an exception. You want to take a walk down to the bayou with me or run your mouth some more?" "Look, I ain't give you no trouble. I was talking to my lady friend here," and Cleet pushed the send button on his phone. "All right, man. I ain't in this world to argue. I'll be right back, baby. Order up something nice for us both," Stanger said. Cleet walked down the slope ahead of Stanger, seemingly unconcerned with the matter at hand, glancing up at the stars and across the bayou at the lighted houses on the opposite slope. "So what is this, man? Them two Jews in New Orleans can't run their business without sicking you on me?" Stanger said to Cleet's back. But Cleet didn't reply. He adjusted his pork pie hat on his brow and stared at the dark green dorsal fins of the beam rolling in the water, the carpet of lily pads undulating from their movements. "Hey, you just turned deaf and dumb or something? I've been nice, but I got a short fuse with crackers who think they can wipe their ass on other people's furniture. I ain't intimidated by your size either, man. Have your say or call your narc friend, but you quit fucking with me." "I identified one of the dead girls in Jeff Davis Parish," Cleet said. "The guy who did her broke bones all over her body. Was she one of yours, Herman? How many girls do you have on the stroll over in Jeff Davis?" Stanger snapped his fingers. "RoboCop sent you, didn't he? You got an office up on Maine in New Iberia. You're RoboCop's wind-up for the jobs he can't do himself or he's already fucked up. Let me line it out for you, man. I ain't involved no more in certain kinds of enterprises. I don't know what you think you heard me say to that lady back there, but I'm totally into new kinds of endeavors. Are you listening to me? I don't like talking to somebody's back." Cleet turned around slowly. "I'm all ears." "What you heard me talking about is the St. Jude Project. It's an outreach program to help people nobody else cares about. That's what I'm doing these days. Not pimping off people, not committing no homicides or whatever it is you think I'm doing. Are you hearing me loud and clear on this?" "St. Jude, the patron of the hopeless?" "Hey, big breakthrough. Let your brain keep doing those push-ups. You getting there, man? We done here?" "No. You signed the paperwork on 2 of my bail skips, so under the law you're my collateral. Turn around and place your hands on a tree trunk." Stanger shook his head in exasperation, the pixie-like quality gone from his face, his expression almost genuine, devoid of guile or theatrics. "You making a big fool out of yourself, man. Busting me ain't gonna help no dead girls. Ain't gonna get no money back for them Jews. Ain't gonna make you look better in front of all these people. Grow up. I don't sell nothing to nobody they don't want. How you think I stayed in business all these years? 'Cause I was selling stuff people didn't have no use for? Turn around. Gets to you, don't it? Well, that's the way it ought to be. If you didn't have people like me around, you'd be on welfare. Look around you, man. Are all these people worried about me, or are they worried about you? Who brings the grief into their lives? Go ask them. There was no problem here till you come out that back door. Cleet turned Stanger around and pushed him against a tree, trying to suppress the dangerous urge that had bloomed in his chest. When Stanger turned to face him again, Cleet stiff-armed him between the shoulders. Then he kicked Stanger's feet apart and started patting him down, his face expressionless, trying to ignore the attention he was drawing from up the slope. "What we're talking about here is hypocrisy, man," Stanger said over his shoulder. "I can smell weed on your clothes and coos on your skin. Tell me you ain't had your dick in a black woman. Tell me you ain't been on a pad for them New Orleans Dagos. You can't see past your stomach to tie your shoes, but you think a mail-order badge give you the right to knock around people ain't got no choice except to take it. I wouldn't let you clean my toilet, man. I wouldn't let you pick up the dog shit on my lawn." Cleet's right hand trembled as he pulled his handcuffs free from behind his back. "Take out your cell phone cameras," Stanger called to the crowd that was gathering up the slope. "Check out what this guy is doing. You all seen it. I ain't done nothing." "Shut up," Cleet said. "Fuck you, man. I was in an adult prison when I was 15 years old. Anything you can do to me has already been done, magnified by 10. Then Herman Stanger, his wrist still uncuffed, turned and spat full in Cleet's face. Later, Cleet would not be exactly sure what he did next. He would remember a string of spittle clinging to his face and hair. He would remember Herman Stanger's fingers reaching for his eyes. He would remember the sour surge of whiskey and beer into his mouth and nose. He would remember grabbing Stanger from the back, lifting him high in the air and smashing him into the tree trunk. He knew he fitted his hand around the back of Stanger's neck, and he knew he drove Stanger's face into the bark of the tree. Those things were predictable and not unseemly or uncalled for, but the events that followed were different, even for Cleet. He felt a whoosh of heat on his skin as though someone had opened a furnace door next to his head. His heart was as hard and big as a muskmelon in his chest, hammering against his ribs, bursting with adrenaline, his strength almost superhuman. One hand was hooked through the back of Stanger's belt, the other wrapped deep into the man's neck. He drove Stanger's head and face again and again into the tree trunk while people in the background screamed. Stanger's body felt as light as a scarecrow's in Cleet's hands, the arms flopping like rags with each blow. When Cleet dropped him to the ground, Stanger was still conscious, his face trembling with shock, his nose streaming blood, the split on his forehead ridged up like an orange starfish. Cleet could smell a stench like stagnant water and duck shit, an inflammable liquid bursting alight, and straw and animal hair burning. He wiped Stanger's spittle off his face with his sleeve and pushed through the crowd, stumbling, off balance, a man out of place and time, with no moat or castle to which he could return. I got the phone call from the St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Department at 11:46 p.m. Cleet had been barreling down the two-lane toward the Iberia Parish line when he hit the roadblock. Rather than think it through and let the situation decompress and play out of its own accord, he swung the caddy onto a dirt road and tried to escape through a sugarcane field. The upshot was a blown tire, 40 feet of barbed wire fence tangled under his car frame, and a half-dozen Brahmas headed for Texas. The deputy who had called me was a fellow member of AA, whom I saw occasionally at different meetings in the area. Her name was Emma Pochet, and like me, she had once been with the NOPD and had left the department under the same circumstances, 90 proof and trailing clouds of odium. Even today I had trepidation about Emma, and believed she was perhaps one of those driven creatures who, regardless of 12-step membership, lived one drink and one click away from the big exit. I dressed and drove up the bayou 10 miles to the lockup in the St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Annex, next to the white columned courthouse that had been built on the town square in the 1850s. Emma Pochet met me at the door and walked me down to the holding cell where Cleet had been forcibly transferred. Emma was around 35 and had gold hair and was slightly overweight. Her cheeks always pooled with color, like a North European's rather than a Cajun's. A soft-cover book was stuffed in her back pocket. Cleet looked terrible. He was alone in the cell, sitting on a wood bench, his big arms propped on his kneecaps, staring straight ahead at the wall. He didn't speak or acknowledge my presence. He turned his head sideways, his eyes meeting mine through the bars. The knuckles on his left hand were barked.
Just passing by.
Why'd you bust up Herman Stanger?
He spat on me.
So you had provocation. Why'd you run from the St. Martin guys?
I didn't feel like putting up with their doodah. He paused a moment. I'd been smoking some weed earlier. I didn't want them tearing my caddy apart. They ripped out my paneling once before.
So you wrecked your convertible for them, I thought. On the way out of the annex, I saw Emma Pochet in a small side office reading her book. Your friend quiet down? She said. I'm not sure. Call me again if there's any more trouble. Will do. What are you reading? She held up the cover so I could see it. The Green Cage by Robert Weingart, she said. He's an ex-con who supposedly works with St. Jude's, some kind of self-help group around here. What do they call it? He's hooked up with a rich guy in St. Mary Parish. The local rich guy is Kermit Abelard. Good book, Emma said. Yeah, if you like to get into lockstep with the herd, it'll do the trick, I replied. You're a joy, Streak, she said, and resumed reading. By noon the next day, Cleet had been charged with destroying private property, resisting arrest, and felony assault. I won his bond for $25,000 and drove him back to the motor court on East Main in New Iberia, where he lived in a tan stucco cottage under spreading oaks no more than 30 yards from Bayou Teche. He showered and shaved and put on fresh slacks and a crisp shirt, and I drove him to Victor's cafeteria and bought him a huge lunch and a pitcher of iced tea. He ate with a fork in one hand and a piece of bread in the other, his hat tilted forward, his skin lustrous with the energies that burned inside him. How you feel? I asked.
Fine. Why shouldn't I be? He replied. I need to rent a car and get back to my office and talk to my insurance man.
Why is it I think you're not going to do that at all? Why is it I think you've got Herman Stanger in your bomb sights? The cafeteria was crowded and noisy, the sound rising up to the high 19th century stamped tin ceiling. Cleet finished chewing a mouthful of fried pork chop and mashed potatoes and swallowed. He spoke without looking at me, his eyes intense with thought.
Stanger set me up and I took the bait. He'll be filing civil suit by the end of the day, he said. I'm going to take Stanger down with or without you, Dave.
I paused before I spoke again. I could leave Cleet to his own devices and let him try to resolve his troubles on his own. But you don't let your friends down when they're in need. And you don't abandon a man who once carried you down a fire escape with 2 bullets in his back. Robert Weingart may be hooked up with this St. Jude project, I said. At least that's the impression I got from Emma Pochet.
Weingart works with Stanger?
I'm not sure of that, I said. Cleet wiped his mouth with his napkin and drank from his iced tea, pushing his half-eaten lunch away.
Does the St. Jude project have an office hereabouts?
Not exactly. Want to take a little trip back into the good old days? I said. I had called ahead and been told by Kermit Abelard that he would be genuinely happy if I would come to his home. I did not ask about his friend Robert Weingart, the convict author, nor did I mention the reason for my visit, or that I would be bringing Cleet Purcell with me, although I doubted if any of these things would have been of concern to him. I did not like Kermit dating my daughter, but I could not say he was a fearful or deceptive man. My objections to him were his difference in age from Alifaire's, and that he was an experienced man in the ways of the world, and a great part of that experience came from the exploitive enterprises with which the Abelards had long been associated. The interior of the house was dark, the furnishings out of the Gilded Age, the light fixtures glowing dimly inside their dust. The carpet was old and too thin for the hardwood floor, and I could feel the rough grain of the timber through my shoes. Cleet touched his nose with the back of his wrist and cleared his throat. "Something wrong, Mr. Purcell?" Kermit asked.
"I have allergies," Cleet replied.
"I've fixed some drinks for us and a cold Dr. Pepper or two and a snack if you'd like to come out on the sun porch," Kermit said. I saw Cleet gazing out the side door onto the sun porch, trying to hide a smile. "What is it I can help you all with?" Kermit said. "Is your friend Robert Weingart here?" I said. "He's just getting out of the shower. We were splitting wood on the lawn. I'm glad you came out, Mr. Robichaud. I think so highly of Alifair. She's a great person. I know you're proud of her." He was patronizing and presumptuous, but nevertheless I wondered if I hadn't been too hard on him. If indeed, as Cleet had suggested, I'd had my own agenda when I'd brought Cleet to the Abelard home. When Kermit was only a teenager, his parents had disappeared in a storm off Bimini. Their sail yacht had been found a week later on a sunny day, floating upright in calm water, the canvas furled, the hull and deck clean and gleaming. I suspected that regardless of his family's wealth, life had not been easy for Kermit Abelard as a young man. Then I realized that I was being stared at, in a fashion that is not only invasive, but fills you with a sense of moral culpability, as though somehow through a lapse of manners you have invited the disdain of another. Kermit's grandfather, Timothy Abelard, was sitting in a wheelchair no more than 10 feet away, a black female nurse stationed behind him. 8 or 9 years ago he had become a recluse, without ever offering a public explanation of his infirmity. Some people said he'd developed an inoperable tumor in the brain. Others said he'd been dragged by his horse during an electric storm. His skin was luminescent from the absence of sunlight. "Hi, Pepper. Do you want to join us?" Kermit said. But Timothy Abelard's eyes did not leave my face. They had the intensity of a hawk's, and like a hawk's, they did not occupy themselves with thoughts about good or evil or the distinction between the two. He was well-groomed, his hair thin and combed like strands of bronze wire across his pate. His smile could be called kindly and deferential, even likable, in the way we want old people to be wise and likable. But the intrusive nature of his gaze was unrelenting. "How are you, sir?" I said. "I know you, or I think I do. What's your name?" he said. "Dave Robichaud from the Iberia Sheriff's Department," I said. "You investigating a crime, sir?" he said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "I had some questions about the St. Jude project." "That's a new one on me. What is it?" he said. "I guess that makes 2 of us," I said. "Do you remember my father?" His name was Aldou Robichaud, but everyone called him Big Aldou. "He was in the oil business?" "He was a derrick man. He died in an offshore blowout." "I'm forgetful sometimes. Yes, I do remember him. He was an extraordinary man in a fist fight. He took on the whole bar at Provost one night." "That was my father," I replied. "You say he was killed on a rig?" "Yes, sir." "I'm sorry," he said, as though the event were yesterday. I waited for Kermit to introduce Cleet, but he didn't. "Miss Jewel, would you get Pepper ready to go to Lafayette? He's having dinner with friends this evening. I'll have the car brought around." "Yes, sir," the nurse said. "Come on, Dave, let's go out here on the porch," Kermit said, jiggling his fingers at me using my first name, showing some of the imperious manner that I associated with his background. I was beginning to wonder if my earlier sympathies with him had been misplaced. Entering the sun porch was like stepping into another environment, one that was as different from the interior of the house as a sick ward is from a brightly lit fairground on a summer evening. The windows on the porch were paneled with stained glass designs of bluebirds and parrots, kneeling saints, chains of camellias and roses and orchids, unicorns and satyrs at play, a knight in red armor impaling a dragon with a spear. The western sunlight shining through the panels created a stunning effect, like shards of brilliant color splintering apart and reforming themselves inside a kaleidoscope. "Sorry to be late for our little repast," Robert Weingart said behind me. He was wearing sandals, and a terry cloth robe that was cinched tightly around his rib cage. His hair wet and freshly combed, his small mouth pursed in an expression that I suspected was meant to indicate sophistication and long experience with upscale social situations. Kermit introduced Cleet to him, but Cleet did not shake hands, nor did I. The glass-topped table was set with placemats and tiny forks and spoons and Dimitas cups and bowls of crawfish salad, hot sauce, veined shrimp, dirty rice, and soft-crusted fried eggplant. 2 dark green bottles of wine were shoved deep in a silver ice bucket alongside 2 cans of Dr. Pepper. Neither Cleet nor I sat down. "Well, time waits for no man," Robert Weingart said, sitting down by himself. He dipped a shrimp in red sauce and bit into it, then began reading a folded newspaper that had been in the pocket of his robe as though the rest of us were not there. "You know Herman Stanger?" I asked Weingart. "Can't say I've heard of him," he replied, not looking up from his paper. "That's funny. Herman says he's working for the St. Jude Project," I said. "That's your group, isn't it?" Weingart looked up. "No, not my group. It's a group I support." "I'm familiar with Herman Stanger, Dave," Kermit said. "He doesn't work for St. Jude, but I've had conversations with him and tried to earn his trust and show him there's a better way to do things. We've gotten 2 or 3 of his girls out of the life and into treatment programs. You see a problem in that?"
Herman has his own problem right now. I broke his sticks at the Gatemouth Club in St. Martinville. He's in a hospital right now. You could drop by Iberia General and chat him up."
"Your sarcasm isn't well taken, Mr. Purcell," Kermit said. "You attacked Herman?"
"Your man spat in my face."
"He's not my man, sir."
"Is he your man?" Cleet said to Robert Weingart.
"I don't know what you're talking about, my friend," Weingart replied.
"There's something wrong with the words I use? You can't quite translate them? How about taking the cornbread out of your mouth before you say anything else?"
Weingart put away his paper and unfolded a thick linen napkin and spread it on his lap. His robe had fallen open, exposing the thong he was wearing. Cleet sniffed again, as though he were coming down with a cold. He looked back at the doorway into the interior of the house.
"You have rats?"
"No, not to my knowledge," Kermit said. "Mr. Purcell, no one meant to offend you, but what we're hearing is a bit of a shock. The St. Jude Project isn't connected with Herman Stanger, no matter what he's told you." "We're glad to hear that, Kermit," I said. "But why would you be talking with a man like Stanger to begin with? You think he's going to help you take his prostitutes off the street?" "I've spoken with Alifair regarding some of these things. I thought maybe she had talked with you. She's expressed a willingness to help out." "You trying to involve my daughter with pimps and hookers? You telling me this to my face?" Kermit shook his head, nonplussed, swallowing. "I'm at a loss. I respect you, Mr. Robichaud. I respect your family. I'm very fond of Alifair." I could feel my moorings starting to pull loose from the dock. "You're almost 10 years older than she is. Older men don't have fond in mind when they home in on younger women."
"Why don't I walk outside with Mr. Weingart and let you all talk?" Cleet said.
Inside my head, I saw an image of hurricane warning flags flapping in a high wind. Weingart rested his fingertips on a tabletop, his lips pursed, his cheeks slightly sunken, every hair on his head neatly in place. He seemed to be thinking of a private joke, his eyes lighting, a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. "What would you like to do on our little stroll?" "Robbie, don't do this," Kermit said. "I just wondered what the big fella had in mind. He looks like a gelatinous handful." I saw the crinkles around Cleet's eyes flatten, the blood draining from the skin around his mouth. But he surprised me.
"Time to DD, Streak," he said.
The phone rang at shortly after 2 in the morning. The caller sounded drunk and black and belligerent. I told him he must have misdialed and started to hang up on him. "No, I got the right number. Elmore said to call you. He's got to talk to you again, the caller said. You talking about Elmore Latulay, who's in prison in Mississippi? Yeah, I was in there with him. I got out yesterday. So you stopped by a bar and got loaded and decided to call me up in the middle of the night? I don't mean no kind of disrespect, but I'm going out of my way to make this call. Elmore seen a picture of a white guy in the newspaper. He said he was sure this white guy had been around his sister's house. What's the significance of the white guy? I said. Again, I ain't meaning to disrespect you, but Elmore's sister was Bernadette. She was killed. And Scott told Bernadette he was going to make her and her grandmother rich. She come to visit Elmore in jail, and she showed Elmore a picture of her and this white guy together. He's a famous guy, maybe a great humanitarian or something like that. Maybe he's been in the movies, I ain't sure. Elmore thinks Herman Stanger killed his sister. What's the white guy got to do with anything? Elmore says the white guy knows Herman. I gotta take a leak, man. You got what you need? Give me your name. I'll meet you tomorrow in a place of your choosing. Looky here. Elmore said send you a kite. That's what I done. Elmore showed the picture to Captain Thigpen and asked him to call you again. You ain't had no call from Captain Thigpen, have you? No. 'Cause Captain Thigpen ain't gonna be helping a black man on his road gang to bring down a rich white man. In the meantime, Elmore is going crazy in there. He keeps saying nobody cares about his sister. He said he's got to get out and find the people that cut her throat. She's just 17. That's what he keeps saying over and over. She was just 17. At this point, I expected the caller to hang up. He had probably told me all he knew and was obviously tired, in need of a restroom, and wanting another drink. Looky, the reason Elmore asked me to call you and not somebody else is simple, the caller said. You said you were sorry for his loss. Ain't none of the hacks told him that, but you did. I told Elmore he better quit doing what he's doing or they gonna cool his ass out. But Elmore ain't a-listening. I went to work early the next morning, determined not to be drawn into problems outside my jurisdiction. But I could not get my 2 a.m. caller off my mind. In my wallet, I found the cell phone number of Captain Jimmy Darrell Thigpen and punched it into my desk phone. My call went instantly to voicemail. I left a message. By 11 a.m., I had not received a reply. I tried again. At 3 in the afternoon, I tried again. This time, he picked up, but he offered no explanation for not having returned my earlier calls. Is this about Latulay? He said. Yes, sir. I had a call last night from a man who says Latulay has some new information regarding his sister's homicide. How does a convict on a brush gang come up with new information? Isn't it about time to give this a rest, Mr. Robichaud? Can I talk with Latulay? You want me to put a Negro inmate on my cell phone? Or you can have him call me collect on a landline. He's in lockup. I hope this is the last conversation we have on the subject. We can't promise that, Cap. We were hoping to get your cooperation. Who is we? He said. Then the line went dead. Through my open door, I saw the sheriff, Helen Swallow, pass in the corridor. She came back and propped one arm on a jamb. She was a trim, firm-bodied woman, attractive in an androgynous way, her expressions often enigmatic, as though she were vacillating between two lives even while she was looking into your face. She stepped inside the office and closed the door behind her, then sat down on the corner of my desk. She was wearing tan slacks and a pink shirt, and her gun belt and half-top brown suede boots. Cleet is in a lot of trouble, Dave, but this time he's not going to drag his problems into our workday, got me? She said. I interviewed a convict in Mississippi who said Stanger is mixed up with the homicides in Jeff Davis Parish. When did you go to Mississippi? When I took those 2 days vacation time. She lifted a strand of hair out of her eyes. What are we going to do with you, Bwana? 2 days passed, and I began to think less and less about the deaths of the women in Jefferson Davis Parish. The absence of news coverage about their deaths and the general lack of fear or outrage that their deaths should have provoked may seem bizarre or symptomatic of inhumanity among our citizenry. On Wednesday, just before quitting time, Helen came into my office with a back section of the Baton Rouge Advocate folded in her hand. "What was the name of the convict you interviewed in Mississippi?" "Elmore Latoulet." "I shouldn't do this." "Do what?" "Help you drag somebody else's problem into our workload." She dropped the newspaper on my desk pad. I picked up the paper and read the story. It was 4 paragraphs in length. It was the kind of news story that any journalist or educated cop instantly recognizes as one that replicated a press handout or a statement made by a public information officer rather than an account based on an eyewitness interview. It was written in the passive voice and avoided specifics other than the fact that Elmore Latoulet, a man with a long criminal history, had been shot to death when he stole a pistol from a prison vehicle and threatened to kill a prison guard. Latoulet was a check writer and a bigamist and a thief. I don't see this guy threatening prison personnel with a stolen firearm. Pops, let the state of Mississippi deal with it. So why bring me the news story? Because you have a right to see it. That doesn't mean you have a right to act on it. You brought it to me because you know this story sucks. Oh, boy. Listen, Helen. She walked out the door, shaking her head, probably more at herself than at me. In the morning, I used the Google search mechanism on the department computer to find a photograph that evidently Elmore Latoulet had seen in a newspaper. It took a while since I had no cross-references except the mention by Elmore Latoulet's convict buddy that the man in the photo was white and a famous humanitarian. I then entered the name of Kermit Aloysius Abelard. The article and photograph I found had been published 2 weeks ago on the business page of a Mississippi newspaper. But the article was less about Kermit than his co-speaker at a civic gathering in Jackson, the state capital. The co-speaker was Leighton Blanchette, one of those iconic, antithetically mixed personalities the American South has produced unrelentingly since Reconstruction. In the photograph, Kermit was seated at the speaker's table, his face turned up attentively toward Blanchette, who stood at the podium, his size and power and visceral energy as palpable in the photo as it was in real life. The cut line below the photo stated, "Self-made investment tycoon shares vision of a nation shifting its energy needs from oil to biofuels." Leighton had grown up in the little town of Washington, Louisiana, in St. Landry Parish, during an era when the sheriff and his political allies ran not only the gambling joints in the parish, but one of the most notorious brothels in the South, known simply as Margaret's. His parents, like mine, were illiterate Cajuns and spoke almost no English and picked cotton and broke corn for a living. Leighton attended trade school and business college in Lafayette and sold burial insurance door to door in black neighborhoods and pots and pans in blue-collar Cajun neighborhoods. He also managed to get his customers' signatures on loan company agreements that charged the highest interest rates possible under the law. Later, he worked at lower levels of law enforcement in both Lafayette and Iberia parishes, which was when I met him. Even then, I felt Leighton was less interested in a particular line of work than in determining where the sources of power and wealth lay inside a society, not unlike a blind man feeling his way through an unfamiliar room. His singular gift was his ability to listen to every word people said to him, his blue eyes charged with energy and goodwill and curiosity, all in a way that was not feigned, his assimilation of other people's experience and knowledge, an ongoing epistemological osmosis. He never showed anger or irritability. His square jaw and big teeth and radiant smile seemed inseparable. I never doubted that Leighton Blanchette was on his way up, but no one could have guessed how high. Leighton owned a bank in Mississippi, a savings and loan company in Houston, a second home in Naples, Florida, and a condominium in Vail. But the center of his life, perhaps his visual testimony to the success his humble birth normally would have denied him, was the restored antebellum home where he lived on a bend in Bayou Teche just outside Franklin. Before quitting time, I called his house and asked if I could see him. "Drive on down, I'll put a steak on the grill," he said. "You still off the Kickapoo juice? I always admired the way you handled your problem, Dave. I didn't catch the issue. What was that again?" "I thought you might be able to help me with some questions I have about a couple of local guys." "I'll tell Carolyn you're on your way." "Leighton, I can't eat. My wife is preparing a late dinner." 45 minutes later, he met me at his front door, wearing a muscle shirt and tennis shoes and beltless slacks that hung low on his hips. His swollen deltoids and his flat-plated chest and the slabs on his shoulders were like those of a man 30 years his junior. "Dave, you look great," he said. Before I could reply, he called into the interior of the house. "Hey, Carolyn, Dave's here. Start those ribeyes I laid out." "I have to head back home in a few minutes. I apologize for bothering you during supper time." "Who are those guys you have questions about?" "Kermit Abelard and Robert Weingart." "I wouldn't say I know Kermit Abelard well, but I do know him. I never heard of the other guy." "He's a celebrity ex-convict. He wrote a book called—" "Yeah, I remember now. One of those books about how the world dumped on the author by making him rich." "You and Kermit are doing presentations on biofuels?" Leighton was still seated on the bench. His knees spread. He pulled at an earlobe. "Not exactly. Are you asking about the talk I gave in Jackson?" "I saw something about it in the newspaper." "Yeah, Kermit Abelard was there. But I'm not making the connections here. What are we talking about?" He sneaked a glance at his wristwatch. "You ever hear of the St. Jude Project?" "In New Orleans? I thought Katrina shut down all the welfare projects." I didn't know whether he was being cynical or not. "Kermit Abelard never talked to you about the St. Jude Project?" "Dave, I just said I've never heard of it. Hey, Carolyn, you got the meat on the fire." "You ever hear of Herman Stanger?" "No, who is he?" "A pimp and a dope dealer." "I haven't had the pleasure. Before we go any farther with this, how about telling me what's really on your mind?" 7 dead girls in Jeff Davis Parish. Leighton's hands were resting in his lap. He gazed at the back lawn. "I'm not up on homicides in Jeff Davis Parish," Leighton said. "Kermit Abelard is mixed up in something like that." "I was wondering why Kermit is doing biofuel presentations with you." "He's interested in saving the environment and rebuilding the coastline. He's a bright kid. I get the sense he likes to be on the edge of new ideas. You drove all the way down here about Kermit Abelard? He's a pretty harmless young guy, isn't he? Jesus Christ, life must be pretty slow at the department." "You know the Abelard family well?" "Not really. I respect them, but we don't have a lot in common." "Why do you respect them? Their history of philanthropy?" "You go to a lot of meetings?" Leighton asked. "Sometimes. Why?" "I've heard that when alcoholics quit drinking, they develop obsessions that work as a substitute for booze. That's why they go to meetings. No matter how crazy these ideas are, they stay high as a kite on them so they don't have to drink again." "I was admiring your stained glass." "It came from a Scottish temple or church or something." "With unicorns and satyrs on it?" "You got me. The architect stuck it in there." "Dave, a conversation with you is like petting a porcupine." "Ah, Carolyn, with a cold beer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You got some iced tea or a soft drink for Dave?" His wife, Carolyn Blanchet, wore a halter and blue jeans and Roman sandals. She had platinum hair and the thick shoulders of a competitive tennis player. She had grown up in Lake Charles and had been a cheerleader and varsity tennis player at LSU. Now, 20 years down the road and a little soft around the edges, the flesh starting to sag under her chin, she still looked good, on the court and off, at mixed doubles or at a country club dance. Her laugh was husky, sometimes irreverent, perhaps even sybaritic, the kind you hear in educated Southern women who seem to signal their willingness to stray if the situation is right. I'm so happy you can have dinner with us, Dave. How's Molly? She's fine, but I can't stay. I'm sorry if I gave that impression, I said. I heard you talking about Kermit Abelard. Did you read his last novel? No, I haven't had the chance. It's beautiful, she said. It's about the Civil War and Reconstruction in this area. He's gone out with my daughter from time to time. I've never met him, but his father gave Leighton the stained glass up there. At sunrise it fills the room with every color of the rainbow. I think the architect got that from Mr. Abelard, Carolyn. Mr. Abelard didn't give that directly to us, Leighton said. Yes, that's what I meant. I'd better go now, I said. Leighton sipped from his beer, taking my measure. Sorry you can't eat with us. You're missing out on a fine piece of beef. He laid his arm across his wife's shoulders and squeezed her against him, his eyes as bright as a butane flame, the sweat stain in his armpit inches from his wife's cheek. On Saturday morning, I drove to the rural community south of Jennings, where Bernadette Lachelet had lived with her grandmother. It had been raining hard for 2 hours. The ditches in the entire neighborhood were brimming with water and floating trash, the fields sodden, the sky gray from horizon to horizon. The home of Bernadette Lachelet was wood frame, with fresh white paint and a peaked tin roof, set up on cinder blocks inside a grove of pecan trees and water oaks that had not yet gone into leaf. On the gallery were chalk animals of a kind given as prizes at carnivals, and coffee cans planted with begonias and petunias. I picked up a paper bag off the seat that contained 2 books I had bought earlier that morning at Barnes & Noble in Lafayette. The grandmother invited me in, holding the screen with one arm as I entered. She was a big, overweight woman, obviously in poor health. She waddled as she returned to the couch where she had been sitting as though she were on board a ship. When she sat down, she pressed the flat of her hand against her bosom, wheezing. I'm supposed to be breathing my oxygen, but sometimes I try to get by without it, she said. I'm very sorry about your granddaughter's death, Miss Lachelet. I'm also sorry about the death of your grandson, Elmore, I said. I interviewed him in Mississippi. Later he sent me a message about a photograph he'd seen in a newspaper. Elmore believed the man in the photograph was the same man who had told Bernadette he was going to make you and her rich. Did somebody tell you all that? That somebody was going to make you rich? I didn't hear nothing about that, me, Mrs. Lachelet said. It don't sound right. I was sitting on a wood chair on the opposite side of a coffee table from her. I removed the 2 books I had bought and showed her the jacket photo on Kermit Abelard's novel about the Civil War and Reconstruction in Louisiana. Do you know this man? I asked. She leaned over the book and brushed at the photo with her fingers as though removing a glaze from it. Who is he? A writer who lives in St. Mary Parish. I don't know him. Look again. This is the man Elmore recognized in a newspaper photograph. He said Bernadette had had her picture taken with him. She showed it to Elmore when she visited him in jail. I ain't never seen him. I pulled out the flap on my copy of The Green Cage and showed her the author photo. She looked at it for a long time. She tapped her finger on it. That one I know, she said. You do? From where? He was with a black man. The 2 of them was in the store buying some boudin. The white man wanted it warmed up, but the micro was broke and he was complaining about it. He wasn't from around here. He sounded like he was from up north. He said, I understand why y'all say thank God for Mississippi. He said he liked the people standing around him didn't have ears or feelings. Who was the black man? I ain't seen him before. He had a little mustache like a little black bird under his nose. He was wearing a pink tie and a brown suit with stripes in it, what a downtown man would wear. Why would anyone tell your granddaughter he was going to make you all rich, Mrs. Latulay?" "That's why I said it don't make sense. I own this house, but it ain't worth a lot. Bernadette inherited 7 arpents of land from her father. It's part of a rice field down south of us. Maybe somebody wanted to buy it a while back, but I don't remember. She wasn't going to sell it, though. She said she was going to save the bears." "The bears?" "That's the way Bernadette talked. She was always dreaming about saving things, being a part of some kind of movement, being different from everybody else. I told her them 7 arpents was for her to go to college. She said she didn't need no money to go to college. She'd won a scholarship to UL in Lafayette. She was going to be a nurse." I talked to the grandmother for another 15 minutes but got nowhere. The grandmother was not only afflicted with emphysema, but was on kidney dialysis. Her life had been one of privation and hardship and loss, to the degree that she seemed to think of suffering as the natural state of humankind. The one bright prospect in her life had been taken from her. That evening I hooked my boat trailer to my truck and picked up Cleet Purcell at his motor court, and in the sunset drove the 2 of us up Bayou Teche to Henderson's swamp. The water in the swamp was high and flat, the islands of willow and cypress trees backlit by a molten sun, the carpets of floating hyacinths undisturbed by any fish that would normally be feeding at the end of day. No other boats were on the water. In the silence we could hear the rain ticking out of the trees and the whirring sound of automobile tires on the elevated highway that traversed the swamp. I doubted we would catch any fish that evening, but if possible, I wanted to get Cleet out of his funk and his conviction that he was going to prison. The problem was I thought that perhaps this time his perceptions were correct. I told him of my visit to the home of Bernadette Latulay's grandmother. I also told him she had recognized the photo of Robert Weingart and that she had seen him with a black man who had a small mustache and wore a suit and a pink tie. Cleet flung a small spinner baited with a wriggler on the edge of the lily pads, his skin rosy in the waning light.
"You think the black dude was Herman Stanger?"
The grandmother said he looked like a downtown man. She even said his mustache looked like a little black bird under his nose.
"What's this stuff about 7 arpents of land?"
"It sounds like part of an undivided estate of some kind. Cleet, maybe the Latulay girl was just randomly abducted. Maybe her death doesn't have anything to do with Stanger or Robert Weingart. She was walking past a bar in broad daylight and then she was gone. Maybe the wrong guy came out of the bar at the wrong time and offered her a ride. Maybe Bernadette Latulay's death doesn't have anything to do with the deaths of the other victims."
"My money is still on Stanger," he said.
"What are you looking at?" I said.
"That boat out in the channel. Somebody is using binoculars on us. There. See the light glint on the lenses?"
I looked back toward the landing. In the gloom, I could barely make out a man's figure seated in the stern of a speedboat. Then I saw him lean over and dip his hand into the water and begin retrieving his anchor from the mud. Across the water, we could hear the dull thunk of the anchor clank in the bottom of the boat, then the buzzing sound of the electric starter turning over. The man in the speedboat pointed the bow directly toward us and opened the throttle, a frothy yellow wake fanning out behind him. The driver made a wide circle and approached us so the sun was at his back and shining directly into our eyes. Cleet pulled his right trouser leg up over his sock, exposing the Hideaway .25 that was Velcro strapped to his ankle. The man in the speedboat cut his gas feed and drifted toward us, his boat rising on its own wake. "One of you guys named Dave Robichaux?" he asked. His face was lit with an idiot's grin. "What do you want?" I said.
"I want to know if I found the right man, the man I've been sent to find."
"You found me."
"My name is Vida Perkins."
His tan looked like it had been induced with chemicals or acquired in a salon. His shoulders were narrow, and his dark hair oiled and conked on top and mowed into the scalp above his ears. exposing a strawberry birthmark that bled down the back of his neck. But it was his eyes that caught your attention. They were pale blue and did not go with the rest of his face. They seemed to have no pupils and contained the kind of lidless inner concentration that anybody who is con-wise immediately recognizes. In every stockade, prison, or work camp, there is at least one inmate no one deliberately goes near. "Man up at the bait shop sent me out here. Your daughter called, Mr. Robichaux. She said there was an emergency at your house." "Say that again," I replied. "That's all I know. Sounded like a fire or something. I can't be sure. He said something about an ambulance." "Who said?" I asked. "The man up at the bait shop. I just told you." He killed a mosquito on his neck, lifted it from his palm with 2 fingers, and dropped it into the water. I pulled out my cell phone and opened it. There was no service. "Were you in the bait shop when the call came in?" "As a matter of fact, I was. This fella took the call at the counter. He said something about paramedics. Or the voice over the phone said something about paramedics. I didn't get it all. If it was me, I'd haul freight on up there and see what the deal is." Then he opened up his speedboat and rocketed across the bay, troweling a wide arc by the pilings under the highway. The owner of the bait shop knew nothing of an emergency call. He also said the man in the speedboat had not been in his shop and had not used his concrete ramp to put his boat in the water. I used the bait shop phone to call home. Alifair answered. "Is everything okay there?" I said. "We're fine. Why wouldn't we be?" "Cleet and I are running a little late. I was just checking in." "Something happened?" she said. "You ever hear of a guy named Vida Perkins?" "No. Who is he?" "A meltdown I ran into. Don't let anybody in the house till I get home." "What's going on, Dave?" "I wish I knew." Early Sunday morning, I went to the office and put through a priority request with the National Crime Information Center for everything they had on Robert Weingart and the man who had given his name as Vida Perkins. The electronic files and photographs that downloaded on my screen contained more information than I wanted or could possibly sort through. Perkins and Weingart had both been at the Texas State Penitentiary in Huntsville at the same time. Whether they knew each other was a matter of conjecture. Perkins had served time in Alabama and Florida as well as Texas. Before Weingart went down for armed robbery in Texas, he had been arrested 11 times in Nevada, California, and Oregon, starting when he was 16 years old. When he was 19, Vida Perkins had been a suspect in an apartment house arson that killed 3 people, one of them a child. Actually, the only surprise in the electronic files I downloaded was Weingart's date of birth. He looked no older than 30, but he was actually 52. Either he shared much in common with Dorian Gray, or he had undergone a very good facelift. Monday morning, I went into Helen Swallow's office with printouts of both men's rap sheets. I told her about my encounter with Vida Perkins at Henderson Swamp and the lie he had told me about an emergency at my house. "Where's Perkins now?" she said. "He has a rental house on Old Jondrette Road." "How'd you find him?" She was sitting behind her desk, her hands spread on top of the 2 rap sheets, her expression neutral. "Call information and ask for new listings." "You think he's delivering a warning on behalf of Robert Weingart?" "Yeah, I do." She stood up and looked at me, thinking thoughts whose nature I could only guess at, her eyes not really seeing me. "The thread on this is going to lead back to the Abelard house in St. Mary Parish, isn't it?" she said. "If it does, it's because the Abelards are up to doing what they do best, screwing their fellow man." She blew her breath up into her face. "Bring the cruiser around. Don't make me regret this, Pops." We drove down Old Jondrette Road through sugarcane acreage and meadowland, the wind riffling Bayou Teche in the sunlight, the rain ditches on either side of us littered with trash of every kind. We passed through a rural slum, then an experimental farm operated by the state, and rounded a bend where an old cemetery stood in a shady grove. The whitewashed crypts sunk at odd angles into the softness of the earth. Up ahead, just before the drawbridge, I could see Alice Plantation, built in 1796, and farther on a second antebellum home, one that is arguably among the most beautiful in the Deep South. Across the drawbridge stood a trailer slum that looked like it was transported from Bangladesh and reconstructed on the banks of Bayou Teche. The house where Vida Perkins had taken up residence was located back in a grove of slash pines and cedar trees and offered a fine view of the economic juxtaposition that has always defined the culture in which I grew up. His speedboat was parked on its trailer under a porte-cochere, the trailer hitched to a pale blue paint-skinned pickup truck. In back, I could hear a radio playing and the sound of a rake being scraped across leaves and dirt. Helen and I walked into the backyard and saw a little black girl sitting in a swing that hung from a pecan tree. Vida Perkins was hefting up great piles of leaves and pine needles and dumping them into an oil barrel that boiled with smoke. He was bare-chested, and his skin was networked with rivulets of sweat, even though the morning was still cool. The little girl wore a pinafore and tiny patent leather shoes powdered with dust. She was eating half of an orange popsicle, watching us curiously. Perkins squinted at Helen and me through the smoke, as though he couldn't recognize me or guess the nature of our visit. Then he pointed at me good-naturedly. "Mr. Robichaux, was everything okay at your house?" "What was your purpose in trying to alarm me, Mr. Perkins?" I said. "I didn't do no such thing. No, sir," he said, shaking his head. But it was obvious that he was less interested in me than he was in Helen. His gaze kept drifting to her, as though he were sneaking a look at a carnival attraction. "I'm Sheriff Swallow. Filing a false police report is a felony in the state," she said. A grin spread across his face. "A false police report? That's a good one. You're trying to play a prank on me?" "You told a sheriff's detective about an emergency that didn't exist," she said. "Are you saying you didn't do that?" "If the emergency didn't exist, that's not my fault. I was told by the man up on the levee to carry a message to Mr. Robichaux. Tell me the crime in that." "Except the man up at the bait shop denies even seeing you," Helen said. "Did I say which man give me the message? I most certainly did not. Maybe this fellow was some kind of jokester. Y'all want a cold drink or a popsicle?" "You a friend of Robert Weingart?" she asked. "The writer? I know who he is. Is he living nearabouts now?" "He was in Huntsville the same time you were. You never buddied around with him?" she said. "I spend most of my free time at Huntsville in the chapel or the library." "Who's the little girl?" Helen asked. "Her mother cleans for me. They're from right up the road where all those trailers at." Helen went over to the swing. "Is your mommy home?" she said to the little girl. "She's at work. Why'd she leave you here?" "Mr. Vida took me to buy clothes." "Is somebody else at home right now?" "My auntie." "I want you to wait out front for us. We need to talk with Mr. Vida. We'll drive you home in a few minutes. You're not to come back here again unless your mother is with you." Helen waited until the little girl had left the yard. "Here are the rules," she said. "You don't get near any children in this parish. If you try to harass a member of my department, if you look cross-eyed at somebody on the street, if you spit on a sidewalk, if you throw a gum wrapper out a car window, I'm going to turn your life into an exquisite agony." He leaned on his rake, the sweat on his ridged stomach running into the waistband on his underwear. "No, you won't," he said. "Check my jacket. On my last jolt, I went out max time. I did 27 months chopping cotton under the gun just so I wouldn't have some twerp of a P.O. telling me what I could and couldn't do. You got no say in my life, Sheriff, 'cause I ain't broke no laws, and I don't plan to either. Empty wagons always make the loudest rattle. Perkins' denim shirt was spread on the surface of a spool table. On top of his shirt he had placed his sunglasses, gold watch, cigarettes, and cell phone. I rolled them all in the shirt and tied it in a ball with the sleeves and dropped it into the flames. The denim burst to light and sank with its contents into the fire. "Welcome to Louisiana, Mr. Perkins. I love your place," I said. That afternoon, an elderly cane farmer 10 miles outside of New Iberia had been harrowing a field that was bordered by a coulee and a hedgerow of persimmon and gum trees. The breeze was warm and drowsy, and he felt himself nodding off in a tractor seat. Up ahead, a flock of crows clattered into the air. The wind shifted out of the south, and an odor struck his nostrils that made his throat clench. He walked into the trees, shielding his eyes from the sun's glare with one hand. "Oh, bon Dieu," he thought, as the odor grew in strength and seemed to clutch at his face like a soiled hand. In the disturbed dirt, the only image he could make out was a plastic teacup that had a large piece broken out of it. The cup was painted with tiny lavender roses. The coroner, the paramedics, a half-dozen uniformed deputies, 2 technicians from the Acadiana crime lab, and Helen and I all arrived at the scene within 20 minutes of one another. The body of the buried girl or woman was fully dressed and had been covered over by no more than a foot of soil. She was blonde and about 5.5 feet tall, and she wore the kind of tennis shoes a kid might. But because of the heat and the moisture in the ground and the piles of red ants that had been pushed into the depression with her, the decomposition was so dramatic that it was impossible to estimate her age. Buried with her were 2 winter coats, an empty handbag, 7 shoes, a polyester scarf, coils of costume jewelry, a tube of lipstick, 2 barrettes, a Bic lighter, and a saucer that matched the broken teacup the farmer had already unearthed. The farmer had no idea when or how the body had gotten onto his land. "Did you see any lights at night?" I asked. "Kids running them ATVs all over my field. I called y'all 4 times, but ain't nobody done anything about it. You think them kids done this?" "I don't know," I said. "I'm fixing to lose my farm. This land has been in the Delahousie family for 150 years. I ain't never seen anything like this. Why ain't y'all done something?" "You think someone has a grudge against you, sir?" "You tell me. What it takes for a man to do his work and be let alone. Why ain't y'all kept them people off my land?" "Sir, if you don't want ATVs in your field, why didn't you buy a new lock for your gate?" Helen said. "They broke 3 of them. What was I supposed to do? Weld a chain on my gate 'cause y'all can't do your job?" His face was wrinkled and brown and covered with sun moles, his eyes moist with tears. "She's just a young girl." "How do you know that?" I asked. "I just seen the coroner take off her shoe. Her toenails is painted like young girls is always doing." Helen and I looked at each other. "I want you to think real hard about something, Mr. Delahousie," I said. "Did you ever throw any dishware out here? Did you ever see somebody else do it? Did you ever see any lying around on the ground?" "No, sir, I ain't." "And the last time you were in the grove was 2 weeks back?" "Yes, sir." "And the ground was undisturbed? There was no trash lying on top of it?" This time he didn't answer, but simply walked away like a man who no longer cared what the world thought or did not think about him. "What's the importance of the broken teacup?" Helen said. "On the last day of Bernadette Lacholet's life, she went into a dollar store and bought 2 teacups and saucers. The cups were painted with lavender flowers." "Where'd you get that?" "I talked with a sheriff's detective in Jeff Davis Parish. A clerk in the store said she was carrying the cups and saucers in a paper bag. She walked past a bar with them and was never seen alive again." The next morning, the coroner, Coco Hebert, came into my office wheezing, a folder in his hand. When he sat down in a chair, his body seemed to deflate like a giant air bladder collapsing upon itself.
It wasn't blunt trauma. She wasn't shot or stabbed. Was she asphyxiated? Could be, but I doubt that's what did her in. It could have been an aneurysm or heart failure, maybe brought on by prolonged fear, asphyxiation, and general abuse. The big word in there is fear, as in scared shitless. You want my opinion of how she went out? The Bible says Jesus sweated blood. At a certain level of fear and depression, it can happen. The capillaries pop, and blood issues from the pores with a person's sweat. You want to know if this girl suffered? You bet your ass.
Clete Purcell had just set aside his copy of the Daily Iberian and nodded off in his chair when his secretary opened the French doors that gave onto the patio. "Mr. Leighton Blanchette is outside," she said.
What does he want?
"He says he has an appointment. He said he called this morning." Clete thought about it.
Yeah, he called, but he didn't have an appointment.
"What do you want me to tell him?" Clete put a mint in his mouth and took his comb out of his pocket. He widened his eyes to wake himself up.
"Send him on through," he said.
What bothered Clete most about Leighton Blanchette was his manic level of energy and a power that seemed to flow through his arm when he shook hands, as though control of the other person was supposed to begin as soon as Leighton's fingers crawled up someone's wrist. He looked at the back of his hands. "I think I got a problem with my wife," he said. "One that's eating my lunch."
You have security people who can handle that, Mr. Blanchette.
"It's Leighton. Mr. is for country club. My corporate employees don't need to know my family business. Carolyn is a good girl, but I think she's having an affair."
How do you know she's unfaithful to you?
"I can tell."
How?
"Do I have to go into detail?"
It doesn't leave my office. It doesn't go into a written file.
About 9 o'clock she goes into the library and buries herself in a book. Or she's got a stomach ache. Or she pulled a muscle on the tennis court. Look, I'm a realist. I'm 15 years older than she is. But if some guy is in my wife's pants, he's not going to be out there laughing at me behind my back, get me?
I don't like being party to a domestic homicide, Clete said. Let me share a secret with you. Sometimes clients with problems like yours come in and tell me only half of the story. They're having affairs themselves, they're full of guilt, and they transfer it to the wife. So they spend a lot of money and accuse me of colluding with their old lady when I come up with nothing.
You're good at what you do, Mr. Purcell, or I wouldn't be here. I don't assault or kill people, and I don't pay others to do it either. As far as my own behavior is concerned, yeah, there have been instances when I haven't always done the right thing. But that's not the problem. I know my wife, and I know how she thinks, and I know she's pumping it with somebody. Can you help me or not?
It's $150 an hour in expenses.
Done. Clete rubbed at his mouth, wondering why Leighton Blanchette had bothered him, wondering why a tuning fork was vibrating in his chest. Helen Swallow said we needed to do something about the buried girl. She had told me to bring in Herman Stanger and put him in the box. We found Herman Stanger at the back of a bar where he was sipping from a demitasse of coffee, a tiny spoon and a single sugar cube on his saucer, his thin mustache winking with each sip. A big dressing was taped over the split Clete had put in his forehead, but otherwise he looked surprisingly well. "Hey, what it is, Robo?" he said. "My boss wants to talk to you," I said. "The champ of the Muff Diver 69 Olympics? How's she been doing?" "I wouldn't get on her wrong side." "Man, I ain't getting on no side of that broad," he said. He looked at the bartender and laughed. Early in the day, I'd given Helen all my notes on the death of Bernadette Lacholet. When we entered the interview room, Stanger was sitting at the table, gazing out the window at a speedboat that was towing a girl on skis down the bayou. He put an Altoid in his mouth and sucked on it. "I got about 15 minutes for this, then I need a ride back to my car. Y'all cool with that?" "We appreciate your coming in," Helen said. "You know a convict in Mississippi by the name of Elmore Latchley?" "I've been over that with Robo-Man here. The answer is yeah, I know that lying nigger for 20 years. He got himself capped. Do I know why? Let me guess. He shot off his mouth to a peckerwood guard and ate a load of buckshot. Do I know anything about these girls that has gotten themselves killed? Let me guess again. They was working independent and messed with the wrong John and had the kind of date they wasn't expecting." "Why were you over in Jeff Davis Parish with Robert Weingart?" "The writer?" "Yeah, the writer," Helen said. "Who says I was?" "A half-dozen people." She lied. He opened his hands in disbelief. "What would I be doing with a writer? That's like asking me if I'm hanging out with the IRS. "Maybe you were doing some work for the St. Jude Project." "Yeah, I help out the St. Jude, but I don't know this writer. If you say I know him, then write that in my file." "Here's our problem, Herman," she said. "No matter what avenue we take into this investigation, your name comes up." "What investigation?" "All them crimes, if there ever was any crimes, was in Jeff Davis Parish. But RoboCop and his friend Dumbo the Flying Beer Barrel have been trying to find a reason to drag their shit into my life." "We had a body dumped in our parish, and we think the victim was connected to the homicides in Jeff Davis, Herman," Helen said, sitting on the corner of the table, her hands folded on one thigh. "If you're not involved in this, you have a good idea who is. Most people around here have one of two attitudes about you. A lot of them just laugh when your name is mentioned, like you're a funny hobgoblin that got loose from Railroad Avenue. Others say you're not at fault for what you are, that you never had a father, and your mother had to turn tricks in a shack behind Broussard's bar, and you grew up a raggedy-ass little boy who had to carry out the horse pails from the back of the cat houses on Hopkins. But I always thought you were a smart man. I don't like what you do for a living, but there's no denying you're intelligent." Herman Stanger's face looked feverish, the skin moist, his eyelids stitched to his forehead. "Y'all think you run things? Y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of ants running around on a wet log pretending y'all in charge, when the people that's running things wouldn't let y'all squat on their commodes. But I got you, Robo-Man. Your peckerwood friend is going to Angola. When he gets in there, he's going to be the gift that keeps on giving. And Lady Hermaphrodite here is going to keep using you to wipe her ass while I'm laughing at the bunch of y'all. I fucked you good, man, and you can think about that all the way to your grave." Helen got up from the table and stood at the window, her back to us. She was silent a long time, the heel of her hand resting on the windowsill, her fingers tapping without sound on the wood. In the distance, I heard the whine of the speedboat fading, disappearing around a bend in the bayou. Without turning around, Helen said, "Make sure he gets back to his car all right." When Herman Stanger returned home from St. Martinville, the night sky was smoky with stars and moonglow, the underwater lights burning beneath the surface of his swimming pool, the wind ruffling the canopy of the trees along the bayou. While he undressed down to his white silk boxer shorts at his wet bar, kicking his trousers onto the rug, he called the home of his lawyer. The lawyer's message machine clicked on. "Monroe, it's me. Pick up the phone," Herman said. "I got an update for you. I know you there, man, so stop pretending you ain't. Dave Robichaux ran me in this afternoon. He put me in a room with Amazon woman. She was trying to make me to admit I knew something about them girls that was killed in Jeff Davis Parish. She was calling my mother a whore. She didn't have a lot of nice things to say about you either. I'm telling you, Monroe, if I find out you home and deliberately ain't picking up your ass as grass. A couple of photos Doreen took of you with her sister are gonna be on the internet. I'll be up late. Call me. I ain't just blowing gas here." Herman slipped his feet into a pair of flip-flops and chopped up 2 white lines on a mirror, rolled a crisp $100 bill into a tube and vacuumed up each line. He used the remote to turn on his giant flat-screen TV and flipped from channel to channel before he became bored and irritated and clicked off the set. He wiped the residue off the mirror with his finger and rubbed his gums with it and licked his finger clean. The night was alive with sound. Leaves puffed out of the trees on the bayou. The neighbors' kids were playing tag in the dark. In the center of it all, his swimming pool glowed with an electrified blue clarity that seemed to answer all the mysteries about life and death, at least as far as Herman ever thought about them. He opened his Sub-Zero freezer and took out a gallon container of French vanilla ice cream and began digging chunks from it with a butcher knife, clunking each rock-hard piece into a bowl. His hand was wet and slick, his thumb hooked over the top of the knife handle, the coke singing in his blood, his ears thundering with the Herman Stanger national anthem, the latter a musical composition of angry self-righteousness that could blow windows out of buildings. Then he felt his hand slip in a sensation like an icicle slicing through his palm. The butcher knife clattered to the bottom of the sink in a rain of blood drops. The cut in his hand began to throb. Through the open sliding doors he could hear the sounds of children playing tag in the dark and music from the lawn party down the bayou. But something was wrong. His Dobermans were easily agitated by music, sirens, or the noise of airplanes, and usually made howling sounds when they heard them. In fact, when children were about, the Dobermans ran against their chains, sometimes almost snapping their necks. Herman got up from the divan and opened the front door and looked outside. Except for the glistening piles of dog feces, the yard was empty. He thought he saw a shadow move between one of the banana trees and the brick wall that separated him from the neighbor's property. Were the neighbor's kids in his yard again? They knew better than that. "Get out of there!" he shouted into the darkness. Then the moon came out from behind a cloud, and the shadows by the wall disappeared, and all he saw were flowers in his beds and the paleness of the moon glow on the banana fronds. He cradled his wounded hand against his stomach and went back to the wet bar. He sat down on one of the elevated stools at the wet bar and hit the speed dial on his cordless. Monroe's message machine kicked on, but this time before the recording finished, Monroe picked up and started talking. "I was cutting the grass. I was just going to call you," he said. "So you listened to my message, then went back out and mowed the lawn 'cause you wanted to call me?" "What? Don't give me your trash, Monroe. I need you to drive me to the hospital." "What's wrong?" "I got a butcher knife cut across my hand is what's wrong. Now get your sorry black ass over here." "Who cut you?" "That's what we're going to talk about. You getting the implication? I've been beat up, I've been run in, I've been threatened, I've been racially humiliated, and now I've been cut. Got the picture, Negro?" "My recorder's still running. Hang on." "Stop fucking with your machine and listen to me. We're going to file a civil rights suit against the sheriff's department. They're going to pay for what they done to me." "I hear you, Herman, but who cut you?" Herman's level of frustration and anger with Monroe was such that he could barely speak. Then he looked through the sliding doors and thought he saw a silhouette standing just to the side of an orchid tree. "I think somebody's outside. I think it's probably them kids from next door. Stay with me. If I tell you to call 911, that means get the 82nd Airborne out here. You got me, Monroe?" Herman walked to the open glass doors, the cordless gripped in his left hand, a fist thudding inside his chest. "You in trouble?" he heard Monroe say. But Herman had removed the cordless from his ear and was no longer listening. "What are you doing here?" he said to the silhouette. He paused, but there was no reply. "I ain't big on this silent treatment stuff. You got something to say that can't wait till business hours, do it. But you're on my property, and I wasn't expecting no callers except maybe a lady friend and her sister that's coming through the door any minute now." Again, there was no response. He made a chugging sound when he cleared the clot in his throat. "Maybe it's my accent that ain't working here, 'cause you don't seem to understand what the focus is in our situation. See, the focus is getting everything out on the table so we can look at it and resolve it, and so it don't be a problem to nobody. But we can't do that when we get inside this silent treatment groove and try to scare the shit out of everybody. See, that's what John Wayne do in the movies, but in the real world it gives everybody anxiety and the wrong idea about how things are going to work out. No, wait a minute. No. Hold on. There's another way to do this. What do you want? Just tell me and you got it. I'm here to please. We can always... Hey, fuck me. I'll get out of town. You want this place? It's yours. Don't do it. Please. Later, the pathologist would say the first entry wound under the left armpit probably occurred when Herman spun away from the shooter, raising his arm defensively across his face. Even though the exit hole was the size of a quarter, the pathologist would report that the wound in itself was not a mortal one. In fact, the blood pattern on the flagstones indicated that Herman had tried to walk toward the far side of his pool. The second round struck him in the mouth and took away most of his jaw. When he fell into the pool, he floated high above the columns of light that lit the deep end, his arms straight out, as though he were searching for something he had lost and could not find. The next morning, the rain was still blowing in the streets when I went into Helen Swallow's office. The coroner's and the crime scene investigators' reports were already on her desk. She was standing behind her desk, not quite looking at me, her thoughts hidden. A cassette player rested on her desk blotter. "The only witness we have wasn't at the crime scene," she said. "Repeat that?" "Monroe Stanger, Stanger's cousin. Herman left a message on Monroe's answering machine early last night, then made a second call that was recorded while the shooter was on the grounds. Here, listen." She pushed a button on the cassette player. I had hated Herman Stanger, but I doubted that any civilized human being could take pleasure in the naked fear of a small, uneducated, pitiful man who had grown up carrying buckets filled with the washed-out product of other people's lust. The last sounds on the tape were gunfire and the voice of Herman Stanger's cousin shouting into the phone. Helen pushed the eject button on the cassette player. "We found only one slug," she said. "It hit the corner of the house. It's in pretty bad shape, but the lab says it's probably from a .45 auto. There were no shell casings." I nodded and didn't reply. Who had the most motivation to blow Herman Stanger out of his socks? Anyone who had the misfortune to know him? Wrong. Herman did business around here for a quarter-century. He made money for lots of people. He greased cops and politicians and didn't make enemies of anyone who had the power to hurt him. I know that, Helen. Was Cleet with you last night? Ask him. I asked you. No, Cleet was not with me. You said something to me yesterday that won't go out of my head. What's that? You said the only thing Stanger understood was a bullet in the mouth. What about it? Most of Stanger's jaw was blown off. At 1 p.m., Helen called me back into her office and told me that AFIS, the automated fingerprint identification system, had found a match for the girl we exhumed at the Delahousie farm. She was a Canadian runaway from a place called Trout Lake, British Columbia. Her name was Fern Michaud. I talked with an inspector with the RCMP. She seemed to have been a good kid until her parents were killed in a car wreck, and she got placed with a family that probably abused her. The social worker assigned to her case thinks the father in the family might have raped her. Anyway, here's a picture that was taken of her 2 years ago at age 16. In police work, you see many kinds of photos, some taken in booking rooms, others at crime scenes, some in morgues. But the kind you're never prepared for is the picture of either the victim or the perpetrator when he or she was a child. The photo Helen handed me was that of a beautiful, blue-eyed blonde girl, dressed in a Girl Scout uniform that had a maple leaf sewn on her sleeve. The girl was smiling and looked younger than her years, as though perhaps she hadn't outgrown her baby fat. She looked like a girl who had been loved and who believed the world was a good place, where the joy of young womanhood waited for her with each sunrise. I turned to go. Streak? I hated what I knew was coming next. Did you talk to Cleet? She said. He was drunk last night. All he remembers is waking up in the back seat of his rental car in Morgan City. He has a blackout the same night Stanger is killed? What are the odds of that happening? Cleet is going through a bad time in his life. Why don't you cut him some slack? All right, let's talk about you. Everyone knows you carry a .45 auto, Dave. Everybody knows your feelings about Herman Stanger. Your best friend was about to be financially ruined and sent to Angola by a pimp you despised. You and Clete have been trashing legal procedure and stringing feces through courtrooms for decades. Both of you act like the world is a huge OK corral, but I'm supposed to ignore all that to protect your sensibilities? Why is it people remember Wyatt Earp's and Doc Holliday's names but not the names of the guys they shot? That's exactly what I mean, she replied. My vote is still for Doc and the Earps. That's because you're unteachable, she said. God. I spread all the material I had on Fern Michaud and Bernadette Lacholet on top of my desk. I also opened up the file folders I had on the other women and girls who had died under suspicious circumstances in Jeff Davis Parish. There was one detail that was incontestable and would not go away. Bernadette Lacholet had bought 2 plastic teacups and saucers at the dollar store on the day of her disappearance. We had confirmed that the saucer and broken teacup buried with the body of the Canadian girl were of the same manufacture as the ones sold at the dollar store. There was little doubt that the 2 girls had been abducted and murdered, or held in the same place, by the same killer or killers. But Bernadette did not fit the pattern of the other girls or women. She was not a runaway or a school dropout or a teenage addict or alcoholic. She had been an honor student who had won a scholarship to attend the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. She had been happy and confident about her future and was known for the sweetness of her personality. Perhaps more important from an investigative perspective, she was the only person among the 8 women or girls who evidently had contact outside the small world in which they all lived. Her brother, the convict Elmore Lacholet, had recognized the newspaper photo of Kermit Abelard as the man who had promised to make her rich. Bernadette's grandmother had recognized the author's jacket photo of Robert Weingart as the man she had seen buying boudin in a store with someone whose description fit Herman Stanger's, which suggested at least a possibility that Bernadette had seen or known them. But on what basis would Kermit Abelard or anyone else promise to make her rich? The grandmother had said Bernadette had inherited 7 arpents of farmland that were part of an undivided estate. The arpent is the old French measure that is approximately 1 acre in size. Its value in that part of rural Louisiana was not great. In fact, Hurricane Rita, which struck the Louisiana coast 3.5 weeks after Katrina, devastated the area. Unfortunately, the story about Kermit Abelard's promise to Bernadette had its origins with Elmore Lacholet, a thief and liar who probably bore a lifetime's enmity toward white people in general and cops in particular. I had made an appointment to interview Kermit Abelard at his house. I could have had him come into the department, but I wanted access once again to the Abelard compound and the bizarre and insular world in which they lived. The black woman who let me in said Mr. Kermit was out in his boat but would be back momentarily. In the meantime, she said Mr. Timothy would like to see me. She escorted me to the sun porch. Timothy Abelard was reading in his wheelchair, canted sideways to catch the sunlight on the page, his entire person bathed in the rainbow of color that shone through the stained glass windows. He looked up at me, smiling, with the expectation one might associate with a tiny bird in the bottom of a nest. "It's very nice of you to come out and talk with an elderly man," he said. I wondered if he was simply being polite or if he was confused about the purpose of my visit. But perhaps a bigger problem for me was that I wanted to like Mr. Abelard. In all ways, he was genteel and seemingly thoughtful. Yes, his eyes were like those of a hawk. But for the elderly, a mistaken judgment about other people can have dire consequences, and it's hard to begrudge them their cautionary instincts in dealing with others. At least that was what I wanted to believe about this kindly old man. "I'm here to see your grandson, sir," I said. "He didn't run a traffic light, did he?" "What are you reading?"
I was just going to ask your opinion on it. Here, take a look. It's Kermit's new book."
I didn't want to see it, but he pressed it into my hand. I had read none of Kermit's work, but I had to admit the opening scene in his new book was written by a very good writer. "It's impressive, sir. I'll have to get a copy," I said, returning the book to him.
"Will you tell me the purpose of your visit?"
"I'm trying to exclude some possibilities in an investigation."
"Seems like you're an expert in vagueness, Mr. Robichaud. Have you considered a career in politics?"
I had sat down in one of his rattan chairs. The bamboo creaked under me into silence. "In one way or another, my visit is related to your house guest, Robert Weingart. What kind of fellow would you say he is?"
"His prison background? That kind of thing."
"For openers."
"The man's a mess. What else do you want to know?"
"Do you think it's good for Kermit to be hanging around with a fellow like that?"
"That's a bit personal, isn't it?"
"Have you checked out Weingart's criminal history?"
"You don't have to convince me of the evil that's in this world, Mr. Robichaud. I've dealt with it in every form for a lifetime. Do you have a cigarette?"
"I don't smoke."
"Jewel,"
he called. Immediately the black woman was at the door waiting, her eyes not quite meeting his, her muscular body held straight and motionless as though the virtue of patience had been ironed into the starch of her uniform.
"Get me a cigarette. Don't argue about it either. Just bring me the cigarette and a match before Kermit comes back and starts fussing at me,"
Mr. Abelard said. He turned to me.
"Don't get old, Mr. Robichaud. Age is an insatiable thief. It steals the pleasures of your youth, then locks you inside your own body with your desires still glowing. Worse, it makes you dependent upon people who are a half-century younger than you. Don't let anyone tell you that it brings you peace either, because that's the biggest lie of all."
Jewel returned and placed a single cigarette in his hand, then lit it for him with a paper match. He puffed on it, wetting the filter, seemingly more pleased by the acquisition of the cigarette than his smoking of it. He continued talking about almost every subject imaginable except the presence of a career criminal like Robert Weingart in his house. "Miss Jewel seems like a devoted caretaker," I said.
"I wish Jewel had a better life than the one she was given. But how many of us see the consequences when we step over forbidden lines?"
"Pardon?" I said.
"The racial situation of the South is one we inherited, and for good or bad, we did the best we could with it. I just wish I had shown more personal restraint when I was in my middle years."
"I'm not following you, sir."
"The woman is my daughter. What did you think I was talking about?"
There was a long silence. Then I felt my stare break, and I looked away at the flooded trees that had been killed by saltwater intrusion, the petrochemical sheen that glistened on his lagoon, the flaking paint on the pillars that supported his second-story veranda, the decay and sickness that seemed to infect the entirety of the Abelards' property. And I wondered why we had concentrated so much of our lives on hating or envying or emulating people such as the Abelards and the oligarchy they represented. Then I saw a motorboat with two figures in it come across the bay and enter the cypress trees, riding on its wake, passing a man who was fishing in a pirogue. Kermit sat behind the wheel, wearing Ray-Bans and a sky-blue cap with a lacquered black brim tilted on the side of his head. Alifair was sitting next to him, her hair and face damp with salt spray. I got up from the chair, keeping my face empty of expression. "I'll walk down to your dock, if you don't mind," I said. "I enjoyed talking with you." I walked outside and down the slope of the yard toward a wood dock where Kermit was mooring his boat. Alifair stepped off the bow onto the dock and came toward me. She was wearing white shorts and a black blouse and straw sandals. Her skin was dark with tan in the sunlight, her hair blown in wet wisps across her cheek, her mouth lifted toward me. I'm here to see Kermit. It has nothing to do with you, Alifair, I said. You gave me your word, she said. I promised I wouldn't interfere in your relationship. There's some questions Kermit has to answer. He can talk to me or he can talk to Helen Swallow. Or he can wait until he's contacted by the FBI. She walked past me without replying, glancing at me once, her eyes dead. Kermit stood on his dock, his hands on his hips, gazing at the hammered bronze light on the bay and at the moss straightening on the cypress snags and at the man fishing in the pirogue. When he heard my footsteps behind him, he turned and extended his hand, but I didn't take it. The smile went out of his face. Did you know Bernadette Lachelet? I asked. He held his eyes on mine more steadily than was natural, never blinking. The name is familiar, he said. It should be. You were photographed with her. Oh, yes, he said. One of the scholarship girls, I believe. She was a murder victim. She said you were going to make her rich. How were you planning to do that? Wait a minute. There's some confusion here. Are you telling me you weren't photographed with her? The truth was I'd never seen the photo, and I knew of its possible existence only because Bernadette's brother Elmore said she had shown it to him when she visited him at the work camp in Mississippi. I'm saying I remember her name because my family belongs to the UL Alumni Association, and I was at the ceremony at Bernadette's high school when she was awarded a scholarship that we endow. At least if we're talking about the same person. Why don't you check it out? I don't have to. Why is that? Because you're lying. I think you have blood splatter all over you, partner, and I'm going to nail you to the wall. I don't care if you're Alifair's father or not, you have no right to talk to me like that. Who's the dude in the pirogue? I asked. He looks like a fisherman. His name is Vida Perkins. He did a stretch in Huntsville Pen with Robert Weingart, the guy who's made you his bunkie. He was also in the Flat Top in Rayford. That's where they keep the guys they couldn't legally lobotomize. In Alabama, he cut up the face of a female convenience store clerk with a string knife. He was also arrested for the rape of a 5-year-old girl. If that man comes close to my daughter, your grandfather won't be able to protect you, Kermit. Cleet Purcell had parked his caddy 100 yards down the 2-lane from the motel in St. Martin Parish where Caroline Blanchette, Leighton Blanchette's wife, had rented a room. At 7:13 p.m., Caroline Blanchette emerged from her room in a swimsuit and dove into the pool, swimming cleanly through the water, taking long, powerful strokes, her platinum hair dark at the roots. Since being retained by Caroline's husband, Cleet had pieced off the job to a private investigator who operated out of Morgan City. The Morgan City P.I. had followed Caroline in a rainstorm to a houseboat in the Atchafalaya Basin, where she had gotten into a shouting argument with someone who had been waiting for her. The other person had left in an outboard, wearing a raincoat that had a hood on it. The P.I. could not make out the person's face through his binoculars. The houseboat was owned by Caroline's husband. The next day, the P.I. followed Caroline to a hotel on the Vermilion River in Lafayette, except he didn't get into the lobby fast enough to see which floor her elevator had stopped on. The Morgan City P.I. waited in his automobile for 3 hours. When Caroline came out of the hotel, a beach bag swinging from her arm, she was by herself. His surveillance had been a waste. Plus, she had stared straight at him, boldly, through his windshield, giving him a triumphant look. The next afternoon, the P.I. tailed Caroline to the motel outside St. Martinville. He called Cleet and asked him what he wanted to do. "You're doing a good job. Stay on it," Cleet said. "I think she's made me. If you ask me, she's had a lot of experience at this." "I'll relieve you. Fax me your notes and hours, okay?" "You got it. When you find out who the guy is, let me know." "What for?" Cleet asked. "Maybe I can get on as his bodyguard. You ever hear the story about the football coach over in Texas that made a pass at her?" "No." "They took it outside and fought in the street. Blanchette blinded him. It cost him millions." Cleet looked through the binoculars again. Caroline was reclining in a beach chair, a towel spread from her thighs to her breasts, her eyes closed. The light was tea-colored on the sugarcane fields and the oak trees along the Teche. A truck had parked next to the lounge, obscuring Cleet's view of the swimming pool and the reclining figure of Caroline Blanchette. He started up his caddy and drove on the berm the 100 yards down the road to the lounge and parked by the side of the building so he could see both the entrance to the motel and the row of rooms that gave onto the pool. This Leighton Blanchette gig was a nuisance growing into a migraine that he didn't need. A woman in her mid-30s came out the back door of the lounge and began walking toward the motel. She had gold hair that was cut short and wore jeans and suede half-topped boots and a canary-yellow cowboy shirt with purple roses sewn on it. She was looking straight ahead. Then she saw the caddy and Cleet behind the wheel and smiled hesitantly, as though uncertain whether to approach the car or to continue on toward the motel. Finally, she walked to the driver's window and propped her hand on the roof. "Remember me?" she asked. "It's Emma, right?" "Yeah, Emma Pochet. I'm the deputy who called Dave Robichaud the night you got brought in for that deal involving Herman Stanger at the Gatemouth Club. Looks like you got your car fixed." "Yeah, look, Emma." "You on the job?" "Something like that." "My uncle is visiting from California. I'm supposed to meet him at the lounge, but he must have got lost. A guy has the phone tied up inside. I was going to use the phone in the motel. Can I borrow your cell?" He handed it to her. She went around the corner of the building and then came back to the caddy, this time leaning down inside the passenger's window. She dropped her cell phone on the seat. "Thanks. You get loose, come have a drink. My uncle is a no-show. What a drag, huh?" Cleet sat for another 45 minutes in the caddy. The sunset turned into long strips of maroon clouds. Caroline Blanchette got up from the recliner and went back inside her room. No one joined her. 20 minutes later, she re-emerged fully dressed, a fabric tote bag hanging from her shoulder. She opened a compact and studied her reflection in the mirror. She closed the compact and dropped it back in her bag. Then she got in her Lexus and drove away, the taillights disappearing in the gloom. Cleet picked up his cell phone off the seat and speed-dialed the private number Leighton Blanchette had given him. He hoped he would get Blanchette's voicemail so he would not have to talk personally with the man again. No such luck. "What do you want?" Blanchette said. "Maybe I should call another time, or just send you a fax. I can do that," Cleet said. "Sorry to sound short. I'm a little jammed up these days. You got something for me?" "No, I've found nothing that could be considered significant. There's no charge for my time. I'll send you a bill for expenses and for the hours another guy put in. So this call, in effect, terminates my situation with you." "Hold on there. What do you mean you're terminating the situation? What do you mean when you say you didn't find anything significant?" "Nothing we've uncovered puts your wife with another man." "You said you were sending me a bill for another guy's hours. You shared this information with other people?" "My sympathies to your wife," Cleet said, and clicked off his cell phone. He went inside the lounge. Emma Pochet was sitting by herself at a table in the corner, her canary-yellow western shirt lit by the glow of the jukebox. She had put on fresh lipstick, and her eyes were warm with an alcoholic sheen. "Sit down, handsome, and tell me about your life," she said. He pulled out a chair and signaled the waitress. Emma was drinking out of a tall Collins glass, one packed with crushed ice and cherries and an orange slice. She looked back at the bar, straightening her shoulders slightly, her breasts stiffening against her shirt. Cleet studied the clearness of her complexion and her pug nose and the pools of color in her cheeks and the redness of her mouth and the cuteness of her profile. She removed a strand of hair from her eyebrow and looked him in the face. "Something wrong?" she said. "Did you have dinner yet?" I woke before sunup the following day. The dawn was a grayish blue, the fog so thick on the bayou that I couldn't see the oaks on the far bank, the house and yard quiet except for the ticking of moisture out of the trees. I heard the screen door open behind me. I turned and looked up into Alifair's face. She was still wearing her nightgown, but she had washed her face and combed her hair. I had not spoken to her since my confrontation the previous day with Kermit Abelard on the lawn of his house. "Got a minute?" she said. I made room for her beside me. "I didn't go to the Abelard house because of your relationship with Kermit," I said. "It doesn't matter." "Kermit isn't a bad person," she said. "I have some photos at the office that maybe you should look at. One shows the body of a girl named Bernadette Lacholet. She was an honor student and about to enter the nurses program at UL. The guy who killed her virtually sawed her head loose from her shoulders. I also have a picture of a Canadian girl named Fern Michaud. She was probably abducted, bound with ligatures, starved, and kept in state of constant fear, at least according to the coroner. The same person or persons killed both girls. Kermit knew the Lacholet girl, but did not indicate that to anyone until we got the information on our own. Robert Weingart was in the Lacholet girl's neighborhood, probably with Herman Stanger. Maybe these guys are innocent of any wrongdoing, but no matter which turn the investigation takes, their names keep coming up again and again. "He was the only one," she said. "Pardon?" "Kermit was the only one." "You don't have to go into detail if you don't want to." "He said he'd had other girlfriends, but none like me. He said I was the most talented writer he'd ever met. He said I was a lover and a sister to him. He said our souls knew each other in another time. I'm having dinner tonight with Kermit and his agent. Robert is going to be there too." "I see." "Do you? Because I don't. I don't see anything. I feel stupid and gullible. I've never felt like this before." "You didn't do anything wrong, Alf." "When I was growing up, you weren't home half the time. You were always on a case. It seemed like everybody else's welfare came first. So I found somebody like Kermit. I never loved anybody as much, but he's like you." "What?" "Other people come first with him. I let myself see only half of Kermit. The other half belongs to Robert. He let Robert read my manuscript. He didn't see what Robert wrote at the bottom. 'This is wonderful. Package it with a free can of female hygiene spray and it should sell at least 100 copies. I couldn't think through what she was saying. "You believe I'm no different from Kermit Abelard? You're saying I put other people ahead of my family?" "You want me to move out?" she asked. I got up from the steps and walked down to the bayou, wishing I could disappear into the fog and not hear the echoes of Alifair's words inside my head. I wished I could step onto the deck of a paddle-wheeler and disappear inside the 19th century. As soon as Cleet Purcell woke in the refrigerated darkness of his cottage at the motor court, he sensed the absence on the other side of the bed even before he touched the empty depression in the mattress and the body warmth that was already dissipating in the sheets. He got into the shower and turned on the water as hot as he could stand it and stayed inside the steam until his skin was red and his pores were running with sweat. Then he turned on the cold water and felt the shock go through him like an icicle. He dried off and put on clean skivvies and slacks and a freshly pressed shirt and tried to eat a half cantaloupe. But his hand trembled on a spoon when he attempted to gouge the meat out of the rind, and he drove the shank of the spoon into his palm with an impact like a nail striking bone and knocked his coffee off the table with his elbow. He looked at his watch. It was 7:14 a.m. The day had hardly begun, and he felt as though he had already trudged halfway up the path to Golgotha and still had miles to go. I got the call from Helga Volkman 2 minutes after I had picked up my mail and sat down behind my desk. "He told me not to call you, Mr. Robichaud, but I'm doing it anyway, whether you or he like it or not," she said. "He's under great stress, and I think he's not entirely rational. He's also drinking too much. Now this Mr. Blanchette is calling. He's not a nice man, and Mr. Purcell does not need to put up with that kind of abusive behavior at a time like this." "Sorry, I'm not tracking the message here." I think Mr. Purcell is having a nervous breakdown. Mr. Leighton Blanchette just called and accused Mr. Purcell of violating his confidence and hurting his family. He also said some very unpleasant things of a personal nature to me. He told me to write all this down and to read it back to him and then give it to Mr. Purcell as though voicemail had not been invented.
I see. And where is Cleet now?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. He followed that criminal author down the street to Lanyap 2 and went inside. He doesn't like this man and considers him a degenerate who preys on uneducated young women. I don't think this is a matter of oil and water. It's more like one of gasoline and matches. Mr. Robichaud, will you please stop this good-hearted man from doing more injury to himself?
You could do worse than have a person like Hulga Volkman on your side, I told myself. Cleet sat down at one of the checker-cloth-covered tables in the corner of the restaurant with a view of the intersection and the dark structural mass of the shadows looming inside acres of live oaks bordered by a piked fence and walls of bamboo. 30 feet away, Robert Weingart was buttering a roll and sipping his coffee. Cleet gave his order to the waitress. He nodded toward Weingart's table. "Put Mr. Weingart's breakfast on my bill. He might get called away and not have time to go to the cash register. Same with me, Miss Linda. Let me pay you in advance." He sat erect in his chair and watched the back of Weingart's head and neck. Cleet picked up his fork and flipped it over and over between his thumb and forefinger on his napkin. Weingart yawned and drew doodles on the cloth napkin with his ballpoint. Then he got up from his table and went down a narrow hallway to the men's room and back. As Cleet followed, he tried to convince himself that he had no plan in mind for the next few minutes. In reality, he probably did not, in the same way that an electric storm blowing out of the Gulf does not have a plan when it makes landfall. But as he walked down the old brick passageway toward the restroom, he was already reaching for the polyethylene gloves that he carried as a matter of course in his coat pocket. When Cleet opened the door, Weingart was examining his face in a mirror, tilting his nose up, pulling a hair from a nostril, touching the flesh along his jaw. Weingart drew his comb through the top of his hair, stooping slightly to examine a thinning spot. Then he scraped a piece of mucus loose from inside one nostril, put away his comb, and wiped his hands clean on a paper towel. "Something you want to say, Mr. Purcell? Because you don't look too well. A bit blotchy, in fact. Have a bad night? You smell like you might have stayed late at the grog shop. Funny how the booze gets in your system and poisons your blood and eats your organs and shrivels up your equipment and leaves you flaming in the morning, usually when your boy or your milk cow of the moment isn't handy." Cleet wasn't sure anymore what Weingart was saying. He knew that Weingart was speaking because his mouth kept opening and closing. He knew that Weingart was fully engaged in a rehearsed analytical dissection of Cleet's life, each noun and adjective wrapped with razor wire. If he heard any sound at all, it was that of the polyethylene gloves he was snapping tight on his hands and that Weingart did not seem to take notice of. A bucket of cleaning material sat under the lavatory. Cleet leaned over and dipped his hand into the bucket, clanking various objects around inside until he found the things he was looking for. When he raised up, Weingart was still talking. "You've got a serious case of logorrhea, Bobster. We need to do something about that," Cleet said. "Easy now. Hold still. No point in struggling. Come on, you were in Huntsville, Bob. I bet you pulled a train your first night down in the bridal suite. Hey, that a boy." Cleet had fastened his left hand under Weingart's chin, sinking his fingers deep into the man's throat, pinning him against the wall. Weingart's jaw dropped and his words gurgled and died on the back of his tongue. Then Cleet shoved 2 Brillo pads into Weingart's mouth, packing them tight with the heel of his hand. "Okay, Bobster, time to freshen up," he said. "When you collect your thoughts, we'll talk a little more." Cleet plunged Weingart's head into the toilet bowl, pushing the flusher at the same time, plugging the hole at the bottom with the crown of his head. Weingart was on his knees trying to find purchase on the bowl's rim with his hands, the water swelling up past his neck. The more he fought, the harder Cleet pressed him down into the bowl until the water was sloshing on the floor. Then Cleet pulled him up, the Brillo pad still packed in Weingart's mouth, his face and hair streaming. "You lock a stainless steel codpiece on your flopper, and you leave young girls in this parish alone. Nod if you understand. No? Okay, let's tidy up a little more." Cleet drove Weingart's head into the bowl again, this time pressing it down with both arms, the water heaving over the sides onto the floor, Weingart's legs thrashing. 10 seconds passed, then 20, then 30. The water kept curtaining over the toilet rim, an inch backing up against the walls, Cleet's loafers squishing in it. Cleet ripped Weingart's head into the air just as I came through the door. "Hey, Streak, what's the haps?" Cleet said. "I was just talking to Bob about the advantages of personal restraint. I think he was just coming around to our perspective on that. Can you hand me a couple of paper towels?" I wanted to punch Cleet in the side of the head. 10 minutes later, we were outside on a sidewalk, Cleet with his boxed-up breakfast tucked under his arm, a fresh unlit cigarette hanging from his mouth. I pulled it out and threw it in the street. "How much trouble can you get into in one day?" I asked. "I got to go," he said. "Where?" "To check on a lady I was with." "You mean last night?" "Maybe." "Who was she?" "Her name escapes me." "You were still drunk this morning. Weingart could have died of a coronary. How long was his head under water?" "Her name is Emma Poche," he said. "I got it on with her." "Are you out of your mind?" "What's wrong with Emma?" "Do I have to tell you? You're not interested in any woman who doesn't have biker tats or a history at the methadone clinic." "She has a butterfly on her butt. That's the only one. I think it's cute." "Cute?" I repeated. "We all end up in the same place, some sooner than others. What the hell? We're both standing on third base," he said. I wanted to say something else, but I couldn't find the words. I left him there and walked down the street and got in my cruiser and returned to the office, an image in my mind I couldn't shake, that of a flag being lifted from a coffin and folded into a military tuck by a white-gloved, full-dress Marine, his scalped head and hollow eyes as stark as bone. Kermit Abelard and Robert Weingart and Kermit's agent, Oliver Fremont, picked up Alifair in a white-stretched limo, and all of them headed up the St. Martinville Highway toward Breaux Bridge and the Café des Amis. Alifair wore a simple black dress and black sandals and silver earrings and sat on the rolled leather seat close to the door, while Kermit poured drinks out of a cocktail shaker. Oliver Fremont had a degree in publishing from Hofstra University, yet spoke with an accent that was vaguely British. He was blond and tall and handsome, and he had perfect manners, but it was his accent, or rather his candor about it, that became for Alifair his most engaging quality. "It's an affectation, I'm afraid. When the upper echelons in publishing have a few drinks, they start sounding like George Plimpton or William and James Buckley. My father sold shoes in Great Neck. He'd be a little amused by me, I think." "Her father is a sheriff's detective," Robert Weingart said. "I think he gives her a lot of material. It's pretty feisty stuff, if you ask me." "No, my father's experience doesn't have much to do with what I write," Alifair said. Weingart was on his third mint julep. There were abrasions around his temples that disappeared like orange rust into his hairline. When he spoke, his mouth seemed to keep twisting into a bow as though it were cut or bruised inside. "I can't believe at some point you haven't been influenced by your father and his colleagues. Do they ever discuss their recreational activities? Do you know that most cops will admit, usually when they're sloshed, that they would have ended up stacking time if they hadn't gotten badges?" "No, I didn't know that," Alifair said. Weingart drank from his julep glass, his eyes never leaving hers. "Daddy doesn't talk about that at the dinner table," he said. "Rob, Alifair isn't responsible for any disagreements Mr. Robichaud might have had with others," Kermit said. "I probably am," Alifair said.
My father's a fine man and often comes home exhausted from dealing with people who belong in iron boxes that should be sunk in the ocean. Sometimes I lose sight of that fact and only add to his burden. I've done this on many occasions." "Oh, wildernessy now," Weingart said. "I suspect the world of chicklit will wet its pants over sentiment like that. I often thought the best title for one of those books was The Cave, a title that suggests an infinitely receding vagina." "I'd like to see the rest of your manuscript," Fremont said. "That's very kind of you," Alifair said. Kermit folded his hands and gazed at the sunset and at the wind blowing on the sugarcane fields, obviously avoiding eye contact with Weingart. By the time the limo reached the restaurant in Breaux Bridge, Weingart's resentment seemed to have hardened into silent detachment. After they ordered, he stared out the window at the elevated sidewalks and old brick buildings and wood colonnades on the main street and the rusted iron bridge that spanned Bayou Teche. He broke a breadstick and bit down on it, then winced and touched his lip. "Hurt yourself?" Oliver Fremont asked. "I have an impacted tooth." "Those are painful," Fremont said. "Why are we here?" Weingart said, addressing himself to no one in particular. "We're here because they serve fine food. Let's enjoy ourselves, Robert," Kermit said. "Thanks for correcting me, Kermit. Alifair, did you know that Kermit let me read your manuscript?" Weingart said. "Yes, I became aware of that when I saw the note you wrote on the last page," Alifair replied. "What note?" Kermit said. "Evidently you didn't see it," Alifair said. "Why don't you ask Robert what he had to say?" Weingart lifted his eyes to the stamped ceiling of the restaurant, as though searching for a profound meaning inside the design. "No, it escapes me. Do you remember, Alifair? I hope you found it helpful." "I believe you said it might sell 100 copies if it was packaged with a hygiene promotion." "No, I think I said female hygiene." Kermit Abelard looked straight ahead, his gaze focused on the other diners, the white-aproned waiters and waitresses working their way between the tables. "I think Robert probably meant that as an indictment of the industry, not your book," he said. "Isn't that true, Rob?" "I'm afraid I'm clueless. I can't even remember the storyline at this point," he said. "Can you give me a nudge, Alifair? Something about first love, teenage girls being kissed on the mouth under the trees, Daddy hovering in the background. Sound familiar?" It was tingly stuff through and through. "That's not the story at all," Kermit said. Weingart leaned forward on the tablecloth, his cheeks sunken as though he had drawn all the spittle out of his mouth. "Did you tell Alifair what you and I were doing before you gave me the manuscript? In the boathouse? Because you couldn't wait to go inside?" "I think you carry a great injury in your soul, Robert, and no matter what you do or say, I forgive you for it," Kermit said. "Oh, good try. I think I now know where Alifair gets the unctuous goo she uses in her dialogue," Weingart said. "You forgive me? Oh, that's wonderful." "You shouldn't have written that remark on her manuscript," Kermit said. "I didn't just write the remark. I said it to you, Kermit. To your face, 2 feet from your ear. Tell me I didn't or that you didn't hear me. The kitty cat got your tongue? Why are you acting like this?" "Because you're just so you, Kermit." Weingart drank from his wine glass and smiled at the waitress as she placed his food in front of him. Alifair's gaze was fixed on the French doors and the sunset on the bayou. She waited for Kermit to speak again, to say something in his own defense, if not hers, to be more than the thing she feared he was, but he remained silent. When she glanced sideways at him, his hands were limp on the table, his eyes lowered, his expression a study in gray wax. "Mr. Fremont," she began. "It's Oliver," he said. "I wouldn't have met you without an introduction from Kermit," she said. "Unlike many people who come to your agency, I made only a partial submission. I'm flattered by your comments about my work, but I think I'm getting special treatment. I think I'll feel more comfortable about my submission if you can look at the finished manuscript and then tell me if you think it's publishable." Fremont leaned back in his chair, a bead of light in one eye. He massaged his temple with 2 fingers. "Not too many writers tell me that," he said. "It seems like a reasonable point of view," she said. "Not in my world."
Weingart had been snapping his fingers at the waitress for more tartar sauce. "Sorry, I didn't catch that. Telling the in-house secrets, are we?"
"You're a special kind of fellow, Robert," Oliver Fremont said.
Weingart had stopped eating. "Let me explain what special is, and why I'm not special. Special people need special handling. I'm not an aberration or a curiosity. I've read more books than most university PhDs. I'm more intelligent than they are, more knowledgeable of the real world, more erudite in front of their students than they are. In short, I'm a civilized man and not special, my friend. See, special is for the guys who stay in 23-hour lockdown and get 2 showers a week if they're lucky. Special is for the guys who have to brush their teeth with their finger because they melt the handles of their toothbrushes over a Bic lighter and mold them into shanks. I'm on a first-name basis with a few cell house acquaintances that are in the special category. If you like, I can introduce you to them. Then you'll be in possession of some hands-on knowledge about special guys, and you can impress your friends with it. Want me to arrange a meeting or 2 before you leave for New York? These guys will love your accent."
Alifair got up from the table and used the telephone at the bar to call a cab. Then she went outside and waited by the curb without returning to the table. It was dark now, and the lights on the iron drawbridge over the Teche were iridescent with humidity. She looked back over her shoulder. She had thought Kermit Abelard might follow her out of the restaurant. Instead, he was arguing with Weingart at the table. No, arguing was the wrong term, she thought. When people argued, they spoke in heat, leaning forward with wrinkled brows, their throats corded, the flesh around their mouths bloodless. But Kermit kept pausing to allow Weingart to speak, lowering his long eyelashes, his face colored by embarrassment rather than passion. Oliver Fremont rose from his chair, his gaze fixed on Alifair, and walked between the tables and out the French doors, speaking to neither Kermit nor Weingart. "Just a thought or 2 for you to keep in mind, Miss Robichaux," he said. "When I said I loved your work in progress, I meant it. I think your talent is enormous. Do whatever you wish about submission. Finish the manuscript or send it along in chunks. But send it to me. Understand? No one else. I want to be your agent, and it's not because you're friends with Kermit. I think you're going to be hugely successful." "Thank you. What I've told you is not a compliment. It's a fact. Second, that guy Weingart is a world-class jerk nobody in the industry takes seriously. He's an embarrassment to his publisher and a self-important moron who will probably crash and burn on a live TV show when he's drunk or insulting a woman or making racist remarks. But it's going to happen, and when it does, his phone calls won't be answered and his publishing contracts will disappear. Because he's a megalomaniac, he'll never figure out what brought about his downfall, and he'll spend the rest of his life blaming everyone else. You got all that?" "I think so," she replied. "You want me to escort you home?" "No, I'm fine. You're a nice man." "That looks like your cab," he said. After the cab pulled to the curb, he opened the back door for her and closed it after she was inside. The window was open. He leaned down toward it. "You're going to have a great career. Weingart couldn't shine your shoes, and frankly, neither could Kermit." But it wasn't over. Kermit Abelard virtually plunged out on the sidewalk, both hands held up to stop the cab driver. He grabbed the back door, leaning inside. "Don't leave like this," he said. "Like what?" she asked. "Mad, hurt, upset, whatever you want to call it. I'm none of those things, Kermit. I made a mistake. It's on me, not you. It's not even on Robert in there. So now I'm going home. What mistake? About who you are? You're somebody else. Or maybe you have 2 or 3 people living inside you. Goodbye, Kermit, she said. As she sat back in the seat and the cab pulled away, she could see the wind riffling the leaves on the trees along the bayou. The reflection of the lights from the drawbridge on the leaves and the electric glitter they created made her think of thousands of green butterflies fluttering inside a dark bowl. On Sunday morning, I looked through the window and saw a large man coming around the side of the house, his suit streaked with moisture from our camellia bushes, his eyes as cavernous as inkwells, his jaw crooked with indignation. Molly was still sound asleep, the sheet molded by her hip. I slipped on my khakis and loafers and unlocked the back door and went outside. The man in the suit stood deep in the shadow of the house, opening and closing his fists, oblivious to the moisture leaking from the rain gutter on his head and shoulders. "You want to tell me what you're doing in my yard at 6 on Sunday morning?" I said. "I need some information, and I need it now, and I don't want any mouth off you about it either," he said. "How about putting your transmission into neutral, Leighton?" "Where's Clete Purcell?" "How would I know?" "You're his buddy. You're the one who recommended him to me." "No, I didn't." "Don't lie." "You're not going to talk to me like that." "I'm not, huh? You got some damn nerve. I'm an inch from flattening you on your butt." I propped my hands on my hips. "You're a more intelligent man than this. Regardless, it's time for you to go." For just a second, he seemed to take heed of my words. "I can't find my wife. She didn't come home last night, but I found this in her dresser." He pulled a business card from his shirt pocket. "It's Clete Purcell's. There's a phone number on the back. The phone number belongs to the Hotel Mont Leon in New Orleans. How did Purcell's business card get in my wife's dresser drawer?" "I don't know." He threw the card at my chest. "I'll tell you how. While I was paying him to follow her around, he was sleeping with her. That pile of offal was in a sack with my wife." "You're dead wrong. Now get out of here." "I've got the goods on your friend, Robichaux, and maybe you too. I've got sources inside your department. They say Purcell is being investigated for the killing of that black pimp. The word is maybe you're not above suspicion either." Molly opened the screen door and came out on the steps, her robe cinched around her hips, her red hair hanging in her eyes. Leighton turned and stared at her as though he had forgotten who she was or why she had come outside. She stepped into the yard, pushing her hair back with her fingers. "Listen to my husband, Mr. Blanchette," she said. "He's a truthful man, and he has nothing but good intentions towards you. You can leave, or you can stay and have coffee with us, but you're not going to come here and threaten people. That ends right now." He looked at her a long time, a behemoth of a man in a stained $3,000 suit, the shame of the cuckold as visible on his face as antlers painted on canvas in medieval portraiture. "Thank you," he said. "Do you want to come in?" "No," he replied. "No. I'm sorry for coming here like this. I'm sorry for many things." He bent over and picked up Clete's business card. He stared at it blankly, then inserted it in his shirt pocket and walked down our driveway to his vehicle, brushing against the side of my pickup, oblivious to the muddy smear it left on his clothes. Molly continued to gaze down the driveway as Leighton drove away. When I found Clete that afternoon, he was polishing his caddy at the motor court, dressed in a freshly ironed sports shirt printed with tropical birds and an outrageous pair of scarlet nylon everlast boxing trunks that extended to his knees. I hated to ruin his day. Leighton Blanchette was in my backyard this morning. He seemed a little unhinged. "Tell me about it. He's left a half-dozen messages on my machine." "Are you going to talk to him?" "I tried that.
If you ask me, the guy is a head case. He's got some other problems as well. I did a little checking on him. His bank in Mississippi is under SEC investigation. The Fed I talked to said Blanchette has been running a Ponzi scheme since back in the 90s. He gets retirees to roll over their pension plans and SEP IRAs into his bank and promises them a minimum of 10% on their investment. Most of them are going to lose every penny they gave him.
He says he found your business card in his wife's dresser? Cleet had been polishing a back fin on a caddy. His hand slowed and then stopped.
What would she be doing with my business card? He asked.
Evidently, he's convinced himself that you and Carolyn Blanchette were getting it on while you were working for him.
Not that I wouldn't like to, but he's full of shit.
The number of the Mont Leon Hotel was on the back of the card, I said.
Leighton Blanchette thinks I hang out at the Mont Leon on my income? What an idiot.
Where do you think she got the card?
From any one of half the lowlifes in South Louisiana.
He said a couple of other things, Cleet. He says he has a source inside the department. He says you're still getting looked at for the Stanger homicide, and maybe I am, too.
Because the shooter was using a .45?
That and a few remarks both you and I made about Stanger.
Blanchette knows I'm being looked at, but you don't? Does that make sense to you?
Watch your back, Cletus.
And take away your job? What kind of guy do you think I am? He said.
He went back to polishing his car, his Leviathan shoulders rolling inside his shirt. I went into the cottage and opened a Dr. Pepper and a Budweiser, and we drank them in the shade. On Monday morning, when both Molly and I were at work, and Tripod, our pet raccoon, was in his hutch, his hind leg had begun to tremble for no reason. Alifair had folded a soft blanket in the bottom of a cardboard box and taken him to the vet. In the rearview mirror, she noticed a pale blue pickup truck turn behind her, then reappear a block later and make a second turn with her. When she parked in front of the veterinary clinic, the truck drove on by and caught the state road leading to a drawbridge in the distance. Tripod had a form of distemper, one that came and went and seemed to steal more of his life each time. The veterinarian gave him a shot and some medicine that was to be mixed with his food. Alifair put Tripod back in his box and placed the box on the passenger seat of her old Honda and headed home. She passed a red brick Catholic church with a spire and a cupola on the roof and rumbled across the drawbridge and stopped at a fruit stand on the far side of the bayou. Next to the fruit stand, a man was selling shrimp and crawfish out of the back of a refrigerated truck. Alifair got out of her car and closed the door. "I'll be right back, Pod," she said. But there were 3 people ahead of her who could not decide what they wanted, and she had to wait. The sun had broken out from behind a rain cloud, and she had to shield her eyes against its brilliance. Across the road, the oak trees along the bayou were deep green from the rain and swelling with wind, the sound of car tires on the bridge steady and reassuring, like a testimony to a plan, perhaps a reminder that life was basically good and that she was surrounded by ordinary people who shared a common struggle. Then she turned around. The skinned-up pale blue truck she had seen earlier was parked behind her Honda. A man was leaning inside the passenger window, his shoulder and elbow making a pulling and pushing motion. She went to the car. "What do you think you're doing?" she said. The man straightened up. His hair was gelled into the shape of a cupcake, the skin fish-belly white where it was shaved above the ears. A strawberry birthmark bled out of his hairline into his collar. His mouth was a wide slit not unlike a frog's, the upper lip duck-billed. There was a rolled newspaper in his hand. "I was playing with your pet," he said. "Were you poking him with that paper?" "I don't know if I'd call it that. No, I was just letting him paw and mouth it a little bit. I wasn't poking him at all." "He's sick and he's old and he doesn't need anyone messing with him. You step back from my car." "You don't remember me?" She gazed at him as one does at a pornographic image thrust unexpectedly before one's eyes, not wanting to engage him, not wanting to enter the moral vacuity of his eyes, not wanting to look at the flare of his mouth and the wetness on his teeth and the yellow discoloration in his skin that affected a suntan. "You were fishing out at the Abelard place," she said.
"That's right. My name is Vida Perkins. I'm pleased to formally meet you. I'm one of the many unfortunates that is being helped by Robert Weingart and the St. Jude Project. I know a lot about coons. This one don't look sick. If you ask me, he looks fat enough for roasting. Spoiled is what I'd call him. We're not doing animals a favor when we spoil them."
He reached inside the window with the rolled newspaper and tapped it up and down between Tripod's ears.
"Bet he's a 20-pounder.
"You get away from my animal, I'm going to slap you cross-eyed."
I'm just trying to be kindly. When critters are sick, and I mean real sick, like you're telling me about this one, you got to put them down. Cheapest and best way to do it is with a burlap bag and some rocks."
She reached in her purse for her cell phone.
"Calling you Daddy? He burned up my gold watch, my cell phone, my sunglasses, and my cigarettes. Know why he did that? He was protecting that lesbian he works for. He thought she was going to lose it and try to hit me upside the head. I admire a man like that."
Alifair's hand trembled as she punched in 911 on her phone.
"You're an excitable thing, aren't you?" he said.
He wiped 2 fingers along her jaw and stuck them in his mouth, licking them from the knuckle to the nail as he removed them.
"You doing anything tonight?"
10 minutes later, she was at my office carrying Tripod with her, his head sticking out the top of the box. She told me everything that had just happened. "I want to get a concealed weapons permit," she said. "It's not a bad idea," I said. "I stopped by the restroom and washed my face. My skin feels like a snail crawled across it. Are you going to have him picked up?" She waited for my answer. I realized I was gazing at her without seeing her. "It's what he wants," I said. "It's obvious Robert Weingart sicked him on you, but I think Weingart's motive has less to do with you than me." "How do you know this?" "Because they're both con-wise. They have an agenda. It's about the St. Jude Project, or the deaths of the girls in Jeff Davis Parish, or the Canadian girl we found buried on the Delahousie property. It also involves the Abelards, and I think Leighton Blanchette. The connections are all there, but I can't get a net over them." I saw Helen through the glass window in my door. She pointed at me and mouthed the words, "My office," then walked away. "How dangerous is this guy Perkins?" Alifair asked. "He has no moral bottom. He's probably killed people. He and Weingart both jack-rolled Social Security recipients. He was a suspect in an apartment house fire that killed a child." Her eyes filmed. "You're telling me I've been a fool?" "No, I'm saying you're like most good people, Alifair. Our greatest virtue, our trust of our fellow man, is our greatest weakness." "How do I get the gun permit?" When I entered Helen's office and saw her face, I knew we were not going to be talking about Alifair's encounter with Vida Perkins. A gold pin inside a small Ziploc bag was sitting on top of Helen's desk blotter. "Recognize that?" she asked. "Not offhand." "Look at it closely." I picked up the Ziploc bag and with 2 fingers held it up against the light from the window. "Can you read the inscription?" she said. "It says, 'Love to Cleet from Alicia.'" "Who's Alicia?" she asked. "Alicia Rosecrans, an FBI agent Cleet was involved with in Montana." "Involved with?" "They were an item for a while. What's the big deal about the pin?" "A pool cleaner found it at the bottom of Herman Stanger's swimming pool this morning. This pin puts Cleet at the scene of a homicide. He denies ever having been there, but he admits he had a blackout the night of the crime. What if a perp said that to you?" She picked up the Ziploc bag with the gold pin inside it and dropped it again. It hit the blotter with a sound like a rock falling. I called Cleet's office and was told by Helga, his secretary, that he was at Barron's Health Club. I found him in a back room alone, dressed in sweatpants. his T-shirt splitting on his back while he squatted and hoisted a 200-pound bar above his head, his neck bulging as tight and hard as a fire hydrant, his face almost purple. I shut the door. I saw the expression change in Cleet's face.
"What's the deal?"
he asked. "Where's the gold pin Alicia Rosecrans gave you?" His T-shirt was gray with sweat. He pulled it loose from his neck and shook the fabric to cool himself, his green eyes empty.
"I don't know. Maybe at my office or in my dresser," he said. "I don't like to think about Alicia a lot. I thought maybe she and I would be together for a while. Like always, that didn't happen. What's so important about the pin?"
"It was found at the bottom of Herman Stanger's swimming pool." He widened his eyes and squeezed his mouth with one hand and wiped his hand on his pants.
"Who found it?"
"The pool cleaner. He's a straight-up guy." We were both silent. Somebody opened the door and started to come in. "We're tied up in here right now," I said. The door closed and the person went away. "Helen says you told her you were never on Stanger's property," I said.
"That's right. I was never there."
"Who might have taken the pin out of your office or your cottage?"
"Leighton Blanchette came to my office when he hired me to follow his wife around. I've had a couple of female guests at the cottage. I'm not necessarily talking about the Boom Boom Express, maybe just for drinks or something to eat before we went to the casino."
"Emma Pochet was one of them?"
"Definitely."
"But what?"
"That was the Boom Boom Express. In the sack, on the furniture, in the shower, maybe on the ceiling. I crashed into the wall with her and cracked the plaster. She deserves her own zip code down there. It was like swimming in the Caribbean. I told her she was part mermaid."
"Will you stop that?"
"I'm trying to tell you we were occupied. She wasn't rifling my dresser or closet, or whenever I lost that damn pin."
"You didn't sleep?"
"I think both of us kind of passed out."
"So you don't know what she did?"
"She's not that kind of person, Dave."
"Yeah, I know. You told me she's cute because she has a tattoo on her butt."
"You ought to see it."
I left the health club and called Molly and said I was working late and that I was not sure when I would be home. I drove down Old Jeanrette Road through fields of waving sugarcane and past the whitewashed crypts that stood in a shady copse, the ground green with lichen that looked as soft as felt. Vida Perkins' stucco bungalow was already deep in shadow inside the pecan trees and slash pines that surrounded it, his pickup truck parked under the porte-cochere. His flower beds were mulched and blooming with azaleas and impatiens and rose bushes. On the far side of the two-lane, the property extended all the way down to the Teche, a long grassy slope pooled with the shade of giant live oaks that were silhouetted against a red sun. It was an idyllic scene, except for the little black girl who sat on the front steps, her knees pinched close together, her hands knotted in her lap. From the backyard I could hear a thick whapping sound like a hard object striking a canvas or plastic cover. The little girl was the same one Helen and I had told not to visit Vida Perkins' home by herself again. "Remember me?" I said. "Yes, sir. You and the lady drove me home," she replied. "You promised us you wouldn't come back here without your mommy." "She dropped me off. She takes care of a sick lady. My auntie couldn't keep me." She spoke in a monotone, her face empty. I sat down on the steps, one step lower than she was. I gazed at the bayou. "Your name is Clara?" "Yes, sir." "Did something bad happen at Mr. Vida's house today, Clara?" In the silence, I could hear the slash pines swaying in the wind, the pine needles tinkling on the rain gutters. "Clara, nothing bad will happen to you for telling the truth. Did Mr. Vida do something he shouldn't have? I want to go back home now. I'll take you there, I promise. But you need to tell me what Mr. Vida did." "Took my picture." "In what way?" "Sir?" "How were you dressed when he took your picture?" I heard the whapping sound from the backyard again. "Were you wearing your dress and your shirt just like you are now?" "Mr. Vida told me to lie on the couch. He told me to put my thumb in my mouth. Then he told me to put my hands behind my head.
How many pictures did he take of you, Clara?
2 or 3. Did Mr. Vida touch you at all in a place he shouldn't have? No, sir. He just took the pictures. I told him I didn't want to do that no more, and he stopped.
Okay, Clara. I want you to wait here while I straighten out a couple of things with Mr. Vida. Then I'll take you home, and a lady will come out from the sheriff's department and stay with you until your mama gets off work. I walked around the side of the house just as Vida Perkins pulled back an archer's bow and drove an arrow into a plastic bullseye draped across a stack of hay bales. He glanced over his shoulder at me, then pulled another arrow from the quiver on his back and fitted the shaft on the bowstring. "I figured you'd be along directly," he said. He lifted the bow, pulling back the string, his shoulders taut with tension. A second after he released the shaft, it whapped dead center in the target, quivering with a sound like a twanged bobby pin. "Help me out here, Mr. Perkins," I said. "I think Robert Weingart told you to give my daughter the worst time you could. But I think the motivation is more than simple jealousy. You guys want to become known as victims of police harassment because you know you're going to be suspects in a homicide investigation. Let me take my theory one step further. You have a personal agenda, and it involves selling out both the Abelards and your jailhouse Pajo and maybe even Leighton Blanchette. My daughter has applied for a concealed weapons permit. In the meantime, I'm giving her a Smith & Wesson Airweight .38. If you come near her again, she's going to blow your head off. If she doesn't, I will. We'll sort out the legalities later, but you won't be there to see it." He took another arrow from his quiver but did not notch it on the bowstring. He blew on the feathers, then stroked them into shape with his fingers. "She smells like peaches when you peel the skin off," he said. "Must be a treat to have something like that around the house." "I want you to go inside now and get your camera and bring it back out here." "Why would I do that?" "Because the photos you took of that little girl probably don't meet the standard of prosecutable evidence. In a borderline case like this, you'll probably skate. But it doesn't mean you'll be allowed to keep the pictures or put them on the internet. What that means, Mr. Perkins, is you're going to voluntarily destroy the memory card or the film or whatever is in your camera. Come back with a warrant and you can discuss it with my attorney." I turned and walked out of the yard. "You can't touch me, Mr. Robichaux," he called at my back. "I'm floating outside your window like a hummingbird. I'll always know where you and your family are at, but you won't know where and when I might show up, till one day I come peekabooing by." I opened the door to my pickup and felt under the seat. The baton was an old one, the only souvenir I took with me when I was fired from the New Orleans Police Department. It was made of oak, knurled on the grip, lathe-troweled with 3 rings below the tip, drilled through the center and filled with a steel bolt, its black paint nicked, a leather thong threaded through the handle. Vida Perkins had just fired an arrow at his target and hadn't heard me coming. I bent low when I swung the baton and caught him high up on the calf right behind the knee. His mouth fell open and he dropped to the ground like a child genuflecting in church. He breathed loudly through his mouth as though his tongue had been scalded. Then he squeezed both hands behind his knee, his face splitting with a grin, his eyes closed in slits. "Oh, Lordy, that's a mean stripe you lay on a man, Mr. Robichaux," he said. He let out a gleeful howl as though blowing a storm out of his chest. "I understand she's your foster kid. I hear that opens up the parameters. I bet when she was 18, a man had to tie a board across his rear end not to fall in." I could feel my fingers find a new purchase on the baton's handle, the leather thong looped loosely on my wrist bones. Then I heard the little black girl. She was standing at the back corner of the house, weeping and hiccuping, shaking uncontrollably, unable to deal with what she had witnessed. "It's okay, Clara," I said. "You lose again, Mr. Robichaux," Perkins said. "I guess you could say that." "I ain't hurt that little girl. Deep down inside, you know it." "Better they fasten millstones about their necks and cast themselves into the sea. Know where that comes from, Mr. Perkins?" Jesus was talking about the scribes and Pharisees that misled the innocent, not the likes of me. I ain't mussed a hair on that girl's head, no sir. I'll be around. Come back any time. I went inside his house and came back out with a camera I found on the kitchen table. I set it on the back step and smashed it into junk with my foot. Perkins had pulled himself up by holding onto the trunk of a pine tree. He continued to grip it like a man on board a pitching ship. He gazed at a black cloud moving across the sun. "The devil is fixing to beat his wife," he said. "When you were looking at my jacket, did you check my IQ? My grandma may not be too hot, but my IQ's higher than Robert's. Down the road, you'll see who walks away with the most marbles. It ain't gonna be Robert Weingart or them Abelards either." I drove the little girl to her house and walked her inside just as a shower of hailstones clattered on her roof and danced on the dirt yard. The next morning, Helen opened my office door without knocking. Leighton Blanchette and his wife just T-boned a black woman's car with their Lexus at Burke Street and the drawbridge, she said. So, they're trying to leave the scene. Why are you telling me? The Blanchettes aren't going to smash up somebody's car in our parish and drive away like their shit doesn't stink. I'll meet you out front. 2 cruisers had arrived ahead of us. A Mazda had been crushed against a telephone pole, its passenger side doors driven into the seats. Glass and strips of chrome molding lay in the street. Amazingly, the black woman driving it was unharmed. She was sitting in the back seat of a cruiser, talking to a paramedic who kept moving a finger back and forth in front of her face. While his wife argued with a sheriff's deputy, Leighton sat behind the steering wheel of his Lexus with both the driver's and passenger's doors open to let in the breeze. He looked like a man who had been stricken with a systemic illness. As soon as Carolyn Blanchette saw me, she disengaged from her argument with the deputy. "Dave, thank God you're here. Can you do anything for us?" she said. "Like what?" "Leighton is having a nervous breakdown. I was taking him to Our Lady of Lourdes in Lafayette," she said. "He's having a breakdown, but you let him drive the car?" I said. "It was the only way I could get him out of the house," she replied. "So why were you downtown and not on the highway to Lafayette?" I asked. Inside the shade at the back of the brick building, I could see the umbrella on Cleet's office patio ruffling in the breeze. Carolyn's eyes followed mine, and I knew that whatever information she was about to give me would come a teaspoon at a time and would reveal only enough to ensure that her account was credible. "He wanted to talk to your friend Cleet Purcell about a business matter of some kind," she said. Carolyn had shown no acknowledgement of Helen's presence. "Have you met Sheriff Swallow?" I asked. "Hi," Carolyn said, and returned her attention to me. "I've got to get him to the psychiatrist who's waiting for us at Lourdes. The black woman ran the stop sign. No one is injured. I don't want to see her ticketed or hurt financially. We'll fix our own car. Maybe Leighton will even fix hers. But we didn't cause this, and we don't have time for a lot of paperwork and stupid questions. Now, are we done here?" "No, madam, you're not," Helen said. "Then tell me what I can do to make this right so I can take my husband to the hospital." "Normally, when people try to leave the scene of an accident, it's not for humanitarian reasons," Helen said. "Your husband is going to take a breathalyzer test, and you're going to file a report at the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department. You're going to do that now, not later. That means you get in the back of that cruiser by the bridge of your own volition, and you do it without further discussion. If you say anything more, you'll go into jail in handcuffs." "This is ridiculous," Carolyn said. "Not to us, it isn't. Would you like to say something else?" Helen said. Carolyn Blanchette's platinum hair looked as bright as a helmet in the sunshine, her contacts as blue as the sky. Her skin made me think of brown tallow. She held her gaze on Helen, never blinking, her expression impossible to read. "I apologize if I seemed abrupt. May I call my attorney?" she said. "Please do. The reception in the back seat of the cruiser is excellent," Helen said. "This is such a lovely little city. The word quaint comes to mind. It's like a place out of a fable.
Is it the fable about a big fish in a small pond? Or is that about something else? I'm probably confused, Carolyn said. But Helen was already walking away from her, her arms pumped, her attention focused on the black woman in the ruined Mazda and Leighton Blanchette sitting slack-jawed behind the wheel of his Lexus. I followed her up onto the sidewalk at the edge of the drawbridge out of earshot of Carolyn Blanchette. You've never met Carolyn? Why? You seem a little charged up. I was taking graduate courses at LSU when that snooty bitch was a cheerleader. She got a friend of mine kicked out of her sorority because my friend was a lesbian. I see, I said, my gaze shifting off Helen's face to the oaks on the lawn of the old convent across the bayou. You see what? Nothing. Dave, do you think you're the only person in the world who resents rich people treating us like we're their personal servants? I'll see what I can get out of Leighton, I replied. Do that, she said. She put on her sunglasses and placed her hands on her hips, her gaze riveted on Carolyn Blanchette. They're not going to wipe their feet on us. Not this time. Leighton took the breathalyzer test and came up negative. Helen rode back to the department with a deputy, and I put Leighton in our cruiser and drove across the drawbridge past the former convent and into City Park. "What are we doing?" he asked. "Why'd you want to see Purcell?" "I think my wife is having an affair. I think Purcell knows who it is." "If that's true, why wouldn't Cleet tell you?" "Maybe somebody got to him." Leighton kept staring straight ahead, the snowball melting in his hand. He looked like a man afflicted with a fatal disease. "Cleet didn't stiff you. He's an honest man," I said. Then I shifted the direction of the inquiry again. "Did Cleet lend you his gold pin?" I could see Leighton's mouth moving as though repeating my question. "Gold pin? Why would I want his pin? What are we talking about?" I was convinced his confusion was not manufactured. "It's not important," I said. "I don't believe the possibility of your wife's infidelity is the issue, Leighton. I think those dead girls are. Maybe it's time to come clean and get it behind you." "You denied a personal relationship with the Abelards," I said, "but Kermit Abelard was with you when you gave a talk on biofuels in Jackson, Mississippi. You also have stained glasswork in your house that either he or his father gave you. Maybe it's him." "I'm not following you." "Kermit Abelard. Maybe it's him my wife is sleeping with." "I've got news for you. Kermit has a boyfriend." Leighton looked at me as though he were coming out of a trance. "This writer who was in Huntsville?" "You just stuck your foot in it, bud," I thought. "Yeah, that writer. So you know a lot more about the Abelards and their friends than you've been willing to admit, right?" "I don't care about them one way or another." "I would. They're about to take you down. You have resources, Leighton. You're an intelligent man. Don't take the weight for these bums." Then he said something that convinced me I would never reach the engine that drove Leighton Blanchette. "A year ago, I took Carolyn to a state fair up in Montana," he said. "I always loved fairs and carnivals and festivals and circuses and rodeos when I was a kid. It was a summer evening, and the sky was pink and green above the mountains, and this ride called the Kamikaze was lit up against the sunset. I couldn't recall a more beautiful moment. I told Carolyn, we're all dust. At a moment like this, you get to look through a glass rainbow, and everything becomes magical. But when all is said and done, we're just dust." Carolyn laughed and threw a candied apple in the trash. She said, "Honey, you're telling this to the gal who's seen you take an old widow for her last cent. Lose the role of the poet, will you?" I started the cruiser and drove us out of the park over the drawbridge and back onto Main Street. One of Leighton's eyes bulged from his head like a prosthesis that didn't fit the socket. It was still raining when Cleet Purcell went to sleep that night. He slept peacefully in his cottage at the motor court on the bayou. His air conditioner turned up full blast, a pillow on the side of his head, a big meaty arm on top of the pillow. Inside his sleep he could hear the rain on the roof and in the trees and hear it tinking on the air conditioner inset in the window. At a little after 5 a.m. he heard a key turn in a lock. Without removing the pillow from his head, he slipped his hand under the mattress and worked his fingers around the grips of his blue-black snub-nosed .38. In the glow from the nightlight in the bathroom, he saw a figure enter the room and close the door softly and relock it. He removed his hand from the pistol and shut his eyes. He heard the sounds of someone undressing. Then he felt a person's weight next to him and a hand tugging the pillow loose from his face. Emma Pochet bent down over him and put her mouth on his and touched him under the sheet and then slid her tongue over his teeth. "How you doing, honey bunny?" she said. When it was over, his heart was pounding and his loins felt drained and weak and empty and his skin was hot to his own touch. She curled against his side and put her fingers in his hair and placed the flat of her hand on his chest. He could hear her breath rising and falling. Outside, the rain was ticking in the leaves, and through a crack in the curtains he could see that the sky was still dark with thunderclouds, a tree of lightning blooming without sound on the horizon. "I have to ask you something," he said. "You heard stories about my time at NOPD?" "Who cares about NOPD? They almost sent me up on a homicide beef." "Then what is it?" "I had a gold pen. I'm pretty sure it was in my dresser. No, I'm not just pretty sure. I know it was in my dresser." "Yeah?" she said. He turned on his side so that his eyes were only a few inches from hers. Her face was heart-shaped, her pug nose tilted upward, her eyes crinkling. She lowered her hand and squeezed him inside the thigh, but he removed her hand and held it in his. "Dave is bugging me about this pen. I mean in a good way. He wants to clear me in the Herman Stanger shooting." "I don't get what you're saying." "A maintenance guy found my pen in Stanger's swimming pool." "So the Iberia department is trying to put his death on you?" "Not exactly, but they can't ignore the evidence either. My name is inscribed on the pen." "You're asking me about it?" "Dave won't get off my back about it. I had to give him the names of everybody who'd had access to my cottage and office. I mentioned your name, among others. I felt rotten about it. I felt rotten not telling you." "You think I stole from you?" "No." "Or did I try to set you up?" "No, I don't think that." He could feel her draw away from him, her hands receding back into the bed covers, her body somehow growing smaller. "You just said one of the shittiest things anyone has ever said to me." She sat up on the side of the bed, the sheet and blanket humped over her shoulders. "You don't trust me, Clete. It's that simple. Don't make it worse by lying." "I think you're swell. I'm crazy about you." "But maybe I'm a Jezebel, right? I'll see you around. Look the other way while I dress." The call came in from the sheriff in St. Mary Parish at 10:17 the same morning. Helen was out of the office and the call was rerouted to my extension. The sheriff's name was Tony Giudice. He was a firm-bodied, rotund, and congenial man, less political than most public servants here. "Did y'all have Leighton Blanchette in custody yesterday?" he asked. It took me under a half hour to meet the sheriff at an airboat dock on the edge of the great watery expanse known as the Atchafalaya Basin. The airboat sailed sideways over sand spits that were as slick as a wet handkerchief and dented the trees with the backdraft and scattered leaves on the bayou's surface. Suddenly we were in open water, where a houseboat was moored between an island of hard-packed sand and a levee that was green from the spring rains and dotted with buttercups inside the gloom. All of it capped by a sky laden with clouds that still flickered with electricity from last night's storm. A power boat with a crime scene investigator and 2 uniformed deputies in it had already arrived at the levee, and the deputies were stringing yellow tape through the cypress trees that grew in the shallows around the houseboat. Sheriff Judice and I crossed a plank walkway onto the island and walked toward the rowboat that seemed locked inside a scrim of floating algae. "Did you talk much with Blanchette yesterday?" he asked. "Yeah, at some length." "How would you describe him?" "Depressed, not quite rational." "Suicidal?" "It's possible, but I don't know if I'd go that far." "Why not?" he asked. "My experience has been that when Layton's kind lose it, they write their names on the wall with someone else's blood, not their own." The rowboat was rocking slightly in the wind, the aluminum hull knocking against the cypress knees and a chunk of concrete in the shallows. Inside it lay a huge athletic man dressed in golf slacks and a tropical print sports shirt and wearing a Rolex watch. He was on his back as though he'd been trying to find a comfortable place to rest inside an impossible environment, a hole the size of a dime under his chin. His skull cap and most of his brains were hanging in the lower branches of a willow tree that extended over the water. His eyes were open, the brilliant butane-like glow replaced by a color that reminded me of soured milk. The index finger of his right hand was still twisted in the trigger guard of a 1911 Model 45 Auto. The crime scene investigator stood to one side snapping pictures. A single brass shell casing rolled back and forth in a half-inch of rainwater in the bottom of the boat. There was no question about the distance of the gun from the wound it had inflicted. The hole under Layton's chin was seared around the edges from the muzzle flash, puffed on one side from the gases that had tunneled upward with the bullet through Layton's mouth and brain cavity. "What do you think, Dave?" the sheriff said. "I don't understand why Layton would come out here to shoot himself," I replied. "I think you just don't buy Blanchette as a suicide," the sheriff said. "I don't, but I'm often wrong. You haven't talked with his wife?" "I can't find her. From what I hear, that's not unusual." "That's my point, Sheriff," I said. Layton thought his wife was sleeping around. If Layton was going to punch somebody's ticket, I think it would have been hers or her lover's or both of them. The wind had started gusting, cutting long V-shaped patterns on the surface of the bay. I was out of my bailiwick and did not want to seem contrary and grandiose. Police officers in Louisiana are underpaid and are often forced to give special consideration to people whom they despise, and I did not want to show disrespect to either the sheriff or his men. But I had known Layton Blanchette for decades, and they had not, so I simply said, "I appreciate you all inviting me out here." We went back up the plank walkway onto the levee. I didn't want to look at Layton again. As we passed the rowboat, I lowered my eyes so I would not have to look upon Layton's face, and then I stopped. "What is it?" the sheriff asked. The wind had divided and separated the net of algae that had blown against the rowboat and the bank. In an inch of water sliding up and down on the silt between the aluminum hull of the boat and a cluster of cypress knees, I saw a metallic glint. I squatted down and lifted up a .45 casing with the tip of my ballpoint pen. "He either fired once and missed or blew his head off and then fired a second time for recreational purposes," I said. "I think somebody shot and killed Layton, then put the .45 in his hand and fired a second round so a gunshot residue analysis would show burnt gunpowder on his skin. But whoever did it couldn't find a second casing." "So why didn't he take the one in the bottom of the boat?" the sheriff said. "Maybe he just didn't think it through," I replied. "Yeah, and maybe the second casing has been lying there days or weeks," the scene investigator said. "That's possible," I said. "So we just don't know," the sheriff said. "I guess not," I said. I walked back to the airboat by myself and waited for the coroner and said no more on the subject. Sometimes in police work you get an undeserved break, or the bad guys do something that's really dumb, or the bad guys turn out to be more deranged than you thought they were. The day after Layton Blanchette's death, our dispatcher buzzed my extension. "There's a guy out here to see you," he said. When Vida Perkins sat down in front of my desk, he was holding a clipboard in one hand and a ballpoint in the other, his idiot's grin firmly in place. Thanks for seeing me, Mr. Robichaux, he said. Let me explain the purpose of my visit. I'd appreciate that.
I'm writing my own book. Folks have always told me I have a flair for it.
That's interesting. How can I help you with that? Aside from their moral vacuity, Perkins's eyes had another abiding and singular characteristic. The pupils seemed to remain the size of pinheads, regardless of where he was.
This is going to be a humdinger of a story. I'll let you in on a secret. Rob Weingart's book got wrote mostly by his female attorney. Mine is going to be written by my own hand, without no help from people who have no idea how things really work.
I looked at his eyes and the manic way he smiled and the twitches under his facial skin, and I had little doubt that Vida Perkins not only had an addiction, but that it had moved into overdrive. Something happened between you and Weingart, I said.
I wouldn't say exactly between me and him, more like between me and that nasty old man.
Mr. Abelard?
He told Rob he don't need the likes of me hanging around his island.
Why are you here, Mr. Perkins? As he gazed round my office, his pale blue eyes shone with the self-satisfied pleasure of a man who knew that he was one of the very few who understood the complexity of the world.
You think I'm trying to fool you about my book. I called a literary agent. Man from the William Morris Agency. Same man your daughter had dinner with when he was visiting here. He said as soon as I'm done to fire off my manuscript to him. What do you think about that? Your daughter and me might end up colleagues.
That last part isn't going to happen.
Maybe not. But I know a bunch of people that's going down, and I'm going to put it all in my book. I'll give you a little tidbit here, Mr. Robichaux. About 20 years back, Kermit Abelard's parents disappeared from their yacht out in the Bermuda Triangle, didn't they?
The story is they were lost in a storm off Bimini.
Story is the word. That nasty old man who don't want me on his island was doing business with the Chicano family in New Orleans. Their business was running weed and coke into Florida, Louisiana, and Texas. Mr. Abelard didn't pay his tab with the Dagos, and the Dagos had both his son and his daughter-in-law wrapped with chains and sunk in about 60 feet of water.
Was Weingart mixed up with this?
Ask him, or read my book when it comes out. Now tell me a little bit about your education and service record and war experiences, if you had any. Stuff I can kind of soup up the description with.
Who killed the Canadian girl and Bernadette Lacholet, Mr. Perkins? He gazed earnestly into space.
I'm a blank on that one.
I just noticed the time. I'm sorry, I have an appointment. Here's my business card. Give me a call whenever you want. He pointed a finger at me playfully.
You know what? You're not a bad fella.
Early on the day after Perkins' visit, Clete Purcell drove to the cottage on Bayou Teche that Emma Pochet rented just outside St. Martinville. It was a restored cypress structure, perhaps over a century old, unpainted, set back in deep shade under live oaks, its small gallery hung with baskets of impatiens. Emma's car was parked on the grass under a tree, a back window half down. On the seat he could see an oversized tennis racket and a can of balls. The surface of the bayou was wrinkling in the breeze. In the distance he could see a graveyard filled with whitewashed crypts and the back of the nightclub where he had torn Herman Stanger apart. It was Emma's day off. When she came to the screen door, she was wearing sweatpants and a T-shirt, her face unwashed and lined with sleep. She gazed at him a moment and said, "What do you want, Clete?"
"To take you to breakfast," he said.
"What's the point? It's over."
"If you say so. But it shouldn't end over a misunderstanding about that pin. Any one of a half-dozen skells could have creeped my place. Somebody working for the guy who popped Stanger."
He could barely make out her features through the grayness of the screen. Her eyes were lowered as though she were considering his words. "I need to get in the shower. Fix some coffee if you want," she said. She unsnapped the latch on the door and walked toward the back of the cottage. The furnishings in the room were sparse and looked thread-worn or purchased second-hand. A bookcase next to the television set contained mostly popular music CDs and a few paperback editions of novels that seemed to have no thematic connection and probably had been picked up at yard sales. But one book caught his eye. It was a blue hardcover and was stamped with the words, "The Book of Alcoholics Anonymous." Cleet picked it up and sat down in a stuffed chair that puffed up dust when his buttocks sank into the seat cushion. He opened the book and heard the spine make a cracking sound. On the title page, someone had written, "To Emma, with hopes that you won't misplace this one. All the best from your easy-does-it friend, Tukey." Cleet replaced the book on his shelf. Emma came out of the back dressed in a fresh pair of jeans and a cowboy shirt. She had put on makeup and perfume and earrings and looked lovely, framed against the window and the view of the trees and the bayou outside. "I fixed coffee," he said. "Yeah, I smelled it." "Who's Tukey?" he said. She had to think a second to make the connection. "Where'd you hear about Tukey?" "I just saw her name in your book." "Which book?" "Your AA book. She wrote a note in there." Emma was frowning, obviously not understanding. He reached up on the shelf and opened the blue hardcover on his lap and turned to the title page. "See, she wrote, Tukey Gula was my sponsor for a short time. She has jailhouse tats all over her arms. She used to hook in truck stops in the Upper South. Truckers call them pavement princesses. Tukey looks more like the Beast of Buchenwald now, or a reverse Beast of Buchenwald, a fat, lumpy lampshade with tats." Cleet tried to assimilate what he had just heard. In the silence, Emma seemed to grow even more irritable. "Does that answer your question?" she asked. "To tell you the truth, I think you should see a counselor, or go to AA meetings, or spend more time with Dave Robichaux, because I think both of you have broken glass in your head." "I think you're right." "What's that mean?" "I've got some terrible character defects, the chief of which is I'm a rotten judge of people." "Say again?" "Nope. I'm 86 in myself from your house," he replied, blowing out his breath. He went outside and let the screen slam behind him. He walked toward his caddy, across the lawn, past her car, glancing inside again at the tennis racket and the can of balls. Then he got in his caddy and drove away, clicking on a CD of Bob Seger's old-time rock and roll, full blast. He came to my house early Saturday morning and said he wanted to go fishing, but I didn't believe that was the reason for his visit. Cleet's external scars and his indifference to them belied the level of injury that he often carried inside him. "You think I just blew it, or maybe," he said. We were sitting in his caddy, the top down, under the overhang of the trees on East Main. The morning was still cool, the sunrise barely visible through the canopy. "Maybe what?" I said. "She's dirty." "Dirty on what?" "Everything. I started running the tape backward in my head. When I'm surveilling Carolyn Blanchette at the motel, Emma comes walking out of the lounge and sees me and says she's waiting for her uncle. Except the uncle never shows up, and I end up getting loaded with her and in the sack with her later that night. Then my gold pen disappears and shows up in Stanga's swimming pool. Then I see this expensive tennis racket in her car, and I start thinking about who else plays tennis, like Carolyn Blanchette. Then Emma lies to me about seeing the inscription in the AA book. That book had never been opened." "You think she was at the motel to meet Carolyn Blanchette?" "It occurred to me," he replied. "But if she's a lesbian or a switch-hitter, she had me fooled. When you take a ride with Emma Pochet, there's no 8-second buzzer." "Will you grow up? This woman is trying to ruin your life, and you talk about her like you're 17 years old. What's wrong with that?" Molly and I attended 4 p.m. Mass in Lauraville that Saturday, with plans to go to dinner and a movie afterward in Lafayette. Alifair was at home by herself, working on her novel, when the phone rang. "Oh, hello, Miss Robichaux. It's Timothy Abelard." "I hope I'm not bothering you," the voice said. "But I feel terrible about what's occurred. I don't know your father well, but I was quite an admirer of your grandfather, Big Al Duke. He was an extraordinary individual, generous of spirit and always brave at heart. It saddens me that any member of my family or an associate of my family would offend his granddaughter in any fashion." "How can I help you?" she found herself saying. "Jewel is only a couple of blocks from you. Let her drive you to my home. My son and his friend Robert are away right now. We'll have a cup of tea, and I promise Jewel will return you to New Iberia before dark." "I don't know how that will serve any purpose, Mr. Abelard." "I'm elderly and bound to a wheelchair, and I don't have many possessions I consider of value except the honorable name of my family. I feel in this instance it's been sullied. I ask you to visit me for no more than a few minutes. I will have no peace until you do so." She thought about driving herself to the Abelard home, but her car was being serviced at the Texaco station down the street. "I'd be happy to come out," she said. Moments later, the nurse pulled the Lincoln town car into the driveway, the oak leaves drifting out of the sunset onto the shiny black surface. Timothy Abelard was on the lawn in his wheelchair when Alifair arrived on the island where his home seemed to rise out of its own elegant decay. He was dressed in a beige suit and an open-necked crimson shirt, one that had a metallic sheen to it, his black tie shoes buffed to a dull luster. "I'm so glad you could come," Mr. Abelard said, extending his hand. Someone had already placed a beach umbrella in a metal stand on the lawn and under it a chair for her to sit in. Timothy Abelard was sitting in the shade of the umbrella, a photo album open on his lap. When Alifair sat down, she found herself unconsciously pinching her knees together, her hands folded. Mr. Abelard smiled, his eyes examining her, one eye a bit smaller and brighter than the other. "I was just looking at some photos taken when I was a bit younger," he said, "in Banff and at Lake Louise in Alberta. Here, take a look." He turned the scrapbook around so she could see the photos in detail. In one, Abelard was standing on a great stone porch of some kind, perhaps on the back of a hotel. Behind him were banks of flowers that were so thick and variegated in color that they dazzled the eyes. In the distance were dark blue mountains razored against the sky, their snow-capped tops so high they disappeared into the clouds. In another photo, Abelard was eating on a terrace not far from a green lake surrounded by golden poppies. A glacier stood at the headwaters of the lake, and at the table where Abelard was dining sat a man with patent leather black hair. He was suntanned and wearing shades and a black shirt unbuttoned on his chest. "That's Robert Weingart," she said. Abelard turned the scrapbook back around on his lap. "No, you are mistaken. That fellow is someone else." Before she could speak again, he said, "How's your novel progressing?" "Fine. Thank you for asking. What is all this about, Mr. Abelard?" When he grinned, his mouth exposed an incisor tooth, and the sunlight seemed to pool in the eye that was smaller and more liquid than the other. "This man named Vida Perkins, a past associate of Robert Weingart, was hanging around the island. I had to run him off. Now Robert has informed me that Mr. Perkins is writing a book containing fabrications about my family. In the eyes of the law, this man has completed his prison sentence in the state of Texas, and legally he has every right to be in our community. But in my view, he does not have the moral right, particularly when he slanders others. What are your feelings about that, Miss Robichaud?" "I don't have any feelings about it at all. I have nothing to say about this man except that I didn't bring him here." "But I did." She looked at the sunlight on the dead cypress trees in the lagoon and didn't reply. "Well, reticence is a statement in itself," Abelard said.
My grandson is weak, but I suspect you've learned that.
Sir?
Unfortunately for him, his dependency on Robert cost him his relationship with you, didn't it?
I don't dwell on it. I don't think you should either. You said your family's honor had been sullied and you would have no peace unless you set something straight. If you're telling me that somehow your family name has been tarred because of an offense committed against me, you're seriously overrating the importance of your family. I couldn't care less about what Kermit or Robert Weingart did or didn't do. I feel sorry for Kermit, but he made his choice. As far as Robert Weingart is concerned, if you wanted him out of this community, he'd be gone in 24 hours. Why don't you deal with your own culpability and stop demeaning your grandson?
You're speaking to me as though I'm benighted, or perhaps condemned by God for my sins and unworthy of respect.
I don't know what your sins are.
Be assured they are many, but not of the kind you think. Greed and misuse of power and all the kind of nonsense that liberals like to rave on and on about. If there is a great sin in my life for which I be held to account, it lies in not accepting the rules of mortality.
Sir?
I've tried to buy back my youth with various degrees of success. They say it can't be done, but they're wrong. Youth isn't a matter of physical appearance. It resides in one's deeds. It doesn't die until the heart and the brain and the glands die. Those who say different not only give up the joy of living, but seek the grave.
Why are you telling me this?
Because my grandson is a fool and didn't know what he had.
His mouth flexed slightly, and she saw the tip of his tongue wet his lip. An odor like menthol rub and dried perspiration seemed to rise from his clothes. I think I'll go now.
I've offended you.
She stood up from the chair and took a breath. I'm going to walk across your bridge and down your road. You can send Miss Jewel to pick me up and take me home, or you can decide not to, whichever you prefer.
Stay,
he said, one hand reaching out toward her like a claw. Then she saw the speedboat out on the bay, Robert Weingart at the wheel, Kermit being towed on skis in the wake. You lied, she said.
About what?
You told me they were away.
They were. Out on the boat. That's what away means. They weren't here.
You had me fooled for a minute, Mr. Abelard, she said. I thought you might be a genuinely wicked man. Instead, you're simply a cheap liar. Excuse me, sir, but you excite an emotion in me that I can only express as yuck. She began walking across the bridge, her purse on her shoulder, her dress swaying on the back of her thighs, her shoes loud on the planks. Alifair was still up when Molly and I got home from the movie theater in Lafayette. She told us what had happened on the Abelard's island. Abelard didn't send a car to take you home? I said. He's just an old man. Leave him alone, she said. Don't underestimate him. He's pathetic. You didn't see him. You know the term, the banality of evil? When Adolf Eichmann was captured by Israeli commandos, he was working as a chrome polisher in an automobile plant, a guy who helped send 6 million people to their deaths. Mr. Abelard is a shriveled-up worm and should be treated as nothing less and nothing more, she replied. Put it in neutral, big guy. Alifair rubbed her temple. He showed me some pictures that were taken years ago in the Canadian Rockies. In one of them he was sitting at a table with a man who looked like Robert Weingart. Except Mr. Abelard looked 20 years younger in the photo, and Robert looked like he does today. Weingart has had plastic surgery. There's no telling how old he is, I said. I've pulled his jacket in 3 states. He's been giving different birth years throughout his entire criminal career. You think Mr. Abelard showed me that photo by mistake? Or he had an agenda? She asked. I think he had one thing only on his mind, Alifair, I said. I want to take another shower, she said. The next afternoon, I took the old two-lane highway past Spanish Lake and turned onto I-10 in Lafayette and drove to Jennings, then down into the southern tip of the parish where the coastline dissolved into a marshy green haze and eventually became part of a saltwater bay. I didn't revisit Bernadette's grandmother. Instead, I talked to people at a crossroads store, a bait shop, and a trailer settlement. I asked about the arpents Bernadette Lacholet had inherited, but I learned nothing. I parked my pickup at the end of the road and got out on the asphalt and looked southward. I could smell the salt out on the Gulf, the bait fish and shrimp in the waves, the warm and stagnant smell of wet sand and dead vegetation and ponded water in the marsh, and the distant hint of rain and electricity in the clouds. It was a grand place to be. Did the 7 arpents of land that Bernadette had inherited from her father have anything to do with her death? Her grandmother had said Bernadette wanted to save the bears. The people I spoke to on the south end of the parish said they knew nothing of any attempt to save bears, nor were they sure where Bernadette's 7 arpents might have been located, although they said that many years ago some of the Lacholet family had farmed some rice acreage that had been turned into commercial crawfish ponds. But the ponds had been abandoned because of the importation of Chinese crawfish, and the land was now little more than a soggy swamp. At lunchtime, I gave up my odyssey and went back to a crossroads service station where I had stopped earlier. "Find out any more about that property you were looking for, Mr. Robichaud?" the clerk said. He was in his mid-20s and wore a crew cut and striped strap overalls and a brown T-shirt. "Not much," I said. "I'll probably go to the courthouse and check the records tomorrow." "After you left, another man came in and asked me about that property. No, not exactly about the property, but about the girl, the one who was killed." "Bernadette Lacholet." "Yeah. A man came in and said didn't that girl come from a family that had a rice or crawfish farm hereabouts." "What did this fellow look like?" I asked. "Strange is the word I'd use." "Strange in what way?" "His eyes. They didn't have any pupils. He was grinning all the time, like there was some kind of joke going on between us. Except I couldn't figure out what the joke was. He had a binocular case hanging from his arm." I wrote my cell phone number on the back of my business card and gave it to the clerk. "If you see him again, call me. Don't try to detain him and don't provoke him." "He's dangerous?" "Maybe. Maybe not. His name is Vida Perkins. Personally, I wouldn't touch him with a soiled Q-tip, but that's just one man's opinion." I drove back to the parish road that led north to the interstate and back to New Iberia. But I couldn't give up my obsession with Bernadette Lacholet and the secret she had probably taken to the grave. What did she mean when she said she was going to save the bears? What had been her relationship with Kermit Abelard? For reasons I couldn't quite explain other than the fact that I believed somehow the geography of this area was linked to Bernadette's death, I drove down toward the river where I'd seen an ancient Acadian cottage that was being used to store hay. Down by the river I could see the gum trees along the bank growing dimmer and dimmer, the clouds swollen and black as soot now and veined with electricity. My cell phone rang. I thought it was Cleet, but it was not. "Mr. Robichaud?" a voice said. "Yeah, who's this?" I could hear almost nothing except the booming of the thunder outside. "Who's calling? You'll have to talk louder. I'm in an electric storm." "Marvin, at the store," the voice said. "You gave me your number." "My cousin came into the store and said some guys in a white car with a Florida tag got into it with a guy driving a beat-up blue pickup. Behind Old Creamery about 2 miles south of me. My cousin said he thought they were just talking, but when he looked in his rearview mirror, he could see they were arguing. It was starting to rain, and he didn't see anything real good, but he thought a guy from the white car shoved the guy driving the pickup. My cousin thinks maybe the guy in the pickup was in deep shit. I don't know if there's any help to you or not." "The guy in deep shit was driving a blue pickup truck?" "That's what my cousin said. The guy had black hair that was combed up on his head in a square. That's how my cousin described it. He sounds like the guy you were looking for, doesn't he?" "You bet he does. Does your cousin know where any of these guys went?" "No, sir. He felt it wasn't his business, but then he got bothered about it. 2 against 1. You did the right thing, and so did your cousin. Call me back if y'all see any of these guys again. One other thing. My cousin said there was a van parked close by. He didn't know if anybody was in it." "A cargo van?" "He said a delivery van. Same thing, huh?" I closed my cell phone and drove in a wide arc behind the Acadian cottage, watching the rain swirl across the grass in the field and on the gum trees and on the surface of the river. The river was already running high and wide, the water way over its banks, a yellow froth scudding through the flooded tree trunks. Then out of nowhere overhead I saw a red airplane fighting hard against the wind, its wings buffeting, its landing lights sparking whitely. What was a crop duster, if that's what it was, doing up in weather like this, I asked myself. When I turned back toward the paved road, trying to stay on the high ground as I passed the Acadian cottage, I stared through my windshield and realized I wasn't alone. A dented, paint-skinned blue pickup truck had come to a stop in the grassy field midway between the Acadian cottage and the road, its headlights on a high beam and its windshield wipers flying. I pressed down on the brake and slipped my transmission into neutral and waited. The sky was completely black now, the airplane gone, the entirety of the landscape so devoid of light that the pale grass in the field seemed luminous by comparison. In the background, the rain was blowing in gray sheets, smudging out the paved road and the farmhouses in the distance. I took my pair of Russian field glasses from the glove box and focused them on the windshield of Perkins' truck. I could see a solitary figure inside, but I couldn't make out the features. I unsnapped the strap on my .45 and lifted it from its leather holster and set it beside me on the seat. The driver of the blue pickup remained motionless behind the steering wheel, the headlights smoking in the rain. Then the driver got out of the pickup and walked in front of his headlights and lifted his arms out from his sides. I refocused my field glasses on his face. There was no question whom I was looking at. There was also no doubt what he was trying to tell me. Vida Perkins was unarmed and not a source of danger to me or anyone else. To emphasize that fact, he pulled off his shirt and dropped it in the weeds, the rain melting the grease in his hair, glazing his bare shoulders and arms against the beams of his headlights. But there was a problem with Perkins' dramatic display of his innocuousness. Perkins had been jailing most of his life. He knew every ritual associated with every aspect of arrest at a crime scene. He knew what the cost could be for pulling a cell phone from his pocket or tucking the tail of his shirt into his trousers at the wrong moment. Vida was a walking encyclopedia of criminal knowledge. If he had wanted to demonstrate convincingly that he was unarmed, he would have turned his trouser pockets inside out and rotated in a full circle, his arms straight out at his sides. Inexplicably, he was not doing what he knew I expected. I turned my truck at an angle to him and rolled down my window. "On your face, Mr. Perkins," I said. But he gave no reply. "Guys like us are old school. Don't disappoint me," I said. His gaze was riveted on me, the rain separating his hair on his scalp. I thought I could see his lips moving, but I wasn't sure. "Want to tell me something?" I said. He started walking toward me, his hands out by his sides, his face twitching. "That's far enough, Mr. Perkins." He was close enough now for me to see him swallow. "I've been trying to help," he said. "I got that impression. You want to tell me what you're doing here?" "Nothing. I saw your truck is all." "You place your hands on the crown of your head and turn around, Mr. Perkins." "Yes, sir, whatever you say." He knitted his fingers on top of his head and rotated in a circle. When he looked at me again, his chest was rising and falling, his mouth shaping and reshaping itself like rubber, as though he wanted to speak words that he didn't know how to form. The skin around his eyes was bloodless, like that of a man who was seasick. There was a red knot on his collarbone with 2 punctures in it as though he had been bitten by a snake.
"If you're gonna bust me, do it. I'm getting on my face. Hook me up. I ain't here to give you trouble. No, sir, that's not my way."
"No, you will walk toward me, then you will get on your knees. You will do that right now." I picked up my .45 from the seat and opened the door and stepped outside. Then I realized I had missed something. Far behind Perkins' truck on the opposite side of the paved road, a gray cargo van was parked under an oak tree, its sliding door open wide. "You have 2 seconds to move, Mr. Perkins. Look into my face and tell me I won't do it. No, don't look behind you. Look at me."
"Yes, sir, I believe you. I'm coming. I apologize for scaring your daughter. I apologize for messing in your life, Mr. Robichaux. Let me explain."
But he couldn't control his fear. I could see tears welling in his eyes. I shifted my position so he was directly between me and the parked van. He looked pleadingly into my eyes.
"I didn't start that fire when I was a kid. It was them other boys. That's been on my sheet all these years, something I never did. I went from one state home to another. I learned how to draw trees for psychiatrists. If you can't make the pencil line come back on itself, they say you're schizophrenic. That can get you a free pass out of a jail or the wrong foster home. That's how I grew up."
"Tell me about it later, bub. Who's in the van?" I would never get a reply to my question. I heard a dull, wet pop inside the rain and simultaneously saw Vida Perkins' jaw drop and an exit wound the size and shape of a watermelon plug fountain from just above his right eye. His motors were cut, and he went straight down on the ground, his eyes never closing, his head tilted upward like a man catching a glimpse of a bird streaking by overhead. I was staring across the field at the rain-dimmed outline of the cargo van and the dark opening on its side where I was sure the shooter was now sighting on me. I piled inside the cab of my truck, my head below windshield level, just as 2 rounds blew out the glass in the driver's door. I had knocked my cell phone off the seat and could not find it on the floor. I tried to twist the ignition and start the engine, but the shooter changed his line of fire and went to work on the front of the truck, punching holes in the radiator, flattening the right front tire all the way to the rim, wanging at least 2 rounds off the engine block. I found the 2 extra magazines I kept in a glove box. With my head still down, I opened the passenger door and rolled out on the ground, my .45 in my right hand, my cell phone still lost somewhere under a seat or a floor mat. The shooter let off 3 more rounds, one punching through the dashboard and ricocheting off the steering wheel. Ironically, the shooter, in flattening the tire, had improved my position. The right side of the truck had sunk almost to ground level, reducing my exposure, and from a kneeling position, I could steady my arm on the side of the headlight and aim on the van. I opened up in earnest, squeezing off 1 round after another, the heavy frame and checkered grips bucking solidly in my palm. I shoved in another magazine and slammed it hard into place with the heel of my hand, then released the slide and let it chamber another round. But before I could fire again, I realized that I had more to deal with than the shooter in the van. The low-slung white car with the charcoal windows and the hood spray-painted with primer had come up the road from the south and was now turning into the field, the driver positioning his vehicle behind a rusted tractor that shimmered whenever lightning jumped between the clouds. I saw the front passenger window go down and an arm come out and the barrel of a weapon with a folding wire stock on it point in my direction. This time I wasn't going to be a stationary target. I got to my feet and started running through the field toward the river, sheets of rain swirling around me, the grass thick and sharp-edged and well over my knees, water and mud exploding from under my shoes. Then I ran full tilt down a coulee that was brown with runoff from the field, grabbing roots and morning glory vines on either side of it for support until I splashed into a stand of willows and gum trees whose trunks were under at least 2 feet of water. My chest was heaving, my clothes drenched and heavy. I waded downstream between the trees for 30 yards. The rain was striking the river so hard the air glowed with a misty yellow light 6 inches above the surface. I waded back up on the bank, and got down on my knees and worked my way up a clay-slick slope holding on to cypress roots until I was in an eroded pocket where I could look out upon the field with minimum exposure. My .45 was smeared with a grayish-pink clay, and I wiped it clean with a wet handkerchief and pointed the barrel downward and hit it to free it of any obstructions inside. And I raised my head above the embankment. I discovered I had dramatically underestimated my adversaries. These were not nickel-and-dime gumballs. They were cleaners. The cargo van and white car were parked deep in the field now, and two men wearing dark raincoats with hoods were loading the body of Vida Perkins into the van. One of them glanced back at the road, which was almost invisible inside the storm. They closed the van and joined three other men wearing the same type of raincoats, and the five of them began advancing through the grass, not unlike a line of hunters flushing quail from a field. The five men in hooded raincoats were fanning out, their weapons cradled across their chests. I calculated I had perhaps 20 to 30 seconds before they reached the edge of the embankment. When that happened, I would be pinned down and flanked on both sides. I looked behind me. I could try to swim the river, but the opposite bank was steep and clay-sided and devoid of any trees along the mudflat. As soon as I was stranded there, they could pot me easily as shooting a coon in a bare cornfield. I could try to swim to the next bend downstream, but I would be visible and exposed for at least 100 yards, and my pursuers could run along the bank and cut me to pieces. What do you do under these circumstances? The real question was not what I expected of myself, but what my enemy expected of me. The man in the center of the line was probably the leader. I heard him give a muffled command. Then the two men on either side of him began moving out farther and farther from him. My guess was they'd already concluded I would either run or try to swim upstream or downstream, and they'd come to this conclusion because that was what they would have done. I doubted if the cleaners expected me to go back to the coulee, the place where I had dropped out of sight and entered the river basin. But that was exactly what I did, running through the shallows, splashing up onto the mudflat to a high place among the trees where I could look out on the slope that led into the watershed. I lay on my stomach, rain dripping from the overhang on my back and head, and watched the leader of the five men come down the dip in the land that would give him access to cover and a chance to reconnoiter the area. He paused, evidently confident that I was not in immediate proximity to him. He looked to the left and to the right, scanning the trees, checking to see where his men had stationed themselves. I propped my elbows in the dirt and aimed a .45 at his rib cage with both hands, allowing for the climbing effect of the recoil, and tightened my finger inside the trigger guard. Surprise time, motherfucker. Iberia Parish Sheriff's Detective, throw away your weapon and place your hands on your head, I said. He jerked around just as a pool of yellow electricity flared inside a cloud. His expression was like that of a cowled monk in a Reformationist painting caught in an iniquitous act. In that instant, I also saw his eyes, and I knew he had entered the brief interior monologue with himself that I call the moment. Almost as though he wished to bring a touch of class to his moment on the edge of the abyss, his mouth softened with a lackadaisical grin. He swung the muzzle of a cut-down pistol-grip pump shotgun toward me. I fired twice, my muzzle flash spearing into the dark, the two ejected shell casings tinkling somewhere off to my right. I didn't think the second round had found a target, but the first one did. The hooded man took it under the armpit, and I suspected the hollow point round had flattened on bone and torn up through the lungs and perhaps exited through the far shoulder. Regardless, his knees buckled, and the blood spewed from his mouth, and his jaw jacked loose when his knees struck the ground. When I pulled his shotgun out from under him, I realized he was both a taller and heavier man than I had thought. I crawled back into the trees, dragging the shotgun with me, and opened my mouth to clear my ears. I couldn't see the other four men, but I knew I had to turn the situation around on them and get out of the defensive position I was in. They were inside the tree line now, on either side of me, and I had a swollen river at my back and an empty field with little cover on it in front of me. I sat up on a slope and slipped a pump on the shotgun far enough back so I could be sure there was a shell in the chamber. It was a Remington, and if the sportsman's plug was removed, there were probably 5 shells in the gun, each probably loaded with double-aught buckshot. 1 bad guy down and 4 to go, I thought. The 2 men to my south had sought cover when they heard me fire. I was sure they could distinguish the difference between the report of a pistol and a shotgun, and by now they had concluded their leader had made a serious mistake in judgment and had taken himself off the board. I hoped the loss of their leader would cause them to cut and run, but I knew better. They were obviously professionals, probably with military or mercenary backgrounds, and if the crop duster I'd seen was actually part of their operation, they had radio communication with people who had far more authority and power than the man I'd just killed. I strained my eyes against the darkness. The undergrowth was shiny with rainwater, the canopy dripping. I could see no movement among the trees. Nor could I hear any sounds that didn't belong in a drenched woods, which meant that perhaps with good luck the 2 men to my north had gone to ground and had not decided on a plan. I looked to the south again and saw something that instilled in me more fear than even the 2 men who were probably crouched in the undergrowth. At the mouth of the river, where it widened into a fan and met a saltwater bay, I saw a double-decker steamer. I saw its twin scrolled stacks, its scrubbed finish, its rows of passenger cabins, its pilot house, and the water cascading off the paddles of its great steam-powered wheel. All of it caught inside a column of translucence that looked more like ether than light. I knew that what I was watching was not a delusion, and I knew what the paddle wheeler represented, and who the crew and passengers were, and why all of them were here, beckoning at me, their lips moving without sound, saying, "It's time." I ducked behind the trunk of the tree, my chest quivering, my clothes all at once cold, as though my body were no longer capable of generating enough heat to warm the soaked fabric. I peered around the tree and in the distance saw only the blackness of the sky. The paddle wheeler was not in sight, but I heard a bush shake and raindrops scatter on the ground, and I knew my adversaries were still with me. I ran through the trees like a broken-field quarterback, crashing over the undergrowth, weaving through the tree trunks directly at them. 1 man rose from a pool of water where he was crouched and began firing with a semi-automatic rifle on a wire stock. But the electricity in the clouds had died and the stand of trees was almost totally dark. I doubted if he had a clear idea where I was. I heard a round blow bark out of a gum tree and I felt wood splinters sting the side of my face. But I was already raising the shotgun in front of me and not thinking about anything other than killing the man whose gun had jammed and was trying to knock a shell casing loose from his rifle bolt with his hand. He twisted his body away from me when I squeezed the trigger, holding out his palm in a pushing position, his eyes squeezed tightly shut. I saw his fingers fly loose from his hand as though they had been snipped off with shears. I ejected the spent shell and jacked another one into the chamber, then realized that my adrenaline-fed confidence had been an illusion. The 2nd man had positioned himself behind a root ball of a downed tree by the water's edge, perhaps even sacrificing his friend so he could get me in his sights. I tried to swing the 12-gauge toward him and lay down a masking shot before he let off the AR-15 he had raised to his shoulder. But I tripped on a log and tumbled down an embankment into a cluster of palmettos, the shotgun skittering down with me. The man with the AR-15 let off 4 rounds, but they were all high, clattering away in the trees like the sound of wood blocks falling down a staircase. I picked up the shotgun with both hands and without aiming fired at the shooter. But the barrel had become clotted with mud or clay. It exploded in a red and yellow balloon, the muzzle swelling into the deformed shape of a split sausage. I dropped the shotgun to the ground and reached into my belt for my .45, except I knew that this time my appointment in Samara had come round at last. I heard the sound of a car horn blowing and tires spinning on grass and mud. The shooter continued to hold the stock of his rifle against his shoulder, but he dissolved back into the darkness so quickly I had to blink to make sure my vision hadn't failed me. I got to one knee with the .45 and scanned the trees and the undergrowth, but could see no sign of him.
"Dave, are you in there?"
I heard Cleet shout. I got up and started running up the embankment through the trees. I burst through the undergrowth and ran between two thick slash pines that whipped back into my face, then saw Cleet behind the wheel of his caddy, his window down, rain blowing inside, his pork pie hat clamped down on his brow. He looked like a giant albino ape hunched between the seat and the wheel.
"What the hell is going on in there?" he said.
I pulled open the passenger door and piled inside. I killed one guy and blew the hand off another. 4 guys, including the wounded one, are still in there. Where's your cell phone?
"In the glove box. Who are these guys?"
I don't know. Cleaners, maybe. Vida Perkins is dead. Get moving. He started to accelerate, but he was still looking at me.
"You capped Perkins?"
No, they did. They were shooting at me. Come on, Cleet, step on it. We'll try to box them in. I looked through the back window at the tree line, but couldn't see anyone emerging from it. I had the cell phone in my hand and dialed 911. There was no service. What have you got on you? I asked.
"Just my piece."
We're going to be okay, I said. They've got the river at their back and we're between them and their vehicles. We can pin them down until somebody sees us and calls in a 911. Then something caught his attention. I looked through the windshield but didn't see anything.
"At 9 o'clock, they cut their lights," he said.
To the left, angling off the paved road into the field, the grass flattening under their bumpers, were 2 black SUVs. They were neither official vehicles nor the vehicles of choice for people in this area, most of whom were poor. The SUVs divided in the field, creating a pincer movement, trying to seal us off from the road. They're behind and in front of us. Head south on the road. We'll use the phone at the crossroads and then come back. Do it, Cletus. We're running out of options. He stared hard at me, sweat and raindrops running out of his hair.
"They're gonna skate," he said.
I'm sorry I got you into this.
"Forget sorry. We're sending a real bad message to these guys, like they can spit in our mouths any time they want."
We'll nail them later. He gazed at me for a long time, fighting with conclusions he didn't want to accept, steering with one hand. Then he angled toward the south, exhaling, depressing the accelerator. In the silence, I could hear the grass raking under the caddy's frame. How'd you know where I was? I asked.
"I went to that filling station at the crossroads. The clerk in there said he'd talk to you."
The caddy thumped onto the asphalt. Cleet floored the accelerator, glancing in the rearview mirror at the same time.
"Try the cell again."
No service. The flooded fields on either side of the road were flying past us.
"We're gonna get these guys. We're gonna get these guys. We're gonna get these guys," he said.
I was used up and too tired to offer any support for his fantasies about revenge. We pulled into the filling station at the crossroads and called the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Department. My report on the gun battle up the road and the death of Vida Perkins obviously seemed surreal and was probably more than the dispatcher could assimilate. I had to keep repeating who and where I was. In the background, I could hear 6 dispatchers trying to talk over one another. There were obviously power outages and downed electrical wires in people's yards and automobile accidents all over the parish. A large-scale shots fired called in by a police officer from another parish who said he'd just killed a man and wanted backup at the scene he had fled probably sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. Surprisingly, 2 cruisers showed up at the field at the same time we did, their spotlights piercing deep into the darkness, sweeping over the Acadian cottage and the rusted tractor and the acres of grass and weeds that stretched all the way back to the line of trees along the riverbank. I could still see swaths of tire tracks in the grass. I could see the coulee that I had raced down and hidden inside. I could even see the 2 slash pines where I'd exited the tree line. But all the vehicles, including my pickup truck, were gone. At the spot where Perkins had died, there was nothing but dirt. Where we had been fired on from the van, there were no brass casings. My truck was gone.
"Do you believe this?"
Cleet said. No, I don't, I said. We walked along the coulee and stood on the spot where I'd shot the hooded man. My .45 shell casings were nowhere to be found. The body of the man I had killed was gone. There was no visible trace of blood on the ground. Later in Cleet's caddy, I said, "During the firefight, I saw a steamboat down by the mouth of the river."
You mean a floating casino?
That's not what it was.
I don't know if I want to hear this.
I thought that was where I was going. I thought they were waiting for me.
Who?
The people on board.
Don't talk like that.
You're the best, Cletus.
No, we're the best. One is no good without the other. The Bobbsey twins from Homicide have one agenda only. We make the dirtbags want to crawl back in their mother's wombs. We're going to hunt down the cleaners or whatever they are and salt their hides and nail them to the barn door.
You already said it for both of us. It's only rock and roll. Monday morning. In the Jefferson Davis Parish Courthouse, I didn't find any documents that were revelatory in themselves. However, I did find a pattern. During the previous 3 years, within an area of approximately 500 acres, blocks and strips of land had been sold at nominal prices to 7 buyers. Most of the acreage was fallow or partially underwater. It possessed neither great agricultural or mineral value. The buyers were located in Louisiana, Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Jackson, Mississippi. In the middle of the 500 acres were the 7 arpents apparently inherited by Bernadette, all fitting like narrow pieces of a pie along the bank of the river where I had almost been killed. I made a list of the 7 buyers and underlined the name of the group that had purchased other land that was part of Lacholet Estate, Castaways Limited in New Orleans. When I got back to New Iberia, I dialed the number of Castaways Limited. The man who answered sounded young and earnest, with a voice like that of a scrubbed-faced Bible college student tapping on your door. When I told him who I was, he seemed anxious to please. "I was looking at some properties in Jeff Davis Parish," I said. "I see that your company purchased some acreage down by the river. Can you tell me if you all are planning to build a marina there?" 30 seconds later, someone else picked up on the line. "This is Edward Falgoux for the St. Jude Project. How can I help you?" the voice said. I leaned forward in my chair, the phone pressed a little tighter against my ear. "The St. Jude Project?" I said. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you today?" "I'm trying to clear up some title information regarding a tract in Jeff Davis Parish," I said, "specifically the Lacholet Estate. If this is about oil rights, we don't own them. You'll have to check the courthouse for that information." "My name is Dave Robichaud. I'm with the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department. We're investigating a shooting that took place near the old Lacholet property." "Sorry, I was confused. I thought you were a landman with an oil company. We get a lot of inquiries about oil rights." "I'm writing up a report, and I was confused about some land boundaries. The Lacholet land belongs to the Castaways Corporation?" "Yes, sir, to my knowledge. Right now it does." "I didn't catch that last part." "It does and it doesn't. The St. Jude Project is a charitable group. I think that piece of land you're talking about is being transferred to us. We get land donations from various corporations. One of those corporations we work real close with is Castaways." "Yes, I think I've heard of you guys. You all do a lot of good," I said. "Castaways and the St. Jude try to create what we call empowerment zones," he said. "I'm not qualified to speak on it, but the short version is that Castaways buys rundown properties and rejuvenates and donates them to the St. Jude, more or less to put local people back to work." "Just out of curiosity, does that empowerment zone include a casino?" "Not likely." "Say again?" "These are religious people. They don't believe in legalized gambling. The St. Jude Project is real big on the work ethic, what they call workfare, not welfare." "Do you know what they might be building down there? That's one of my favorite duck hunting spots." "Maybe nothing, or maybe something 10 years from now." "What kind of something?" "I got no idea." "I appreciate your time." "Yes, sir, happy to help," he replied. I set the phone back on its base. The man named Edward Falgout may not have given me the keys to the Dark Tower, but inadvertently he had dropped a dime on the St. Jude project, which meant he had put Robert Weingart and Kermit Abelard, and by extension Timothy Abelard, right back in the middle of the investigation. Hogman Patin called at the office in the morning and told me about an incident at the nightclub in St. Mary's Parish where he was a bartender. A woman deputy had confronted Robert Weingart, who was trying to pick up a black girl. "Dave, this ain't just some trashy pole white shopping for country girls. When a man like that picks up a black girl, it's 'cause he wants to leave his mark on her." "But is something else bothering you about what you saw and heard?" The deputy and his Hollywood guy talked like they knew each other, like the deputy knew about things he'd done before. She said that he hadn't broken no law, that she run him off and he wouldn't be back again. "What's this deputy's name?" "I just call her Miss Emma," he replied. "I don't know her last name." After I finished talking to Hogman, I drove to St. Martinville and walked into the sheriff's department and found Emma at a desk in her cubicle, sorting through a pile of paperwork in her in basket. "I understand you had a run-in with Robert Weingart last night. You've met Weingart before?" "I know who he is." "That's not what I asked." "Cleet told me once that Weingart might be using roofies on local girls, so I invited him out of St. Martin Parish." "You told Weingart he'd gotten a free pass about something. You were talking as though you'd had a chance to put a stop to something, but you didn't. Were you talking about the death of Bernadette Lacholet or Fern Michaud?" Emma picked up a thick sheaf of paper from her desktop, work that seemed to be completed, and set it in the in basket. Her cheeks were flaming. "Why do you do this to me, Dave? I was always your friend." "I think you planted Cleet's gold ballpoint in Herman Stanger's swimming pool. You're not only a dirty cop, Emma, I think you set up a man you slept with, a man who had great affection for you and who still defends you." There was a cup of cold coffee on her desk. She picked it up and threw it in my face. Other deputies, both plain clothes and in uniform, were getting up from the desks, staring through the front of the cubicle. I took 2 pieces of Kleenex from the box on Emma's desk and wiped my face with them. "You're a Judas goat. You lead your own kind down the slaughter chute," I said. "Tell me if there's anything lower." The sheriff placed his hand on my shoulder. "That's enough, Dave," he said. "Not even close," I replied. Alifair picked up the phone in the kitchen that afternoon. "Just a moment, please," she said, pressing the mute button on the console. "Is somebody named Emma? She sounds like she's had a few drinks." I waited, thinking. "I'll tell her to call back." "That's all right," I said. I took the receiver from her. "What's shaking, Emma?" "Screw you, Dave. One day I'll pay you back for what you did today." "Is that the entirety of your message?" "No. No matter what you think of me, I still have a conscience. They're going to cap you and anybody who's with you." "Who is?" "God, you're dumb," she said, and broke the connection. My ear felt cold when I set the receiver down in the cradle. "What is it, Dave?" Alifair asked. "That was Emma Pochet. She's a deputy sheriff in St. Martin Parish. Her boat must have left the dock a little early today." But I kept staring at Alifair, my words banal and silly, poorly disguising the portent of Emma's call. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. "She said I was in danger as well as anyone who might be with me." "Danger from whom?" She hung up without saying. "Let's have a talk with her." "I did that this morning. Maybe this is her way of getting even or appeasing her conscience. She's a drunk and nothing she says is reliable." "This Pochet woman is in St. Martinville?" "Bad idea," I said. "Where does she live?" "Stay away from her," I said. "Are you listening, Alf? Come back here." It was dark and rain had started to fall before Alifair found the cypress house on the bayou where Emma Pochet lived. Only one light burned in the house, perhaps in a back bedroom. The light fell out into the backyard where a barbecue pit with an open top smoldered under a live oak, the smoke rising into the leaves in an acrid flume. Alifair could hear music playing inside the cypress house. She could also hear wind chimes tinkling on the gallery and the sound of someone's voice rising and falling above the music. She stepped up on the gallery and started to tap on the door. Then she realized what she was hearing, a soliloquy of need and debasement, a confession of personal inadequacy made by someone who was either drunk or morally insane or without any vestige of self-respect. "I've done everything you wanted," the voice said, "but you treat me like fingernail parings. I'm supposed to fuck you on demand and never expect a kind word and act like that's normal? All I have is you. Come back to bed. Let me hold you." Alifair stepped back, unsure what she should do next. Then she took a breath and knocked hard on the door. The inside of the house went silent. "Ms. Pochet, it's Alifair Robichaud. I need to speak to you," she said. She heard the sound of feet moving across the floor and a door opening in back. She knocked again, this time harder. "Ms. Pochet, one way or another, you're going to talk to me," she said. She walked around to the side of the house. Someone wearing a flop hat and a raincoat was walking rapidly through the trees and down the slope to the bayou. The electricity leaping between the clouds lit the moored speedboat and the banks of flooded elephant ears and the small waves capping among the cypress knees. The person picked up the weighted painter and stepped up on the speedboat's bow in a single motion, then pushed the electric starter on the engine and backed into the current. In seconds, the boat was splitting a trough down the middle of the bayou. Alifair went back to the gallery. Emma Pochet was standing behind the screen door, backlit by a lamp she had turned on in the living room. She wore jeans and a blouse that exposed a bra strap. "What do you want?" she said, her hair in disarray, her breath rife with the odor of cigarettes and alcohol. "You called my father this afternoon. What about it?" "You said someone was going to kill him and anybody he was with." "I have no memory of a conversation like that." In the glow of the lamp, Alifair could see the streaked makeup on Emma Pochet's face, the swollen eyes, the smear of lipstick on her teeth. "I answered the phone," Alifair said. "I handed the receiver to my father. I listened while he talked to you. Don't lie to me." Alifair jerked open the door and went inside. "If you want to call 911 and report an intruder, you can use my cell." When Emma didn't reply, Alifair said, "Who was the person who just left?" "I don't have to tell you anything. Who do you think you are?" "I advise you to shut your mouth and listen, Deputy Pochet. I found out where you live from Cleet Purcell. I also found out you were the woman who tried to set him up for the murder of Herman Stanger. That's about as low as it gets. I had a hard time imagining what kind of woman could do that to a man like Cleet. I tried to see you in my mind's eye, but I couldn't. Then I stood on your gallery and heard you begging affection from somebody to whom you're obviously a throwaway fuck. If you weren't so pathetic, I'd slap you all over your own house." "You little bitch, you can't talk to me like that." "Who are the men who tried to kill Dave?" "I don't know." Involuntarily, Alifair raised her hand. "You listen to me, girl," Emma said. "You think I'm the only person around here who's a disposable fuck? You like the way you got treated by Kermit Abelard? What do you know about Kermit? Better question, what don't I know about him? He used you, but while he was getting in your pants, he was taking it between the cheeks from Robert Weingart." Alifair used the full flat of her hand to slap Emma Pochet across the face. She hit her so hard spittle rocketed from Emma's mouth. Emma sat down on the couch, her left cheek glowing from the blow, her eyes out of focus. Alifair's gaze dropped to the coffee table. "What are you doing with this book?" she asked. "Reading it?" "Who just left here?" "No one. As far as I'm concerned, you've imagined everything that's happened here tonight." "You're reading Kermit's novel about the Battle of Shiloh?" "You give me that," Emma said, getting to her feet. Alifair peeled back the book's pages to the frontispiece. The inscription read, "To Carolyn, With affection and gratitude to a champion on the courts and a champion of the heart. Thanks for your support of my work over the years. Kermit Abelard. Carolyn? I couldn't catch Helen Swallow until she came out of an administrative meeting with the mayor after 11 a.m. I followed her into her office, but before I could speak, she gave me the results of her attempt to confirm my account about the shootout on the river in Jeff Davis Parish. Within the time frame we're using, no hospital in the state has reported a gunshot wound that matches your description of the one you think you inflicted on a man by the river, she said. Nor has there been a report on any dumped bodies that would match those of Vida Perkins or the guy you think caught a .45 round through his lungs. The locals found some bloody rags on the side of the road. There was a piece of flesh with part of a fingernail on it inside one of the rags. Enough to get a print? No, but enough to run a DNA search through the national database. So far, we still don't know who these guys are or where they're from or who they work for. These guys were military. She ticked her nails on her desk blotter. I hope you're wrong. We hardly have the resources to send our local morons to Angola. What'd you come in here to tell me? Emma Poche called me up when she was loaded and told me I was in danger. From? I asked her that. She told me how dumb I was. What else? Alifair went to Emma's house last night and confronted her. To what degree do you mean confronted? She slapped her. She also caught her with a lover. Maybe the lover is Carolyn Blanchette. I saw a glint catch in Helen's eye like a sliver of flint. Then I remembered that she and Carolyn Blanchette had been at LSU at the same time. That something had happened involving a friend of Helen. Rejection by a sorority because of the friend's sexual orientation? I couldn't remember. Run that by me again, Helen said. Somebody was in Emma's house when Alifair was at the front door. Emma was delivering a litany of grief about her mistreatment at this person's hands, but whoever it was left through the back without Alifair seeing him or her. Alifair said a copy of Kermit Abelard's last novel was on the coffee table. It was inscribed to someone named Carolyn. I think we've been looking in the wrong place. Helen and I turned off the 4-lane and drove down a service road to the Blanchette property and the lovely green arbor in which Leighton's tribute to himself still rose through the oaks like a Tudor castle covered with cake icing. We were not the only people there. 2 SUVs and a silver sedan with a United States government plate were coming toward us through the 2 columns of oaks that lined the driveway, the sedan out in front. Helen stuck her hand out the window and signaled the driver to stop. Helen Swallow, Iberia Parish Sheriff, she said. What's going on? The driver of the sedan was young and wore a white shirt and tie and had a fresh haircut. Nothing now, he said. We just got served. Somebody ought to explain to you people that this isn't 1865. Carolyn Blanchette got an injunction against the United States government, Helen said. You got it. We'll be back later. Have fun, Sheriff, the driver said. I watched the convoy drive onto the service road. She probably got a local judge to create some temporary obstacles for the IRS or the SEC, but they'll cut through it with a couple of phone calls, I said. Anything these guys wanted from her has already gone through a shredding machine. Carolyn Blanchette gets what she wants and makes few mistakes. I hated to ask the question that had been hanging in the air every time Carolyn Blanchette's name was mentioned. Helen, how well do you know her? If you haven't heard, Pops, when we're on the job, I'm your boss. You don't question your boss about her personal life. That said, when we're off the job, you still do not question me about my personal life, understood? No. You want to explain that? We were still stationary in the driveway, the sunlight spangling inside the oak canopy overhead. I kept my eyes straight ahead, the side of my face almost wrinkling under Helen's gaze. I think you know more about Carolyn than you've let on, I said. When I looked at her, I saw a level of anger in her face that made me wince. I have a circle of friends in New Orleans you probably haven't met, she said. Carolyn Blanchette has had relationships with some of them.
All of them were the worse for it. She uses people and throws them away like Kleenex. She's also a degenerate. Black leather masks, chains, boots. Would you like more detail? We could hear someone walking balls that were being fired over the net by an automatic ball machine. Carolyn was wearing blue sweatpants and a sports bra and was hitting the balls two-handed, her platinum hair shiny with perspiration, her skin sun-browned with freckles, her baby fat wedging over her waistband as she put all her weight into her swing. She wiped her face and throat and underarms with a towel and flung it on a chair by a table set with a pitcher of lemonade and glasses. She asked if we wanted to sit down. "Not really, Miss Blanchette," Helen said. "We wanted to offer our sympathies at your loss and to ask you a couple of questions, then we'll be gone." "How you doing, Dave?" Carolyn said, sitting down, ignoring Helen's statement, pouring herself a glass. "Just fine, thanks. You chased off the feds?" I said. "No, the federal court in New Orleans did. Layton left behind a mess, but it's not my mess. If somebody else wants to clean it up, that's fine, but they can do it somewhere else." "Miss Blanchette," Helen began. "It's Carolyn, please." "We're still investigating the death of Herman Stanger," Helen said. "Who?" "A black pimp who was shot and killed behind his home in New Iberia. We wondered if you know a St. Martin Parish Sheriff's deputy by the name of Emma Pochet." "Offhand, I don't recall hearing the name." "Offhand?" Helen repeated. "Yes, that's what I said. Offhand, it's a commonly used term." "Do you know any female deputies in the St. Martin Sheriff's Department?" "No. Should I?" "But you know Kermit Abelard, don't you?" Helen said. "I've read his books. I've been to one or two of his book signings. What's the issue here?" "There is no issue. Did he inscribe a book to you?" I stared at Helen incredulously because I realized the direction she was headed in, one that would expose the source of our information. "We're trying to clear up a question about Kermit and his relationship to Layton and their mutual interest in biofuels," I interjected. "What you need to do is answer my question, Miss Blanchette," Helen said, her gaze drifting toward me irritably. "Did Kermit Abelard inscribe a book to you?" "I just told you I attended his book signing. That's what people do at book signings. They get their books signed by the author." "Then why is your autographed book in Emma Pochet's house if you don't know Emma Pochet?" Helen said. I could feel my pulse beating in my wrists. "Carolyn, it's obvious we're looking at a deputy sheriff for reasons that make us uncomfortable," I said. "Someone may have planted evidence at a homicide scene. We had reason to believe you might know this deputy. We didn't come here to offend you." I paused and then took a chance, hoping to create a distraction from Alifair and possibly force an admission by Carolyn Blanchette. "We have a report you may have met with Emma Pochet at a motel outside St. Martinville. Your private life is your private life, but you're telling us things that don't fit with what we know." Carolyn was shaking her head even before I finished speaking. "I should have known. There's no end to it," she said. "End to what?" I said. "My husband was a paranoid. He convinced himself I was having an affair. In part, I think, to assuage his own guilt for screwing women all over the United States and Latin America. Evidently, he hired a fat idiot of a private detective to follow me around, and this is what we end up with." "How could you be at the motel with Emma Pochet and not know her?" Helen said. "I didn't say I was," Carolyn replied. "I think you did," I said. She touched her temples. "I must be having an aneurysm." The sun was over the trees now, and I could feel the heat rising from the concrete. "Emma Pochet has a way of showing up in too many places or with too many people that involve either Layton or you," I said. "I don't believe Layton shot himself, Carolyn. I believe he was murdered." "By whom?" she said. "Let's look at motivation," I said. "Layton was a big liability. He was sick mentally and emotionally and seemed determined to go down with the Titanic. Who loses if the bank is broke? Who loses if the feds find out others were involved in Layton's schemes?" "I always liked you and treated you well, Dave. You're saying ugly things about me, and I think I know the source. She's standing right next to you."
When you walked onto the court, you began talking about a book you found at this female deputy's house. You served a warrant on her house in St. Martin Parish, where you have no jurisdiction?
We have various resources, I said.
You're lying. Both of you are.
She knew Alifair had been our source, and she knew that we knew she knew. She stood up and adjusted the sweatband on her hair. She took a long drink from her glass and set it back down on the table, the ice sliding to the bottom.
I thought that bunch of federal nerds I just got rid of were inept, she said, but you two are establishing new standards.
I have morgue photos of 2 dead girls in my file cabinet, I said. Somehow their deaths are connected to the Abelards and your late husband and some properties in Jefferson Davis Parish. Both girls were abducted, and I believe both suffered terrible deaths. You can be clever from now to Judgment Day, Carolyn, but if you were mixed up in the murder of those girls, I'm going to hang you out to dry, woman or not.
I saw Helen turn and stare at me.
We walked back through the side yard past the heavy, warm fragrance of the flower beds and the smell of chemical fertilizer and the odor of something dead under the house, neither of us speaking, a sound like wind roaring in my ears. Cockroaches don't like sunlight. Despots and demagogues do not make appearances in environments they do not control. Elitists join clubs whose attraction is based not on their membership but on the types of people they are known to exclude. It wasn't hard to find out where Timothy Abelard would probably be on Friday night of that particular week. Cleet and I dressed for the occasion. The waiters at the club were all white-jacketed, middle-aged black men who could not be called obsequious but belonged culturally to another generation, one that knew how to be selectively deaf and to pretend that the clientele they served held them in high regard. The linen-covered buffet tables were lit by candles and sparkled with crystal glasses and silver bowls. The food was sumptuous, the quality you would expect at Antoine's or Galatoire's in New Orleans. The guest speaker was a retired Army general who had helped subvert the democratically elected government in Chile and replace it with Augusto Pinochet, who turned the country into a giant torture chamber. The diners filled their plates and sat at big round tables in a banquet room, at the head of which was a podium and a microphone. Cleet and I sat on folding chairs against the back wall. No one seemed to take particular notice of us. Cleet kept leaning forward, his hands on his knees, studying the room, the diners, the men who drifted out to the bar and returned with a highball or a dessert for a wife or girlfriend. When the general was introduced and walked to the podium, the entire room rose and applauded. He was tall and wore a gray suit with stripes in it and was erect in his carriage for a man his age. The general had a prepared speech in his hands, but before beginning it, he paused and stared into the crowd, his face brightening. "I know when I'm among the right kind of people," he said. "I was walking through the parking lot a few minutes ago and I saw a bumper sticker I must share with you. It said, 'Earth first, we'll drill the rest of the planets later.'" The audience roared with laughter. But Cleet was not listening to the general's joke and the audience's appreciation of it. He was peering at a table in the corner where Timothy Abelard was sitting in a wheelchair, his grandson Kermit seated on one side of him, and his caretaker Jewel on the other. Also at the table was a dark-skinned man who had a thin nose and wore a pencil mustache, and whose lacquered black hair resembled a cap. The other man at the table had his back to us, and I could not see his face. His hair was boxed on the back of his neck, and his right shoulder seemed to hang lower than his left, as though he were uncomfortable in his chair or experiencing lower back pain trying to shift the pressure off his spine. "I need a drink. You want anything from the bar?" Cleet said. "Take it easy on the booze." "I wish I was stone drunk. I wish I was wearing a full-body condom. You think these chairs have been sprayed for crab lice?" He went to the bar, scraping his chair loudly. When he returned carrying a highball glass packed with ice that was dark with bourbon, his gaze was fixed on the Abelard table. "See the guy next to the greaseball, the one with his arm in a sling? There's a cast or a big wad of bandages on his hand. You clipped a guy's fingers off at the gig on the river?" "That's what it looked like." "You remember his face at all?"
I didn't see any of their faces except the guy who got his ticket canceled.
The guy in the slinger's hinky. He saw me looking at him and turned away real quick like he'd made me.
The general was finishing his speech. The audience rose and applauded, then applauded some more. Through the crowd I saw Timothy Abelard looking at me, his face lit with goodwill, 2 fingers raised in a wave. Cleet turned his attention back to Timothy Abelard and the man with the bandaged hand.
"What do you want to do?"
"Wait till it thins out," I replied.
"Then what?"
I touched a manila envelope that I had rolled into a cone and stuck in my coat pocket. "We give them a look at some unpleasant realities they won't find in a family newspaper," I said. But the Abelards and their retinue did not wait for the party to end. Without fanfare, Jewel pushed Timothy Abelard in his wheelchair down a corridor toward an exit, and the other people from the table followed, the man with the injured hand glancing back once over his shoulder. "Let's go," I said. Cleet swallowed the bourbon-stained ice melt in the bottom of his glass, his cheeks blooming. We walked out into the parking lot no more than 30 feet behind the Abelard party, the oak trees swelling with wind against the glow of the street lamps. "Excuse me," I called out, but no one among the Abelard party chose to hear me. "I'd like to have a word with you, Mr. Timothy," I said. "It's a matter that concerns your grandson and possibly one of your friends here." He raised his hand, signaling everyone around him to stop. I walked to a spot between the wheelchair and an enormous SUV that he and the others had been preparing to enter. His bronze-tinted hair was blowing on his pate, dry and loose like a baby's. When he turned his face up at me, I thought of a tiny bird. "You're a ubiquitous presence, Mr. Robichaux," he said. "You pop up like a jack-in-the-box. I didn't realize you were an admirer of my friend the General." "I'm not." "So our meeting here is more than coincidental. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. As I recall, your father was a persistent man. He could lay them flat out, couldn't he? What is it about my grandson or my friends that has you so concerned?" I looked at the man whose hand was wrapped in a wad of gauze and tape as big as a boxing glove. His face was as taut as latex, his eyes liquid with resentment, a scar like a piece of white string cupped on the rim of one nostril. The man with the oil-black hair had turned at an angle toward me, his coat open and pushed back loosely, his nose thinner than it should have been, as though it had been destroyed by disease of some kind and reconstructed by an inept plastic surgeon. "Your man with his arm in a sling, is he missing some fingers?" I asked Abelard. "Not to my knowledge. He slammed a door on his hand." "No, I think I shot him. I think I blew his fingers all over a tree. I suspect he's still in considerable pain," I said. Then I laughed. "I also killed one of his friends." "You must tell us about this sometime. But right now, we need to be going. Good night to you," Abelard said. "No, I'd like for you to glance at a few photos," I said, pulling the manila folder from my coat pocket and opening it in front of him so it caught the light. That first shot was taken at an exhumation by the Iberia-St. Martin Parish line. Her name is Fern Michaud. This other girl is Bernadette Lacholet. The knife cut across her throat almost decapitated her, which caused her to bleed out and the muscles in her face to collapse, so it's probably pretty hard to recognize her. Does she look familiar to you? What Mr. Robichaux is trying to say is the girl received a scholarship we created at UL, Pepper, Kermit said. "I might have met her at an honors ceremony, but I didn't know her. Mr. Robichaux is still resentful because of my breakup with Alifair." "Is that true, Mr. Robichaux? You're resentful about my grandson?" Abelard said. "No, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about Kermit," I said. "Here, look at these close-up photos of the ligature marks on Fern Michaud's wrists and ankles. She may have died from asphyxiation, or she may have been frightened to death. In your opinion, what kind of man or men would do this to a young girl, Mr. Timothy? You have any speculations?" "Yes, I do. I think you should seek counseling," he replied. "Did you know these girls, Mr. Abelard? Have you ever seen them?" "No, I haven't, and I hope that settles the matter for you." "You think you can act like this to an elderly gentleman? Who are you?" the man with the mustache said to me.
Stay out of it, buddy, Cleet said.
It's all right, Emiliano, Abelard said. No, it is not all right, Emiliano said. Who are these crazy people? This is the United States. Then I heard the voice of someone I'd completely forgotten about. It was soft, almost a whisper, humble and deferential, the voice of someone who had been taught for a lifetime that her interests were secondary to those of other people. Mr. Timothy? What is it, Jewel? Abelard answered, looking up at the woman who was both his nurse and his daughter. Mr. Timothy? Yes? Mr. Timothy, will you please say it? Please, sir, she said, her eyes glistening. You're not making any sense, woman, Abelard said. A pox on all of you. Get us out of here. I'm sick of this. There was nothing for it. We had taken on the roles of anachronisms, making shrill noises on a stage set in front of an empty theater. We all stood motionless in the parking lot, the trees swelling and bending, our shadows trembling on the asphalt because the street lamps were vibrating in the wind, none of us speaking, the photos of the dead girls clenched in my hand. I had no idea I would receive a phone call from someone whose importance in the investigation I had treated in a cavalier fashion, maybe because of a racial or cultural bias of my own. In the era in which I was raised, people of color never gave up the secrets of their white employers. Their silence had nothing to do with loyalty either. It was based on fear. Early Sunday morning, I heard the phone ring and Alifair pick up in the kitchen. "You where? I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well," she said. "My father is right here. I'm sure he'll be able to help." "No, it's not too early. It's good to hear from you. Hang on." She handed the receiver to me and silently formed the words, "Miss Jewel," with her mouth. The tremolo in Jewel's voice was of the subdued kind that I always associated with people whose sleeplessness and worry and uncertainty had left them on a desolate beach. "I don't want to be saying these things, Mr. Dave, but when you showed us those pictures, I got sick inside, and I was hoping everything would get set straight then and there, but it didn't, and that's why I'm calling you. I was looking down at those girls' faces in the photographs when Mr. Timothy said what he said, and I didn't believe that he was him talking, 'cause Mr. Timothy has got lots of faults, but lying isn't one of them. Now his sin has become mine, 'cause I didn't speak up. I waited for him to do it, but he didn't." "I see." "No, sir, I don't believe you do. I'm a nurse. I've worked on people who died in an emergency room with bullet holes in them you could stick your thumb in. The gunpowder burns still on their clothes, except a police report says they were shot while armed and fleeing. I've seen babies brought in by parents who said the stroller got knocked over accidentally or the baby pulled down a hot water pan on itself. Those things keep happening because other people go along with the lie. When I looked into the faces of those dead girls, it was like there were words sewn up inside their mouths, like dry moths trying to get out, except nobody wanted to listen." She was on a cell phone and I could hear the transmission starting to break up. I had the feeling that if she didn't finish her statement to me, she never would. "Miss Jewel, tell me what Mr. Abelard should have said in the parking lot." "The one named Bernadette was at the house. She came there in the boat with Mr. Robert and Mr. Kermit. They'd been taking a ride out on the bay, and they tied up the boat at the dock and played croquet on the lawn. Mr. Timothy shook her hand. I saw him." "How long ago was this?" "Maybe 3 months back. I'm not sure." "Maybe he forgot," I said. "Mr. Timothy never forgets anything. Not a face, not an injury, not a weakness in someone, not a show of strength. He's the same with loyalty. He always say he gives every friend and every enemy whatever they've earned. He's never been afraid. Those Dagos from New Orleans, the Chicanos, used to come here and do business. They were scared of Mr. Timothy because he always told the truth and always kept his word. If the truth hurt him, he didn't care. The Dagos didn't know how to deal with him. He told you I was his daughter, didn't he?" "Yes, he did." "How many white men would do that?" But we haven't gotten to the real issue. Why did your father lie, Miss Jewel?" "I don't know, sir. But I got to own up about something. The girl named Bernadette called the house. She wanted to talk to Mr. Robert."
"Robert Weingart?"
"Yes, sir. I told her he wasn't there. I asked could I take a message. She said tell Robert I saw him with his pimp friend and their whores at the Big Stick Club in Lafayette. Tell him I saw what he was doing with one of them on the dance floor. Tell him I changed my mind about the land deal." As she spoke, I was putting down on a notepad everything she told me. "What land deal, Miss Jewel?" "I don't know. She said something about conservation."
"What exactly?"
"She said to tell Mr. Robert she gave his land to the conservatory or something."
"Where are you now?"
"At my house."
"Where is that?"
"In the quarters."
"Okay, Miss Jewel. Don't discuss this conversation with anyone. Everything you have told me is in confidence. You haven't done anything wrong. You did everything you were supposed to do. At this point, your responsibility is over. You hearing me on this?"
"I should have called you a long time ago. I think it was me that let that poor girl get killed."
"You shouldn't say that about yourself. You're a good person. It took courage for you to make this call."
"No, you're not understanding me. After I gave Mr. Robert the message the girl left, I heard him talking on his cell phone to somebody. He was standing on the lawn looking out at the trees and the water. It was sunset and the light was flashing off the water the way it does off a broken mirror. I don't know who he was talking to, but he said something I don't want to think about. Something that makes me wake up in the middle of the night. I tell myself maybe I didn't hear right, that it was my imagination. But I keep seeing him standing against the sunlight flashing off the water, his face shaped just like a snake's head, and I hear him saying, "I believe we have a candidate for the box."
The box? The term quarters, in the plural, goes back to the plantation era, which did not end with the Civil War, but perpetuated itself well into the mid-20th century. The houses were painted yellow or blue and resembled wood boxcars with tin roofs and tiny galleries built onto them. They were often called shotgun houses because theoretically a person could fire a single-barrel 20-gauge through the front door and send a load of birdshot out the back without bruising a wall. But Jewel's house was different from the rest, located at the end of a dirt road still slick from an early morning shower, its walls painted a deep purple, the window frames and gallery posts painted green, the gallery hung with Mardi Gras beads. On the tin mailbox out by the rain ditch was the name Laveau in large black letters. She was sitting on the gallery steps, wearing heavy Levi's and an unironed men's shirt she hadn't bothered to tuck in, and a bandana wrapped tightly around her hair. She was reading a shopper's guide of some kind, the pages folded back, clutching it with one hand, turning it to catch the light as though the words contained great significance. I walked up the path and stopped 3 feet from her, but she never raised her eyes from the shopper's guide. "Are you related to Marie Laveau, Miss Jewel?" I asked. "She was my great-great-grandmother." "You don't practice voodoo, do you?" "She didn't either. People used that against her because she was the most powerful woman in New Orleans." "I need to find a man with the bandaged hand. You knew I was coming, didn't you?" "Your kind don't give up easy." "No, you were waiting for me. Do you see into the future, Miss Jewel?" She rolled her shopper's guide into a cone and stuck it under her thigh and gazed at the shimmer on the dirt lane. "I'm not part of it anymore." "What's it?" "Anything outside of my job." "You told Mr. Abelard of our conversation?" Her face was as dark and smooth as melted chocolate, her eyes devoid of emotion. The sorrow and contrition she said she had felt about the death of Bernadette Lachelet and Fern Michaud seemed to have burned away with the morning mist. "What did your father say when you told him you called me?" I said. She waited a long time before she spoke. "He asked me to sit down and have dinner with him."
He stood up from his wheelchair on a cane and held my chair for me. That's the first time I ever sat at the table with Mr. Timothy. He told me it didn't matter what I did. I was still his daughter. What's the box, Jewel? I don't know, me. Think about the faces of those girls in the photographs. You're a highly trained medical person. You know the pain and despair those girls experienced when they died. They had no one to comfort them, to hold their hand, to tell them they were loved by God and their fellow man. But you called me on your own and stood up for them. Don't undo a brave and noble deed, Miss Jewel. Don't rob yourself of your own virtue. I saw her lips form a bitter line. She looked like a person making a choice between two evils and deciding upon the one that hurt her the most, as though her self-injury brought with it a degree of forgiveness. I got to do my wash, she said. Those girls are going to haunt you, I said. In your sleep, in a crowd, at Mass, in a movie theater, across the table from you at McDonald's. The dead carry a special kind of passport and they go anywhere they want. She stared into the humidity glistening on the road and at the tin roofs of the other houses. The wind swayed the palms overhead and rattled the Mardi Gras beads that hung from the eaves of her gallery. Go back home. Pretend you weren't here. Keep yourself and your family away from us. Somebody is fixing to die at your house. She took a deep breath as though a large, thick-bodied bird had just taken flight from her chest. That night I couldn't sleep. The air was like wet cotton, the moon down, the clouds flaring with pools of yellow lightning that gave no sound. Also, I was haunted by the words of Jewel Laveau. Was she prescient, or just superstitious and grandiose, melodramatically laying claim to the powers of her ancestor, an iconic voodoo priestess who today is entombed in an oven off Basin Street? Don't let anyone tell you that age purchases you freedom from fear of death. Tuesday morning, Alifair called me at the office. I think I got a breakthrough on the 7 arpents of land Bernadette Lacholet owned in Jeff Davis Parish, she said. What are you doing, Alf? Don't call me that name. What are you doing? I repeated. I talked with a lawyer in New Orleans who does work for the Nature Conservancy. He said Bernadette Lacholet was going to have a covenant built into her deed so that the land could never be used for industrial purposes and would remain a wildlife habitat. You found us on your own? Yeah, after I made a few calls. Why? We need to put you on the payroll, but I don't want you at risk, Alifair. The Abelards and their minions have no bottom. You got it all wrong, Dave. Here's the rest of it. Lawyers for the estate of Leighton Blanchette are trying to get Bernadette's donation to the Nature Conservancy nullified. At the time of her death, she was only 17 and not of legal age. Leighton Blanchette was backing a group that was going to build a giant processing plant that would convert sugarcane into ethanol. If Timothy Abelard was a player, he was a minor one. Don't bet on it. Dave, I think Caroline Blanchette is at the center of all this. It doesn't matter what you think. You have to stay out of it. For once in your life, will you listen to me? I shut my eyes at the thought of what I just said. I wanted to hit myself with the phone receiver. I thought you'd want the information, she said. I do. You have a peculiar way of showing it. Where are you? In my car. What difference does it make? There's little that I understand about this investigation. Timothy Abelard is surrounded by people who seem more connected with his past than his present. I'm talking about Caribbean dictators and paramilitary thugs. Mr. Abelard is a neo-colonial and happens to live here rather than on the edge of an empire, but I'm convinced he's ruthless and perhaps perverse. Why else would he abide a man like Robert Weingart? It's because of Kermit, Dave. Kermit is weak and dependent and probably can't deal with the fact that he's gay. That doesn't mean he's a bad person. Don't buy into that. You're unteachable, but I love you anyway. Don't hang up. too late. I went into Helen's office and told her what Alifair had discovered. An ethanol plant. That's what all this is about, Helen said. She clicked her nails on her blotter. So maybe Caroline Blanchette saw her husband's fortunes going down the toilet and decided to blow his head off and take over his businesses. Think that's possible? Yeah, this might explain the motivation for the murder of Bernadette Lacholet. But what about Fern Michaud? You don't know Caroline Blanchette. Helen opened a desk drawer and threw a folder in front of me. These were taken by a woman I used to be friends with in the Garden District. The woman in the mask with the whip is Caroline. The leather fetters and chains are the real thing. How do you like the thigh-high boots? I think that stuff is a joke. I'm just a guy worried about his daughter. I'll buy Caroline Blanchette as a greedy, manipulative shrew capable of staging her husband's suicide, but she's not Ava Perron in Marquis de Sade drag. How about Caroline Blanchette and Emma Pochet working together? You ever think of that? Or maybe Caroline has a yin for young girls and Emma got jealous. I don't have all the answers, Dave, but don't accuse me of being simplistic or naive. Timothy Abelard is a pterodactyl. To him, people like Caroline Blanchette and Emma are insects. Helen replaced the black and white photos in the folder and dropped them in her desk drawer. You give the Abelards dimensions they don't have. I'm not fooled by them, but I don't obsess about them either. This time I made no reply. I was about to go down to your office when you came in, she said. A body washed up on the shore at East Cote Blanche Bay last night. One hand is missing 3 fingers. The sheriff says they look like they were recently sutured. The deceased has a white scar cupped around one nostril like a piece of twine. Sound like anyone you know? It has been my experience that most human stories are circular rather than linear. Regardless of the path we choose, we somehow end up where we commenced. In part, I suspect, because the child who lives in us goes along for the ride. This story began with a visit to a penal work gang outside Natchez, Mississippi. Its denouement commenced late in the afternoon with a phone call from one of the players who had sweltered in the heat and humidity next to a brush fire that was so hot a fresh-lopped tree branch would burst instantly alight when it touched the flames. The caller was not a man I cared to hear from again. Jimmy Darl Thigpen's voice was like that of a man speaking through a rusty tin can. I'm retired now and was in the neighborhood, he said. I see, I replied, actually not seeing anything, not wanting to even exchange a greeting with the gun bull who had shot and killed Elmore Lacholet. I'm up at a fish camp at Bayou Bijou. Come out and have a drink. What's on your mind? Need to give you a heads up. I got to get some guilt off my conscience as well. Why don't you come into the office? I don't like being around officialdom anymore. The state of Mississippi give me a pension wouldn't pay for the toilet paper in the state capitol building. Guess what color half the legislature is? I got a chicken smoking on my grill. It's a 20-minute ride, Mr. Robichaud. Do an old man a favor, will you? After I got off the phone, I called Cleet Purcell and told him of my conversation with Thigpen. I'd blow it off, he said. Why? If he's got anything to say, let him do it on the phone. Maybe he's not sure how much he wants to tell me. Maybe he was paid to kill Elmore Lacholet. I say don't trust him. Check with you later. I called Molly and told her I'd be home for supper a little late. Then I drove down a long 2-lane road between oak trees into a chain of freshwater bays that bordered the Atchafalaya Basin. I drove up on the levee, my windows down. To my left, a wide bay dotted with cypress trees. To my right, a string of fish camps on a green bib that sloped down to another bay, this one reddening with the sunset, the fluted trunks of the tupelo gums flaring at the waterline, moss lifting in their limbs. The road atop the levee bent into an arbor of trees where the shadows were thicker. The water along the shore skimmed with a gray film, the tracings of a cottonmouth zigzagging through the algae that had clustered among the storm trash left over from Rita. I parked in the yard. Thigpen came out of the back of the house and greeted me with a can of beer in his hand.
He wore his tall crown cowboy hat, the same one he was wearing when I interviewed Elmore Latoulet on the brush gang. Perhaps it was the diminished nature of the sunlight, but one side of Thigpen's face seemed even more shriveled from skin cancer than the last time I'd seen him, to the extent that his grin looked like a surgical wound in the corrupted tissue. When he shook hands, his grip was too strong, biting into mine like that of a man whose energies are not quite under control. "You said you had a heads up for me?" "Come on in the kitchen. I got to get me a fresh beer. I'll set out some plates for us."
"I need to get on it, Cap."
"Too bad. I was looking forward to dining with you." His eyebrows and sideburns were freshly clipped, his jaw shaved. I thought I could smell cologne on his skin. He didn't strike me as a man who had spent much time at his fish camp. The only vehicle in the yard was a pristine Dodge Ram, the tires clean and thick-treaded, the dealer's tag still in the back window. There was no boat in the water. I glanced at the barbecue pit. The chicken on it was black except for a pink slash where a drumstick had been torn off. "You coming?" he said over his shoulder. I followed him inside and let the screen door slam shut behind me. The linoleum floor was cracked and wedged upward in places, spider webs feathering in the breeze along the jambs of the open windows. I waited for him to speak. Instead, he began clattering around in a cabinet, pulling out coffee cups and a coffee pot, fiddling with the feed on the propane stove. I stepped into his line of sight. "You said you had a problem of conscience of some kind. You want to tell me what this is about, or should I leave?" He clanked the coffee pot down on the stove and released it as though the handle were burning his fingers. "I think Elmore Latoulet was aiming to kill me. I had it on good authority. He walked to the truck and reached inside. I told him to put his hands where I could see them and to back the hell off. He didn't do it, so I punched his ticket." "From what good authority did you get your information?" I asked. "I got to be friends with a powerful man in Jackson. I invested my money with his bank. A lot of people lost their money in that bank, but I didn't. I took this man hunting and fishing, and he treated me as a friend." He was breathing audibly, the way ignorant and defensive people do when no one has challenged their statement. "I think you're talking about Leighton Blanchette," I said. "I think you were paid to kill Elmore Latoulet because he was bringing down too much heat on a coalition of lowlifes who were responsible for the deaths of 2 innocent girls. Is that the problem of conscience we're talking about, Cap?" "If you're saying I was bribed, you're a goddamn liar." "What's the heads up?" I asked. "People like us do what we're told. You go along, you get along. Unless you start killing people for hire." He was motionless, one hand resting on the corner of the stove, the other on a chopping table that had a single drawer. "The government is attaching the money I got from that failed bank. I worked over 40 years for what I have. Now I'm supposed to live on a piss-pot state pension because of what other people done? What would you do in that situation?" I saw 2 fingers on his right hand jerk involuntarily just inches above the metal handle on the drawer. I said, "I think I wouldn't fault myself for a situation I didn't create. I wouldn't try to correct the past by serving the interests of the same people who cheated me out of my life savings." His jaw flexed, the skin on half his face wrinkling as coarsely as sandpaper. "You reckon hell is hot?" "Since I don't plan on going there, I haven't speculated on it." "This ain't my way. But they didn't give me no choice, Mr. Robichaud." "You open that drawer, I'm going to smoke your sausage." "No, sir, you not. You're a trusting man, which makes you a fool. Sorry to do this to you." With his left hand, he lifted up a double-barrel chrome-plated .32 caliber Derringer that he had probably slipped from his back pocket. It was aimed at a spot between my chin and breastbone. "People know where I am. They know I talked with you," I said. "Don't matter. 12 hours from now, I'll be fishing off the Yucatan coast. Turn around. Don't make this no harder than it is." I could feel my mouth going dry, my scalp tightening. When I tried to swallow, my breath caught like a fishbone in my throat. My vision went out of focus. I raised my hand to my holster, but I knew my gesture was in vain, that my life was over,
that I was going to be executed by a brutal, mindless human being whose pathological cruelty was so natural to him he did not even recognize its existence. Then through the distortion in my vision, I saw a man standing 30 feet from the kitchen window, aiming down the barrel of an AR-15, his huge shoulders almost tearing the seams of his Hawaiian shirt. He seemed frozen in time and space, his breath slowing, the squeeze of his trigger pull as slow and deliberate as the tiny serrated wheels of a watch meshing together. The report was dulled by the wind gusting in the trees, but the muzzle flash was as bright and sharp and beautiful as an electric arc. The round popped a hole in the screen and blew through one side of Thigpen's neck and out the other, whipping a jet of blood across the stove's porcelain. I had my cell phone open and was about to dial 911 when Cleet came through the back door, the AR-15 held at an upper angle, his gaze fastened on Thigpen's body. Until I had seen him through the kitchen window just before he fired, I'd had no idea he followed me to the camp.
"You calling it in?" he said.
I waited. A pool of blood was spreading outward from Thigpen's head. I stepped aside.
"Bag him as a John Doe," Cleet said. "Let the guys who sent him wonder what happened to him."
I closed my cell phone. You warned me about Thigpen. I should have listened.
"Think of it this way. What happens when I listen to my own advice?"
He laughed without making any sound, his shirt shaking on his chest.
"I need a drink."
He opened a cabinet and found Thigpen's bottle of Johnny Walker and poured 4 inches in a jelly glass. He drank all 4 inches of it as though it were Kool-Aid, gin roses flaring in his cheeks, his eyes brightening, the world coming back into focus, becoming an acceptable place again. The next morning, I received a phone call from a plainclothes NOPD detective by the name of Dana Magelli. He was a good cop, as straight as they come, and always a loyal friend. He was also a family man, one who didn't rattle easily, but who walked away when he heard a colleague telling a vulgar joke or using gratuitous profanity. This morning it was obvious he was not happy about the task he had been given. "You remember No Duh Dullowitz?" he said. Who could forget No Duh, once known as the merry prankster of the New Orleans mob? "No Duh's running a pawn shop over in Algiers," Dana said. "Some of the items in it are a little warm. A guy came in here 3 days ago and sold No Duh a DVD player for $20. There was a disc in it. Out of curiosity, No Duh put it on the screen in his store. At first he thought he was watching a Friday the 13th or Halloween film of some kind. Then he realized what it was and called us." No Duh called the cops? "He's got his parameters. I recognize the 2 girls in the film, Dave. I'm sure they're the same girls in the photos y'all sent us. I'm going to download and email you the DVD. I've got the feeling you're emotionally involved in this one. I'm sorry to do this." "What's in it?" I said. "See for yourself. I don't want to talk about it," he replied. I went into Helen's office and told her of Dana Magelli's call. "I want Cleet to see the video with us," I said. "What for?" "This investigation is as much his as it is ours. I'll put it another way. Outside of you and me, he's one of the few people who cares about the fate of those girls." "Call him," she said. It took Cleet only 10 minutes to drive from his office to the department. We went into Helen's office and dropped the blinds on the windows and the door. Then she hit the download button on Magelli's email attachment. Whoever held the video camera did not appear in the frame. The setting looked subterranean. The dirt floor was damp and shiny and green with mold. The walls were built of stones that were smooth and rounded like bread loaves. They were not the kind of stones you would ordinarily find or see in this area. Chains were inset in the walls, the anchor pins driven deep, encrusted with rust. There was no sound in the video, only images. The light was bad, the lens sliding back and forth over stone surfaces that seemed netted with moisture, as though they were sweating. Bernadette Lacholet and Fern Michaud were clearly recognizable. Their mouths were moving silently in the strobe. their eyes shuddering in the brilliance of the light. "Jesus God," I heard Helen say. The video was probably not longer than 40 seconds. When it was over, Helen got up and opened the blinds and turned off the monitor on her computer. Cleet had not moved in his chair. His big hands rested on his knees, his fingers tucked into his palms, like paws on a bear. His mouth was small and tight, his back humped like a whale's, his eyes fixed on the empty monitor. Helen sat back down behind her desk, pushing her thoughts out of her eyes. "Who's the guy who brought the DVD player into the pawn shop?" she said. No duh swears he never saw him. He figures the guy for an addict or a low-rent house creep, I said. Computers work wonders. By late that afternoon, we got a hit on a home invasion in which silverware, the entire contents of a liquor cabinet, a flat-screen television, a frozen ham, a case of beer, an Armani suit, and a DVD player had been reported stolen. The home invasion had taken place in an upscale subdivision on a bayou just outside the New Iberia city limits. The owner of the house was a local black attorney. His name was Monroe Stanger, the cousin of Herman Stanger. We found him in his office. Monroe was in his 30s but had his head shaved at a barber shop every 2 days as an older man might. His coat hung on the back of his chair, and when he hunched forward on his elbows, his eyes darting back and forth, his arms and shoulders poking like sticks against his shirt, he made me think of a ferret being worked into a corner with a broom. "So, how about my silverware and the other stuff that was stole?" he asked. "Do you have a receipt for the DVD player, something that would have a serial number on it or help identify it?" "No, I don't have anything like that." "That's too bad. Did you file an insurance claim?" "Yeah, of course." "You didn't have to provide a bill of sale or an item number of some kind?" "They stole my Armani suit and all my silverware and my flat screen. Stealing a DVD player isn't like hauling off Fort Knox. I'm starting to get a little lost here." "Where'd you buy the player?" Helen asked. "I didn't exactly buy it." "Then how did you acquire it, Mr. Stanger?" she asked. "My cousin Herman told me he wanted me to have it, and his flat screen. So after he died, I brought them over to my house, because of what Herman told me." "You ever used the player?" I said. He seemed to search his memory. "I don't think I plugged it in, but I'm not sure." "What's on y'all's mind? I want to help, but I don't know what we're ruminating about here." "I want you to come down to the department and watch about 40 seconds of video, Mr. Stanger," Helen said. "Then we'll have a chat." Monroe may have been a venal man, but he could not be called an evil one. Our knowledge about his cousin's activities was probably greater than his own. After he watched the video, he was visibly shocked and frightened and sat with his arms folded tightly across his chest, his round, mahogany-colored waxed head bright with pinpoints of perspiration. He wiped his forehead with a folded handkerchief, then rubbed at his nose with the back of his wrist. That night, black storm clouds swollen with electricity had sealed the sky from the Gulf to central Louisiana. Waves crashed across the 2-lane road at the bottom of St. Mary Parish, and a tornado made a brief touchdown and knocked out a power line. At 8:43 a.m. Friday, the phone on my desk rang. The caller was someone I had not expected to hear from again. "Mr. Dave," she said. "Jewel? I need help." "What is it?" "I was late getting to work 'cause tree limbs were down on the road. When I got to the house, my key wouldn't go in the front lock." "Which house?" "The big house, Mr. Timothy's. The key wouldn't work. The lock looked like somebody drove a screwdriver in it. I went around back, but the door was bolted from inside. I banged on all the doors, but nobody answered. I put a ladder up to the window. I could see a shape inside one of the doors, just standing there, not moving." "I'm heading over there. Call the sheriff's office in Franklin." "No, sir." "Why won't you call the sheriff?" "This is still St. Mary Parish. It doesn't change. Y'all want to believe it has, but you're just fooling yourself." "I'll be there in 20 minutes, but you have to call the St. Mary Sheriff. I don't have authority outside Iberia Parish." "Yes, sir. I'm putting the ladder up by the sun porch now. I can see to the hallway, she said. Oh, Lord, that thing is still standing there. What thing? Hurry up, Mr. Dave, she said. Then I heard her crying just before she dropped the cell phone. 15 minutes later, my flasher rippling, I followed the sheriff's cruiser to the Abelard home. The sun was white on the bay, the wind blowing stiffly out of the south. There was a bright smell in the air, as though the land had been swept clean by the storm. But Jewel Laveau was a quick reminder that there was no joy or sense of renewal to be found at the home of the Abelards. She sat on a folding chair in her white uniform in the shade of the boathouse, her shoulders rounded, her large hands spread like baseball gloves on her knees. Her eyes were rheumy, her nose wet when she looked up. What took y'all? The road was blocked, the sheriff said. What's inside the house? Go see for yourself, she replied. That's not helping us a lot, he said. That's your problem. I won't talk about it. If you talk about evil, it just makes it grow. Maybe I didn't see what I thought. Maybe it was just the shadows. I tried to call Mr. Kermit in New Orleans, but he wasn't at the hotel. Neither was Mr. Robert. Then her gaze shifted on me and stayed there, as though the sheriff were no longer present. You're disappearing. Excuse me? I said. It's like you're being erased. Your arms, your legs, they're thinning away, turning into air. You stay here, the sheriff said to her. I'll talk to you again before we leave. You can't tell me what to do. I'm not listening to y'all anymore. I spent my life listening to you. There was evil all around us. But where were you? You were hiding in your offices, doing what you were told, letting the people in the quarters suffer and work for nothing. Now you're out here to clean up, 'cause that's what y'all been doing all your lives. Cleaning up after the people that kept you scared just like the rest of us. Get us in, the sheriff said to his deputy. We had all put on polyethylene gloves. The deputy used his baton to break a glass pane out of a side panel. Then he reached inside and unlocked the door. The power was still off in the house, the windows tightly sealed, the air dense and warm and smelling of moldy wallpaper and curtains and slip covers that were never free of dust and carpet stretched over dry rot. The light that filtered through the stained glass on the sun porch seemed to burnish the woodwork and antique furniture with a red flush that was garish and unnatural. Smell it? The deputy with the baton said. Open some windows, the sheriff replied. He flicked a wall switch on and off, apparently forgetting that the power grid was down. His eyes traveled up the stairs and along the banister and up the wall to the landing on the second story. I was really hoping we wouldn't be doing this, he said. The blood evidence told its own story. The smears along the wall were those of a person who was wounded and had probably fallen and struggled to his feet. The linear and horsetail patterns, stippled and attenuated on the edges as though they had been flung from a brush, were of the kind you associate with the splatter from an exit wound. The sheriff and I started up the stairs, not touching the mahogany banister that was stained in 3 places by the grip of a bloodied hand. Down below, one of the deputies said, "Oh, shit." "How about it on the language?" the sheriff said. "Better come look at this, sir. Watch where you step," the deputy said. We went back down the stairs and walked past the entrance to the sun porch and entered a dark hallway that led to the kitchen. A man hung from the doorframe, his slippered feet barely touching the floor, a clothesline wrapped around his throat and threaded through a metal eyelet screwed into the top of the jamb. His eyes were open, his tongue sticking out of his mouth like a small, twisted green banana. But Timothy Abelard's ordeal had not consisted simply of being hanged like a criminal. He had also been shot, at least twice. "Who the hell would do this?" the sheriff said. "About half the parish if they were honest about it," the deputy said. The sheriff gave him a look. "Sorry," the deputy said. Upstairs, we began to see the rest of the intruder's handiwork. An office that I suspected was Kermit's was torn apart. Books were raked off the shelves, a computer pushed off a desk, drawers pulled out, a gun case shoved face down on the floor, and behind where the case had stood, a wall safe with its door hanging open, the contents gone. A trail of blood led from the doorway of the office into a small bathroom. Emiliano lay fully clothed in the bathtub on his back, one leg hooked over the tub's edge, the shower curtain tangled in his right hand. His face and chest were peppered with bullet wounds that probably had been inflicted by a low-caliber weapon. I walked downstairs and out into the sunlight, my ears ringing. He followed me into the yard. "Where are you going?" he said. "To give Miss Jewel a ride home. If I were you, I'd have a talk with Robert Weingart." "Who?" Hopeless, I thought. But that's the way you think when you realize for certain you're an old man, and as such, like Cassandra, destined to be disbelieved. The murder of Timothy Abelard and his friend and the heinous nature of the slayings were all over the front pages of state newspapers and provided the lead in every local television broadcast. Because the story had Gothic overtones and involved a wealthy recluse, it was immediately picked up by the national news services. Each account emphasized Abelard's stature in the community, his contribution as a defense industrialist, the loss of his son and daughter-in-law somewhere in the Bermuda Triangle, his convivial personality, and his iconic role as a plantation patriarch who represented a bygone era. No mention was made of his ties to the Chicano crime family in New Orleans or the Batista regime in Cuba or the Somozas in Nicaragua. The man who died with him, Emiliano Jimenez, was referred to as a visitor and longtime friend who had been interested in developing new markets for Louisiana sugar farmers. It wasn't hard to find Emma. She had changed into street clothes and was drinking in the same lounge where Cleet had met her during his surveillance of Carolyn Blanchette outside St. Martinville. I sat down next to her at the bar and ordered a Dr. Pepper and a glass of ice with a lime slice. She was drinking wild turkey on the rocks, cupping her hand all the way around the tumbler when she drank from it. Her cheeks looked filled with blood. "I have 3 still photos here. A guy in the department made them from a video that belonged to Herman Stanger. Take a look." "I don't want to." "I think you should. You don't have to tell me about Herman Stanger. This isn't about Herman Stanger. It's about the 2 girls in the video." I spread the printouts on the bar right by her glass. "I need to know where that place is. Look at it." "No. Your conscience is eating your lunch, Emma. You have to help me on this. It's not up for discussion." Her eyes dropped to the first photo. She drank from her tumbler, the ice rattling against the glass, the whiskey clotting in her throat. "I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before." "What do you mean by that? What is that? The terror in their faces? The collars on their throats? The ooze coming out of the wall?" "Whatever that place is, whatever's going on there, I don't know what any of that is." "Yes, you do. You warned me that I was in danger. You were right. A Mississippi gun bull by the name of Jimmy Dall Thigpen tried to clip me. He was hired by somebody you know, the same person or persons who murdered these girls." She was shaking her head. "You're all wrong. I didn't have anything to do with this. Tell me where the girls were held." "I don't know. I don't know why you're showing me this. I don't know that place. The rocks and the walls look like pineapples. I think that photo is a fake. Why are you doing this to me?" Emma was holding her tumbler in both hands now, staring down into the whiskey as though reading words in the ice melt. "You said this gun bull tried to clip you. If that's true, where is he?" "Put it this way. A guy who's been abusing convicts for 40 years doesn't want to go inside. A guy like that cuts any deal he can, at anybody's expense." "You've got a cooperative witness?" "What do you think I'm saying to you, Emma? Wake up. You want to do these people's time? Haven't you been heard enough? They made their money off the backs of the blacks and poor whites. They repair their own lives by destroying the lives of others. How bad do you have to get hurt before you get the message?" She stared down at the photos, then she covered them with her forearm, staring rigidly in the mirror. "I did what I was told. I didn't know anything about this. But no matter how it plays out, I'm the one who loses." "No, these girls lost. You still have your life. You still have choices. These girls didn't have any." Her eyes looked feverish, her lower lip sagging. "Fuck you, Dave." She finished her drink and raised her glass toward the bartender. "Hit me again, and a beer back." Alifair had seen the black Saab in front of her on a 2-lane highway that wound through mossy oaks in the little sugarcane town of Broussard. The highway was called Old Spanish Trail and was usually empty, and for that reason she had swung off the 4-lane and driven through Broussard in hopes of avoiding the rush-hour traffic. Up ahead by the Four Corners, the Saab had pulled into a filling station, and the driver had gotten out and was filling his tank. He seemed to be gazing idly back down the road, his face clean-shaven, his jeans and sports shirt freshly pressed. The tragedy that had befallen his grandfather somehow locked temporarily in a box. Then he saw her and smiled in the boyish way she had always associated with him until he had brought Robert Weingart into their lives. Without making a deliberate choice, she felt her foot come off the accelerator and step on the brake pedal, felt her hands turn the car into the station, saw Kermit's face looming larger and larger through the windshield. He walked to her window, the summer light trapped in the sky above his head, his dock worker's physique backdropped by blooming myrtle bushes and oaks hung with Spanish moss. "I'm late for supper. I was shopping in Lafayette and got caught in the afternoon rush. I really need to explain some things," he said. "Where's—" she began. "Robert is not here. That's what I need to talk to you about. I need to clear my conscience, Alifair. There's a snowball stand on the next block. Pull into the lot. It'll only take 5 minutes." "Let me call home," she said. "Sure," he said. He walked out of earshot, showing deference for her privacy, showing her once again the gentleman he had been raised to be. After she had called and left a message, she restarted her engine and drove down the block to the corner, where she turned into a gravel lot behind the snowball stand. The board flap on the serving window had been lowered and latched. The stand was closed. Kermit pulled his Saab up next to her car. "We need to talk. Slide over." He opened the driver's door and turned off the engine and pulled the keys from the ignition. In the rearview mirror, she saw a white Mustang come from the side street and angle across the lot and jar to a stop on the opposite side of her vehicle, dust rising off the wheels, drifting in an acrid cloud through her windows. There was no one else on the street. The driver of the white Mustang wore shades and a yellow felt hat, the kind a hiker might wear on the banks of Lake Louise. He was eating a hamburger with one hand. A second man, someone she didn't recognize, sat in the passenger seat. There were 3 deep lines in the man's forehead that reminded her of knotted string. The driver got out of his vehicle, glancing over his shoulder and down the sidewalks. When he sat down heavily next to her, she thought she could see the crumpled lines around his jaw and ears where a plastic surgeon's knife had created the mask that had become the face of Robert Weingart. Kermit Abelard shook a pair of steel handcuffs from the paper bag he had been holding, just as Weingart thrust a hypodermic needle into her thigh. In seconds, she saw the light go out of the sky and the trees dissolve into smoke. Then she heard Weingart whisper close to her cheek, his breath heavy with mustard and onions, "Welcome to hell, Alifair." At sunset, from the front of his cottage at the motor court, Cleet Purcell witnessed a change in the weather that was audible, a sucking of air that drew the leaves off the ground and out of the trees and sent them soaring into the sky, flickering like hundreds of yellow and green butterflies above the bayou. Then a curtain of rain marched across the wetlands, dissolving in the western horizon into plumes of gray and blue smoke that resembled emissions from an ironworks. The barometer and temperature dropped precipitously. Cleet went inside the cottage and heard lightning pop on the water. A half-hour later, through his front window, he saw headlights in the rain, then heard a door slam and feet running, followed by a loud banging on his door. When he opened it, Emma Poche was staring up into his face, an Australian flop hat wilted on her head, her breath smelling of beer. Over her shoulder, he could see the back seat of her car piled to the windows with her possessions. Her eyes searched the room and came back on his. "I set you up."
On the Stanger deal?
"I fucked you in your bed, then I fucked you behind your back."
You put my gold pen in Stanger's pool?
She shrugged and raised her face to his. "You got a drink?"
You clipped Stanger?
"I didn't say that."
But you did?
Is the world the less for it?
You clipped him for Carolyn Blanchette?
Don't get me started about Carolyn.
We're not talking about your love affairs, Emma. The two of you capped her poor dumb bastard of a husband.
Didn't have anything to do with you. That's the only reason I'm here. I really did a number on you, Cleet. It's the worst thing I ever did in my life.
Who killed the girls?
Cleet said. I don't know. That's the truth. Carolyn was in business with the Abelards and looking out for her own interests. Stanger was in the way, and so was her husband. But I don't know who killed the girls. I think they got a rotten deal.
A rotten deal? He repeated.
She lowered her eyes, then looked up into his face again, her flop hat tilted on the back of her head, the leather cord swinging under her chin. How about a mercy fuck for a girl on her way out of town? He put his hands on her shoulders and turned her around and led her to the door.
Get some coffee down the road. Don't tell me where you're going. Adios, babe.
Her face seemed to recede in the darkness and rain. He closed the door and bolted it behind her. It was 8:10 when I called Cleet. Rain was drumming on our tin roof so hard I almost had to yell into the telephone to be understood. Alifair left a message at 6:20. She said she was in Broussard and was stopping to talk with someone she met. I haven't heard from her since.
This storm is tearing up Lafayette. Maybe she pulled off the road. Maybe she can't get a signal.
I think Robert Weingart killed Timothy Abelard and the Nicaraguan. I think he tried to put it on you and by extension on me. I think he's probably convinced Kermit Abelard we're responsible for his grandfather's death.
Who cares? Kermit Abelard is a fop. Stay where you are. I'm coming over.
I couldn't think straight. Before I could say anything else, he had hung up. The video of the subterranean room we had found in Herman Stanger's DVD player contained a detail that I couldn't get out of my mind, one that indicated a story larger than itself. But what was it? The stones in the walls. They had reminded me of bread loaves, smooth and heavy and rounded on the ends, not given to flaking. Did something about them call to mind breadfruit? The food that 19th century plantation owners grew and fed to their slaves in the tropics. Cleet came through the back door without knocking. His slicker was dripping water, his face beaded with it.
Let's go to Broussard, he said. We start talking to everybody we can along Highway 90 and the old two-lane.
The phone rang. My heart was beating hard when I picked up. I didn't know the trooper who had called. He said he was on a farm road not far off the interstate west of Lafayette. We've got a Honda, registered in the name of Alifair Suzanne Robichaud. It's been involved in an accident, he said. I saw the ATL on it earlier. Am I talking to the right party? Yeah. This is Dave Robichaud with the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department. I'm Alifair's father, who's in the vehicle. We're not sure. It's upside down in a coulee. We're waiting on the jaws of life. We had to get them from Opelousas. The vehicle is wedged, so we can't flip it over. I saw Cleet look at me and tap on the dial of his watch. I called the department and asked that a cruiser be stationed in front of our house. Then Cleet and I headed for Interstate 10, the emergency flasher clamped on the roof of my new Toyota truck, the rain dividing in the headlights, the highway unwinding behind us like a long black snake. The storm was still in full progress when we arrived at the accident scene, the sky roiling with blue-black clouds, the lights of farmhouses barely visible inside the rain. The state troopers had ignited emergency flares along the edge of the coulee where, according to a witness, Alifair's Honda had been hit at high speed by a tractor-trailer that had never slowed down. The Honda had rolled over at least 3 times before it landed on its roof at the bottom of the coulee, the driver's window pinched into a slit. A trooper with a flashlight in one hand and a radio in the other approached us as soon as Cleet and I got out of the truck. "You're Detective Robichaux?" he asked. "Yes, sir." "It's probably going to be another 15 or 20 minutes before the Jaws are here. I don't know the status of the guy inside. He's generally incoherent and uncooperative," the trooper said. He had a square jaw and tight mouth and eyes that kept looking at everything around him rather than at me. "We don't quite understand what happened here. The witness says 2 other cars seem to be traveling with your daughter's car, but they didn't stop. From what we can gather, the guy driving the semi may be DUI, but the 2 companion vehicles fleeing the scene don't add up." "What kind of description do you have on them?" "The witness says one was white, the other dark-colored. If you want to talk to the guy inside your daughter's car, you'd better do it now." Cleet and I worked our way down the side of the coulee, each of us holding a flashlight the troopers had given us. The rain was warm and pattering on the exposed undercarriage of the Honda. Through the opening between the roof and the window jamb, I could see a man's head and shoulders wedged against the steering wheel, the safety strap still in place across his chest. His face was contorted, the water in the coulee flowing thick with mud and dead vegetation through the broken windows, touching the top of his head.
"Dave, that's a guy who was on the execution team at Rayford," Cleet said.
I got on my knees in the water and leaned down to the window. "I'm Detective Dave Robichaux. My daughter is the owner of this car. Where is she?" I said. The man's gaze would not focus. I realized that one of his eyes had been knocked askew inside the socket. "Did you hear me?" I said. He didn't answer. "What are you doing inside Alifair's car?" I asked. He made no reply. Cleet knelt next to me, one hand propped against the car body.
"I'm going to line it out for you," Cleet said. "I've got no reason to deceive you. One way or another, we're going to get Alifair back. But right now, you've got about 8 minutes before you do the big gargle. If you do the right thing now, Dave and I promise you we'll pick up this car with our bare hands and get you out of this ditch and into federal custody and on the way to a federal hospital. Your pals screwed you with a roto-rooter, Andy. Are you going to take their weight on a kidnap and maybe a murder beef? This is Louisiana. You thought Rayford was a bitch? You know what it'll be like on death row at Angola for a guy who was on an execution team."
The man opened his mouth to speak, and I realized that something was wrong with his throat or that something was broken inside his chest. His words were clotted, wrapped with phlegm, blood leaking over his lip from a dark gap in his teeth. "Under the hay," he said almost in a whisper. "What hay?" I asked. "Baled hay. Go through the door. It's under the hay." "What's under the hay?" I said. "The place they were taking her. By the river." "What place? Which river?" I said. "I'm not from here. There's a tractor," he began. "Say it." The coulee was running higher, the current sweeping along the crown of his skull, startling him, his eyes opening wide. Then he did something I had seen in a dying man only 2 or 3 times in my life. His face became filled with dread, the jaw going slack, the tissue transforming to a putty-like gray, even though his blood had already drained into his head. The exhalation of his final breath was as rank as sewer gas. I hit the side of the car with my fist.
"What was he talking about?" Cleet said. "A tractor? Baled hay?"
"By a river," I added. Cleet's face was round and hard in the reflection of the flashlight, like rain beaded on a pumpkin.
"What are you thinking?"
he asked me. "The video from Herman Stanger's DVD player," I said. "The stones in the wall. They're not indigenous to Louisiana. They're the kind that were carried as ballast in 19th century sailing ships. The place in the video was a barracoon."
"I didn't get that last part," he said.
"A jail for slaves. A lot of blackbirders were bringing in slaves from the West Indies after the Prohibition of 1809. Jim Bowie and Jean Lafitte brought them up the Mermentau River and sold them into the cane fields."
"That shack or whatever full of hay bales where we got into the shootout?" Cleet said. "There was a rusted-out tractor next to it. You think that's the place where the girls were?"
"Maybe," I said. The road was empty as we drove into the southern end of Jeff Davis Parish and looked out on the sodden fields and the gum trees bending in the wind along the river. I could see cart tracks winding through the grass toward the doorless Acadian cottage that was used to store hay, but there were no vehicles in the field. I turned off the 2-lane and approached the cottage, my headlights bouncing on the rusted tractor and the tips of the grass waving in the wind. The building was a typical Acadian dwelling of the mid-19th century, but all the partitions had been knocked out and the floor was stacked to the ceiling with hay bales that had long ago become moldy straw and home to field mice. Except for one area in the center of the kitchen. 3 bales had been piled lopsidedly, and muddy footprints led from them through the back door into the field. Cleet stuck his .38 into his shoulder holster and shoved 2 of the bales tumbling into the wall, then dragged the 3rd one aside, exposing a trap door that looked made of oak. At the bottom of the door was a hole the size of a quarter. I inserted my finger in it and lifted. "Alifair," I called, my voice breaking. There was no response. A set of steep wood steps led down into a subterranean room whose walls were made up of the stones we had seen in the video. The walls were sweating with water seepage, coated with lichen at the bottom and inset with chains at the top. But the chains were not ancient ones that had fettered rebellious slaves. They were steel-link, shiny, practical, economical in design. They had probably been purchased at a local hardware store by somebody who looked just like the rest of us. We went down the steps into the darkness. I touched the stones in the wall with my hand and wiped it on my shirt. The air was dense and smelled of mold and feces and stagnant water and maybe human sweat. I could hear my own breathing and feel my pulse jumping in my throat. A plain wood table and a chair stood in the middle of the room. On top of the table was an open toolbox. I did not want to look at the contents. I did not want to do that at all. We headed east back toward New Iberia with no plan or specific destination, the speedometer needle nearing 90. I called Molly and told her what we had found. "They took Alifair there?" she said. "I can't be sure, but I think so." "Is the cruiser parked outside?" "He's parked by the curb, smoking a cigarette. Everything is fine here." "Call me if you hear from anybody. I'll update you as soon as anything develops." "What did they do to her in that room, Dave?" "There's no way to know. Maybe nothing. Maybe they didn't have time," I said, forcing myself not to think about the toolbox. A while later, my cell phone vibrated on the dashboard. "Molly gave me your number," a woman's voice said. "Where are you?" "Carolyn," I said. "I have to talk to you. We have to put a stop to this." "To what?" "To Alifair's abduction." "You have some information for me?" "I found out some things about Weingart. I know some of the places he goes. I have to talk to you on a landline or in person. They can pull transmissions out of the air." "Who's they?" "The people who tried to kill you. Where are you?" "Just outside New Iberia." "I'll meet you at your house." She clicked off. I hit the speed dial and called home. Carolyn Blanchette said you gave her my number. Is that true? I said. Yeah, did I do something wrong? Molly said. No, Molly, you've done everything right. Is the cruiser still out front? Yes. If Carolyn Blanchette shows up, tell her to wait outside. We're on our way. The temperature had dropped, and fog was rolling off the bayou and puffing through the trees onto the street. Up ahead I could see a cruiser parked close by my house. No other vehicles were parked on the street or in my driveway. I saw a woman come out my front door and approach the sidewalk, holding a newspaper over her head, jiggling her fingers at us the same way I'd seen Kermit Abelard jiggle his fingers. At first I didn't recognize her. She was wearing a raincoat and a bandana over her hair. It was Carolyn Blanchette. I turned into the drive and cut the engine. Carolyn Blanchette smiled at me. Where's Molly? I asked. She's still in the bathroom, Carolyn replied. Her statement didn't compute, but I didn't pursue it. The cruiser was parked in the shadows of the neighbor's oak trees, backlit by a street lamp. I could see the deputy's silhouette behind the wheel, his hat cocked at an angle as though he were dozing. I heard Cleet get out of the truck. What kept you? Carolyn said. Nothing. We were doing 90 all the way. She gave me a funny look. You don't know, do you? Know what? Alifair got away. We tried to reach your cell phone, but the service was down. Molly was calling you from the bathroom. I thought she got through. I never took my eyes from her face. Her skin glistened with moisture. Her chin was uplifted, her eyes happy, like those of a woman waiting to be kissed. Her mouth was beautiful and alluring, exuding warmth and affection and a promise of exploration, and I suspected it had charmed many men and women out of their heart and soul. You're such a crazy guy, Dave. There she is, she said. I saw Alifair standing motionlessly in the bedroom window, the curtains pulled back on either side of her. If there was any expression on her face, I couldn't see it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Cleet moving toward the cruiser that was parked back in the shadows. My heart was racing, my throat dry, the rain clicking on my hat. Behind me, I heard Cleet rip open the front door of the cruiser. "Dave, don't do it!" he called out. I knocked Carolyn Blanchette on her butt getting into the house. The body of the deputy assigned to watch our house never moved when Cleet opened the cruiser's door. The deputy's eyes were half-lidded, their stare forever fixed on nothing. His handheld radio was gone, and the wiring had been ripped out from under the dashboard. The battery in Cleet's cell phone was dead. Cleet pulled the body of the deputy from behind the wheel and left it in the street to draw as much attention as possible to the scene. Then he started running through the side yard toward the back of the house, his .38 gripped in his right hand, water and mud exploding from under his shoes. As soon as I came through the front door, a man I had never seen kicked the door shut behind me and swung a blackjack at my head. I raised my arm and took part of the blow on my shoulder and the rest just behind the ear, enough to bring me to my hands and knees, but not enough to knock me unconscious. Through our bedroom door, I could see Molly in an embryonic position on the floor, her mouth duct-taped and her arms stretched behind her, her wrists duct-taped to her ankles. The room was in disarray, a sewing box and the cosmetics that had been on her dresser broken and stepped on and tracked across the throw rugs. It was obvious she had put up a fight. Robert Weingart was pointing a .25 auto straight down at the side of her face. Alifair stood in the shadows staring at me, blood patinaed on the tops of her bare feet, her pink dress streaked with mud, her hair matted. "I couldn't warn you. He was going to shoot Molly," she said. "Don't worry about it, Alf," I said. "Lie down on your face, sir," the man who had hit me said. "Arms straight out. You know the drill." "Who are you?" I asked. He reached down, ignoring my question, unsnapping the strap on my holster, pulling my .45 from it. "You were one of the guys at the river?" I said. "Just a guy doing a job. Don't make it more unpleasant than it needs to be, sir," he said. "What'd they do to you, Alifair?" I said. "They took my shoes and my feet got cut, but that's all that happened," she said. "You sure have a way of blundering into things, Mr. Robichaud," a voice said from the kitchen. I twisted my head around so I could see the figure silhouetted in the hallway. Kermit Abelard had stepped into the light. "Waiting on Mr. Purcell, are you?" he said. "I wouldn't. This time your friend went way beyond his limits." "Ah, there it is. That guttural, puffing sound like a man with strep throat trying to cough. That's Mr. Purcell eating a couple of rounds from a silenced .40 caliber Smith & Wesson. You put him up to killing my grandfather, didn't you? The quixotic knight-errant waging war on a crippled old man." "That's really dumb, Kermit," I said. "I hate to tell you this, but your trained yard bitch in there has put the slide on you. He hung your grandfather up like a side of beef. Think about it. Who else would do something like that? Not me, not Cleet Purcell, not anybody you know except the guy you sprung from Huntsville and who paid you back by offing your grandfather." "I have no illusions about Robert, but he respected my grandfather. He didn't kill him. Your fat friend did, and you and your family are going to pay for it." The man who had hit me began taping my wrist behind me. "You had better get done with this, sir," said the man who had wrapped my wrists. Kermit gazed at Alifair through the doorway, his eyes wistful. "Do everybody except her," he said. "You're taking her with you, sir? I wouldn't advise that." "No, Robert will be handling Alifair before we leave." "Wouldn't miss it for the world," Weingart said. Cleet Purcell charged along the side of the house behind a row of camellia bushes and clumps of bamboo and untrimmed banana plants. But he didn't stop when he reached the backyard. Instead, he kept running down the slope deeper into the trees and darkness. He could see the shapes of 3 men wearing rain hoods of the kind the men at the shootout on the river had worn. Their backs were turned to Cleet. They were looking down the driveway and down the walk space between the camellias on the far side of the house. Then one of them began to wander down toward the bayou, pointing the beam of a pinlight ahead of him. Cleet drew himself against a live oak, one shoulder pressed tightly against the bark, and waited. The hooded man walked within 2 feet of him, his small, hooked nose in profile against the green and red lights on the drawbridge. Cleet put away his .38 and stepped quickly from behind the oak tree, wrapping his arms under the hooded man's chin, snapping upward all in one motion. For a second, he thought he heard a cracking sound, like someone easing his foot down on a dry stick. He pulled the hooded man deeper into the trees and dropped him in the leaves, then retrieved the pinlight and the silenced semi-automatic the man had been carrying. Cleet moved quickly up the slope, threading his way between the trunks of the trees. The 2 men who had been looking down the driveway in the walk space on the far side of the house had returned to the center of the backyard and were now gazing down the slope. The bridge at Burke Street was opening, the surface of the bayou shuddering with the vibration of the machinery. The bow of a large vessel slid between the pilings, the lighted pilot house shining in the rain. "What the hell is that?" one of the men said. The 2 men had started walking down the slope almost like tourists, confident in their roles, confident in the night that lay ahead of them, unperturbed by considerations of mortality or the suffering of the people inside the house they had invaded. Cleet Purcell moved out of the trees with remarkable agility for a man his size. He lifted the semi-automatic and its suppressor with both hands, aiming with his arms fully extended. The hooded men did not seem to realize how quickly their situation had reversed. Cleet shot the first man through the eye and the second one in the throat. They both fell straight to the ground and made no sound that he could hear inside the rain. While Kermit held a pistol on me, the man who had duct-taped my wrists went into the kitchen. I heard the dry sound of a metal cap being unscrewed from a metal container, then a sloshing sound, and a moment later I smelled the bright stench of gasoline. Robert Weingart pushed Alifair on the floor next to me, then bound her wrists and ankles. He removed his belt and looped it around her throat, but did not tighten it. He checked to see if I was watching him work. The front door opened, and Caroline Blanchette came inside, wiping the rain off her head. "I thought you were going to take them somewhere," she said.
Cleet Purcell grabbed one of the hooded dead men by the wrists and pulled him away from the house and dropped him behind a tool shed. Then he went back and got the second man and did the same. He went through their pockets looking for a cell phone, but neither man carried one. The rain was pattering on the tree limbs above Cleet's head, the fog spreading thicker on the ground, rising like smoke around the bodies of the men he had killed. Out on the bayou he thought he heard the sound of a large boat straining upstream, the draft too deep for the channel, the keel scouring huge clouds of mud from the bottom. But when he looked over his shoulder, he could see nothing in the fog except the lights across the water in City Park.
"See what's keeping those guys out there," Kermit said. The man who had been sloshing gasoline through the kitchen and back bedroom set down the can in the hallway. "They're probably bringing up the boat," he said. "Probably isn't a good word in a situation like this," Kermit said. The man who had knocked me down and taped my wrists walked to the glass in the back door and rubbed it with his forearm. A cartoon of Goofy was tattooed just above the inside of his wrist. He wore a black T-shirt and bleached chinos and half-topped boots. He had pushed my .45 down into the back of his belt. He was having trouble seeing into the backyard, and he rubbed the glass again. "I think that's Lou," he said. "Think?" Kermit said. He went into the kitchen. Weingart walked into the hallway also, unable to contain his curiosity or perhaps his fear, glancing back at us briefly. Alifair's face was inches from mine. "Molly's got the scissors," she whispered. Through the bedroom doorway, I could see Molly's eyes bulging and the indentation of her lips behind the tape stretched across her mouth. Her upper arms were ridging with tubes of muscle as she tried to work the pair of scissors from the sewing box between the strands of tape wrapped around her wrists. Then I saw her blink unexpectedly, saw her shoulders expand slightly as she severed the tape. Caroline Blanchette walked past me and Alifair into the kitchen. "I'm going now," she said to the others. "No, you're not," Kermit said. "I did what you asked, and I'm no longer connected with anything that happens here. So I'll say ta-ta now, with just one request. Kermit, please don't call me for a very long time." "You're not leaving," Kermit said. "That's what you think, love," Caroline replied. "I wouldn't provoke Kermit," Weingart said. "He has a penchant for certain kinds of female situations I don't think you want to enter into." "Mr. Abelard, I think we need to concentrate on priorities," the man in the black T-shirt said. "What's the problem?" Kermit asked. "My friends and I didn't sign on for a catfight, sir." "Really? Then why don't you take care of your bloody job and mind your own fucking business?" Kermit said. The man in the black T-shirt seemed to process Kermit's remark, his shoulders slightly rounded, his chest flat as a prize fighter's, his face uplifted, his incisors exposed with his grin. "I'll be outside taking care of my fucking business, sir," he said. The man opened the door and walked out on the porch and shoved open the screen, sending it back on its spring. It swung shut behind him with a loud slap. "Is that you, Lou?" he said into the darkness. Cleet moved quickly, closing the space between himself and the man in the black T-shirt. The silenced .40 caliber semi-auto extended in front of him. "Walk toward me, hands out by your sides. Do it now," he said. No, don't put your hands on your head. It's not a time to be clever." Cleet began to back up. The man in the black T-shirt wore no hat, and the rain glistened on his face and hair. His gaze swept across the yard. "Where's everyone?" he said. "Guess. Walk to me, bub. Play it right and you can have another season to run." No, don't do that. Look at me. Put your hand back in front of it. Oh, shit." The man in the black T-shirt had his hand on the grips of the .45 stuck down in the back of his belt. He was grinning, his arm twisted behind him, his body contorted when Cleet pulled the trigger. He made a whooshing sound like a man who had stepped on a sharp rock. Then he sat down heavily in the mud, one hand pressed against the wound in his stomach, his head lowered as he stared at the blood on his palm, his hair separating on his scalp in the rain. Cleet picked up the .45 and went through the back door like a wrecking ball. Kermit Abelard and Robert Weingart and Carolyn Blanchette were all standing under the kitchen light. Maybe it was the presence of a woman that caused Cleet to hesitate, or the fact that Kermit did not have a weapon in his hand. Or perhaps his eyes did not adjust quickly enough to the change from darkness to light. But by the time he had swung the silent Smith & Wesson toward Weingart, Weingart had raised his .25 semi-auto and pointed it directly at Cleet's chest. Then, coward that he was, his face was averted when he pulled the trigger, lest Cleet get off a shot before he went down. The report of the .25 was like the pop of a firecracker. The bullet punched a small hole in the strap of Cleet's shoulder holster, inches above his heart. He crashed against the breakfast table, dropping the silent semi-automatic to the floor, the .45 falling loose from his pants. I could see him fighting not to go down, struggling to get his .38 loose from its holster. Carolyn Blanchette was screaming hysterically. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Molly cut through the tape on her ankles and tear the tape off her mouth and come toward me. I extended my wrist behind me, then felt the weight of the scissors wedge between my hands, the blade slicing into the tape. In the kitchen, Kermit was shouting at Weingart, "Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him!" Cleet straightened up, grasping the back of a chair with one hand, lifting his .38 in front of him. Weingart shot him again, this time high up on the right arm. Cleet went down in the chair, doubling over. For a second there was no sound in the house except the wind blowing a shower of pine needles across the roof. I took the scissors from Molly's hand and freed my ankles. "Get Alf loose and go out the front," I said. "You have to come with us," she said. "I'll never leave Cleet," I said. "My shotgun is in the closet. You guys go on, please." "He's right, Molly. Come on," Alifair said, getting to her feet, the tape still hanging from her wrists and ankles. I ran into the bedroom and pulled my cut-down 12-gauge from the back of the closet. My hands were shaking as I got down the box of shells from the shelf and thumbed 5 rounds in the magazine. Then I dipped another handful of shells out of the box, stuffed them in my pocket, and went into the kitchen. Cleet still sat in a chair, his face white with the first stages of shock. The phone on the counter had been torn from the jack, the receiver broken in half. Carolyn Blanchette was huddled in a corner, trembling all over, her makeup running, her mouth contorted. Weingart and Kermit were gone, and so were my .45 and the silent semi-auto. "Where are they?" I said.
"Bagged us down the slope, I think. They were talking about a boat," Cleet said. "Maybe down toward the shadows."
His breathing was ragged, the color leaching out of his hands and arms. A single rivulet of blood was running from the hole above his heart. He looked into my face.
"I know what you're thinking, big man," he said. "Go after them. Don't stay here. If they come back through the house, it'll be to clip us both."
I turned to Carolyn Blanchette. "You get off your ass and take care of him," I said. "You do whatever he says. If I come back and he's not all right, you'll leave here in a body bag." Out on the bayou, I could hear a powerboat coming upstream from the shadows. I suspected it was the one that Kermit and Weingart had planned to use for their escape. But the boat did not stop or pull into the bank. Instead, the driver gave it the gas, and a moment later it shot past the back of my property, whining into the distance. Kermit and Weingart were on their own. The fog was like steam on my skin. My eyes were stinging, and I couldn't trust my vision. Across the bayou, I thought I saw lights burning in City Park. But I realized the luminosity inside the fog came from another source. The vessel was a double-decker, its passenger windows lamplit, its beam big enough to withstand 10-foot seas. I could hear the engines throbbing through the decks and the sound of water cascading off a paddle wheel on the stern. I knelt on one knee in the leaves and pine needles, the cut-down 12-gauge tilted at a 45-degree angle. I heard footsteps to my right. The wind gusted down the slope when I saw him. He was standing between a camellia bush and the bamboo border between my property and a neighbor's. The bamboo swayed and rattled in the wind. The leaves and flowers on the camellia bush filled with air and motion. Weingart remained frozen, the only unmoving object in his immediate environment. I snugged the stock of the shotgun against my shoulder and aimed at the silhouette. "I win, you lose. Throw your piece down. Make sure I hear it hit the ground," I said. But he chose otherwise. That was when I pulled the trigger. My shells were loaded with double-aught buckshot. My guess was he took most of the pattern in the face. I ejected the empty casing and moved farther down the slope. Weingart was on his back, still alive, strangling on his own blood. I picked up his .25 auto and dropped it in my pocket. "Robert?" I heard Kermit call. When there was no reply, he said, "Robbie? Where are you? Are you hurt?" I remained motionless by a slash pine and waited. My palms were sweating on the 12-gauge. I thought I heard a siren coming down Main. The moon moved out from behind a cloud. A solitary band of cold light broke through the canopy, and I saw Kermit standing 3 feet from an enormous live oak, one in whose heart the rusted mooring chains of a slave ship were encased into wood. "Last chance, Kermit," I said. He held both hands straight out by his sides like a man surrendering himself for crucifixion. He was holding my .45 in his right hand. "Do it. I want you to," he said. "That's a job for the state of Louisiana. Bend down slowly, your left hand on your head, and place my weapon on the ground." "Sure," he said, but he made no move. I thought I heard the back door of the house slam behind me, but I couldn't look away from Kermit. I saw him spread his feet in a shooter's position and fold his hands in front of him, and I knew my .45 was aimed directly at my face. The blast from the shotgun knocked him through a camellia bush. I think he cried out, but I can't be sure. Then I heard feet running behind me as Cleet yelled from the back steps, "Dave, look out, she had a piece in her purse." I started to turn around, my left hand working to pump on the 12-gauge, but it was too late. Caroline Blanchette had slowed to a brisk walk, slow enough to aim with one outstretched arm, her face twisted like a harridan's. "You thought you could talk to me like that? Who do you think you are?" she said, and she shot me in the back. Strangely, I felt little pain. The blow was like a smack from a fist between the shoulder blades, just enough to knock the breath out of me, to buckle my knees for a second or two, to make the trees and the bayou lose shape, to make me drop the shotgun and stumble down the slope to the place I knew I was now going. I could see the paddle wheeler in the fog, a gangway lowered in the shallows. Behind me, Cleet was lumbering off balance down the incline, calling my name. I thought he had shot Caroline Blanchette, but I couldn't be sure. The sounds inside my head were impossible to separate. I saw Molly and Alifair saying goodbye to me. I heard steam engines roaring and hissing so loudly they seemed to be tearing the paddle wheeler apart. I heard the blades of the dust-off coming in over the canopy, the downdraft flattening the elephant grass, the twirling smoke of marker grenades sucking away into the sky. I felt a surette of morphine go into my thigh and radiate through my body like an erotic kiss. I felt people gathering me up by my arms and legs and lifting me above their heads, but not onto the Huey. They were helping me to my feet, steadying me between them, leading up the gangway onto the deck of the paddle wheeler, a place I did not want to go. I saw my father, Big Al, in his tin hard hat, and my mother, Alifair May Guillory, in the pillbox hat she was so proud of, both of them on the bow, smiling, coming toward me. I saw men from my platoon, their rent fatigues laundered, their wounds glowing with our white radiance, and strippers and saints and street people of every kind, and I was looking through a glass rainbow, and until that moment had never realized how loving and beautiful human beings could be. I heard the paddle wheel churn to life on the stern, showering the air with its spray. Then I saw Cleet emerge from the fog on the bank, his face white from blood loss, his clothes streaked with water and dotted with mud. He stumbled up the gangway like an irascible drunk wrecking a party, wrapping his arms around me, locking his hands behind my back, pulling me back down toward the bank. His mouth was pressed against the side of my head, and I could hear the hoarseness of his voice an inch from my ear.
"You can't go, Streak. The Bobbsey twins from Homicide are forever."
And that's the way it went in the year 2009. The two of us locked together on a gangplank on the banks of Bayou Teche in New Iberia, Louisiana, praying for the pinkness of another dawn, like finding safe harbor inside a giant conch shell, the winds of youth and spring echoing eternally.
The Glass Rainbow was written by James Lee Burke and read by Will Patton. It was abridged for audio by James Shokoff. The recording engineer was Erica Weintraub, with editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. The mix engineer was Terry Hogan. The associate producer was Michael Noble. The Glass Rainbow was produced and directed by Elisa Shokoff. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Glass Rainbow is available in hardcover from Simon & Schuster. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Rain Gods by James Lee Burke, read by Will Patton.